You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Good morning from the US East Coast. This is a view at Sunset Beach, North Carolina, looking at some of the marshes there and the low-lying ground, which is gradually getting inundated by storm surge from Hurricane Ian. It's just over the border in North Carolina there. The storm itself, the center, is expected to make landfall a little bit further south, probably near Georgetown, South Carolina. But we've got cameras everywhere and we'll be looking all across that area in the next few hours as this storm makes landfall today. Ian has winds of 85 miles per hour and a pressure of 984 millibars, and is expected to make landfall early this afternoon in the northern part of South Carolina, not far from the border. This is Force 13 Live. We're running a phone-in format today, and we'll be talking to a lot of our members as well. My name is Nathan Foy here in the studio. We'll be taking a look at a variety of things as we watch the storm get closer to landfall, including our radar returns as well. But right now, and I wanted to get him in here because he has to go, but let's quickly talk to Alex, who is one of our main analysts, just for your thoughts on the storm's presentation and its current situation, and news from Recon that are substantiating one or two thoughts that you have. Why don't you run us through it?
Yeah, so I've been following the ongoing recon mission into Hurricane Ian for a while now, and I've just picked a plot of the surface level pressure versus flight level winds and temperature and dew points. So what I've gathered from the data I'm seeing alongside the satellite imagery is that the temperature in the center of the storm is lower than its environment. And that's the opposite of what we would want to see if it would be a tropical hurricane still. So that would make it post-tropical. Alongside that, satellite imagery indicates dry air wrapping into low from the east going northward, and there are also some frontal features associated with low on the north side. So
you're indicating that this storm is maybe post-tropical?
Very likely is. I'm gonna wait a bit more of data, but it looks like it's also very much tilted. So that means the difference between the top and bottom of the storm is basically not a curved line, a diagonal line.
All right, we'll see what National Hurricane Center think, but what do you think about the storm's winds? Do you think they'll fall more quickly, or does it not change anything?
I would say the sustained winds will probably, still sustain quite somewhat. And the gusts, however, will increase massively as the system continues to deepen. In extratropical cyclones, that's very common. And stronger gusts is bad news for this area, as those gusts can be very dangerous. They can rip off roofs if strong enough. So, yeah.
So there we go. We'll see what the National Hurricane Center say at their advisory, but our analyst there, Alex, suggesting through recon and satellite data that this storm may have possibly turned post-tropical. Thanks for hanging on the line. I know you want to get out of here, so thanks for joining us.
No problem. Good luck.
Thank you. And also with us today, we have Chris, who has been with us all the way through this storm, from preparations to now the aftermath in some of the parts of Florida, and of course this storm still approaching the Carolinas. Which part would you like to talk about first, Chris?
So one of the things that I have a few points that I wanted to cover. It's kind of the preparation that kind of went into place in Florida, and now and then the shelters that are opened and have opened up in South Carolina. So I want to start off on
Yep.
what shelters are open up in South Carolina. So if anybody's tuning in from there and you're in the evacuation zone, you know where to go. So Williamsburg Recovery Center, Ridgeland High Junior Elementary Complex, the Sheriff's Administration Facility, Orangeburg New City Gym, and Dunston Elementary School are all the current emergency shelters listed. And then kind of want to go back a little bit. The preparation that was made when Ian was first discovered to be getting ready to impact Florida has been nothing short of spontaneous and very, very planned and laid out, which is very good. I am glad that most of the people in the storm path listened to the evacuation orders. But of course, not everybody does, and there were some people that have stayed behind. And everybody who hasn't evacuated, I just have very much hope that they've been in an emergency shelter, or they kind of prepared their house well enough to hold out against the storm surge and the winds. As of we know right now, the Florida National Guard has activated around 3,000 troops to assist, and more coming in these upcoming days and possibly weeks to assist with search and rescue. So that's something we're definitely here at Force 13 going to keep our eye on, because we think here, and I can probably agree, and Nathan can probably agree with me, that the recovery after storms like this is one of the most important times to kind of come together, assess the damage, and see where we go from there and how to prevent damage like this in the future.
All right, as we know, the National Hurricane Center will be doing a full update at 11 o'clock, but let's look at the current cone, which was from the 8 a.m. intermediate advisory. And if you're just checking in for the first time this morning, you can see the current progress of the storm there, and expected to make landfall in the afternoon, probably at around, well, according to that map, maybe 3 or 4 o'clock, because that first H point there is the 2 p.m. position. Of course, the storm could go a little bit faster than that, so we may get landfall sooner, but that's what they're showing, an extremely large and odd-shaped wind field marked by the very large orange shaded area, and the red shaded area there being the hurricane force winds, or rather more of a brown colour. Just to read out the warnings: storm surge warning in effect for the Flagler-Volusia County line, Florida, to Cape Fear, North Carolina, the News River in North Carolina, and St. Johns River, Florida. A hurricane warning for Savannah River to Cape Fear, North Carolina. A tropical storm warning for the Altamaha Sound, Georgia, to Savannah River, Cape Fear to Duck, North Carolina, and Pamlico Sound. A storm surge watch for north of Cape Fear to Duck, North Carolina, Pamlico River, and Cape Fear River. Hurricane watch for east of Cape Fear to Surf City, North Carolina. Just an update on expected surges, and before that, actually, a sustained wind of 40 miles per hour and a gust of 58 was recently reported at a weather flow station on Fort Sumter Ridge Range Front Light in South Carolina. So storm surge expectations still, we're looking at 4 to 7 feet for Edisto Beach to Little River Inlet, 3 to 5 feet for Little River Inlet to Cape Fear, 3 to 5 feet for Savannah River to Edisto Beach, 2 to 4 feet for the Flagler-Volusia County line to Savannah River, 2 to 4 feet for the Cape Fear River, 2 to 4 feet for St. Johns River, 2 to 4 feet for east of Cape Fear to Duck, including Pamlico and Neuse Rivers. Patrick Air Force Base to Flagler-Volusia County line 1 to 3 feet, and the Albemarle Sound 1 to 2 feet. Looking back at this view right now, I don't know if it's all tide, well, it won't all be tide related, but some of it might possibly be tide related and some of it will be surge related. But check out, as we go back through time here, this is what this area looked like this morning. There it was. That's where it was at the early part of today. And then let's switch to how it looks now. And those wetlands are almost submerged at this point. They're going to get submerged very soon if that rate stays up. And this is near Sunset Beach, which is just across the border in North Carolina, and that is on the eastern side of the storm, of course, so they'll be getting a lot of driving surge in there. So that's an area that we are going to be watching, along with all of the other cameras that we cycled through earlier, and all the traffic cams that are available, because there's quite a few of those right now as well. We'll be able to show you one of those in just a second. In fact, we'll be able to show you what it looks like right now in the middle of Charleston, and I would say the conditions there are probably some of the worst I've seen from the storm out of anywhere along the coast right now. So here it is. That's Charleston right now, and pretty poor conditions. A few vehicles still going on through on one of the interstates, that's I-26, and you can see still some traffic, but generally windy conditions, and maybe just a little bit of surface water down at the bottom of the screen there as well. So that's a live view that's just stopped running there along Interstate 26 west. Plenty to cover as this storm creeps closer to land. At least it's going to be a quicker landfall event than the one in Florida. So that means that the worst will be over and done with a little bit quicker than it was in Florida. So that's generally a good thing, although not a great thing, of course, with the storm still making landfall very shortly. And strong winds in the area. Looking at the radar presentation that you can see on your screen right now, it doesn't look that great. There's a semblance of possibly an eye wall, possibly, within this area. I think that might be it. I've not been watching this imagery for very long, of course. I've been setting things up and I've been away for a while, but it looks like that's the sensor right in there. It's not really visible on the satellite. It really looks a mess on satellite. You can see some rotation areas that are moving along there, so that suggests that the eye is all what's left of what we were looking at for an eye earlier is within that, and that's probably it right there. So if that's true, that's still moving right to the bitter end east of the forecast track, and that could mean that we might see a landfall possibly towards Myrtle Beach, or towards the east, literally towards the camera that we were looking at a moment ago, that was showing that potential surge. Hello?
Yeah, I just wanted to go ahead and read off one of the comments from the chat real quick.
Oh, right.
So Hurricane Trav asks, do you think that a Category 2 landfall or a Category 2 equivalent post-tropical cyclone is possible?
At this point, I don't think so. I think we're going to be looking at 85, maybe 90 miles per hour. So, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. There's very little time now for this storm to strengthen anymore. And, I mean, how long do we have? We have about maybe 6 hours at most. And that's not a very long time when you've got a storm with this presentation now. It's not going to strengthen very quickly. And you look on that satellite imagery on the left hand side, you can see all that dry air on the south side and all the heavy clouds on the northern side. And as we heard, some suggestions and certainly the belief of one of our cyclone trackers analysts, Alex, at the start of the show here, who mentioned to us that it has probably turned post-tropical. That doesn't mean anything with regards to what's going to happen on the ground, except perhaps that the storm's a bit colder than a fully tropical cyclone is. So it is still going to be causing a significant impact along the coast, and we'll be watching that here live over the next several hours. You can send your comments in live on our YouTube chat. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and you can call into the studio on our Discord server, discord.gg/Force13. And someone who has done that right now is Brian, who is in Charleston. So we really want to hear from you, and we just got to wait for him to press a button, and then we'll be able to hear him. But that's an area that is going to be, or is already within the storm's influence quite clearly, and getting quite a lot of rainfall. Brian, you're on the air.
Yeah, hey, I'm actually the dog for a walk right now. Come on. I just checked my barometer app. Pressure dropped about 996 here in west of the Ashley area. Got some tree limbs down walking through the neighborhood. Not anything big over here. It's not too bad. I was seeing some streams over from north area of the county towards Isle of Palms. Looks like they're getting hit really hard right now, where they were. Saw a gust up to 80 over there. Hasn't gotten too bad here yet. Just minor debris on the ground. Nothing's really too bad. I'll keep y'all updated throughout the day. I don't know if you can hear the wind with my AirPods.
At times.
It's definitely blowing.
What are you thinking when you're looking at the radar and satellite imagery? Maybe a landfall a little further east?
Yeah, I would definitely think it's gonna be a little further east, northeast of us. The way it's looking, it's me towards Myrtle Beach, Georgetown now. They were originally calling for McClellanville area, which is, as you might know, that's where Hurricane Hugo made landfall just over 33 years ago.
Yeah.
And which devastated this area once before. And this storm is already wreaking havoc now. I mean, I'm passing one of my neighbors, their basketball hoop blown over, or it was placed on its side. I'm not sure which, but it's on its side now.
Are you concerned about flooding?
Not where I'm at. My house is very elevated, or somewhat elevated. It's more up on a little bit of a hill. There are some areas near me that can't be back on. I know downtown can be very bad. I know all the fire departments are on standby right now with the northwest wind we're gonna get at high tide. I don't think it's gonna be too bad. I know they're still calling for 9 feet of the tides at the gauge, plus any surge that could potentially happen. But I don't think it's gonna be all too bad. I know it's gonna be isolated downtown, like it normally is in the medical district. They haven't. I talked to the mayor the other day actually, and he said the pumps that they installed downtown near the medical district are not up and running yet. They should be up and running by the end of October to pump out the ocean water when it does flood down there, but it's not operational yet, from what I've been told.
Yeah. That's a shame.
It is.
Brian, if there's anything else you want to mention, go right ahead, but we'll check back in with you at regular intervals if you're there.
Yeah, I'll come back in a little bit later. I'll let y'all know. I'll keep you updated in the Discord server about the pressure here. Let me check it one last time before I go. 996.9 right now.
996.9.
As I'm walking through the neighborhood. So it's down about 20 bars from when I set it pinpoint the other day, 2 days ago. You can definitely tell a difference. But it's about 12 higher than actual storm is right now. So I don't think we'll see the worst of it. We'll see the winds, the wind field of the hurricane force, but I don't think we'll see sustained winds here. I think towards Georgetown, Myrtle Beach, north of there, we'll see it.
Definitely looking that way. Brian, thanks for joining us. We'll check back in with you later on. So that was a perspective live from Charleston, South Carolina right now. As we look back at the radar picture, you can see where Charleston is. It is actually floating along the edge of the cone now. So they're probably not going to get the strongest, well, they're definitely not going to get the strongest winds, but they could still get moderate tropical storm to maybe high-end tropical storm winds and gusts. And looks like there's quite a lot of rain that's still materializing in that area and getting stronger. Some of those orange to nearly red colors when we take a right close-up view here at that area. All along that inner area, not far from the coast, but still inland. towards Georgetown, just inland from there, and up to Lake City. All of those areas there getting some decent rain readings by the looks of things right now, as well as at Myrtle Beach. So and Wilmington just getting a band there as well. That camera that we're looking at predominantly today is the view at Sunset Beach, which is just over the border in North Carolina. It's literally right on the border. So it's a few miles east of North Myrtle Beach, and we've got plenty of cameras in Myrtle Beach as well. What we don't really have views of really is Georgetown. We can look at Charleston, we can look at Myrtle Beach, but not in between, which is going to be interesting to see what happens there as well. But you can see these marshes, which were around 3 or 4 feet lower, the water, earlier when the sun was rising this morning. And now you can see it's probably less than a foot from overtaking all of those, the tops of those marshes. So that's the surge arriving, and it could reach 7 feet above the normal tides in some of these areas. And the main area they're concerned about for that surge, 4 to 7 feet from Edisto Beach to Little River Inlet. Let's see if we've got some more questions as we wait for the National Hurricane Center's next advisory, and that of course will be at 11.
I have one from the chat. So this question was, sorry Nathan, this question was kind of earlier on. Tropical Storm Alton asked, is there still a chance for Ian to spawn tornadoes?
Well, there certainly is. I know that yesterday we were looking at a 5% tornado threat, and let me just check it again because I've not even looked at it today so far. It's a slight risk on the SPC Outlook, and I'm just going to navigate there properly. So slight risk for quite a large area, really on the eastern side of the storm, hardly anything on the western side, and have kept it at 5%, but it is quite a large area of 5%, which extends all the way up to into Virginia and the southern tip of the Delmarva Peninsula. So quite a large area of 5% tornado threat. Looks like the page is broken for me now as well, so I can't find out any more what's going on with that. So 5%, which is the same as what it was yesterday, but over a larger area. I don't know why it's completely broken for me. Okay, it's working again now. And let me just read the information. A few tornadoes will be possible across the coastal Carolinas and southeast Virginia in association with Hurricane Ian. A few strong gusts may also occur across portions of Utah into Colorado Friday afternoon. Alright, so Ian, surface winds remain northeasterly over land areas with dew points generally into the 50s and low to mid 60s. Offshore, buoy data suggests a more moist, unstable air mass is present with dew points in the mid 70s. Scattered semi-discrete convection has been occurring in this offshore regime, along with a few transient supercell structures. Present indications that the more moist, favourable air will be transported inland by early afternoon, with sufficient cape to pose a risk of surface-based storms across much of eastern North Carolina. Satellite imagery suggests that dry air has been entrained into the circulation, which might lead to pockets of stronger heating or destabilization. However, the tornado threat should be restricted to areas where the richest low-level moisture is present, at least low 70s dew points. The area of concern for a few tornadoes will spread northward into southeast Virginia tonight as Ian moves inland, so we'll keep watching out for that. That's a slight risk from the Storm Prediction Center, and we'll find out more from the National Hurricane Center at the update, which is coming up within the next half hour. Major to record river flooding will continue across central Florida through next week. Considerable flash and urban flooding and minor river flooding is possible across coastal and northeast South Carolina today. Locally, considerable flash urban and small stream flooding is possible today into Saturday across portions of northwest North Carolina and southwest Virginia. Limited flooding is possible along portions of the southern mid-Atlantic this weekend. Caleb says, I live in Gates County, North Carolina. How much rain could we get? Now, it's been a while since I've looked at any of these areas, so I'm going to have to remind myself where that county is. Gates County. I can't see it in the immediate storm area, so that's good news in terms of wind impacts. Alright, that's really far north. Yeah. So those areas we could be looking at maybe 5 or 6 inches of rain possibly. I don't think anywhere is going to be more than 6 inches across the whole region that the storm's still yet to impact. So that's what I would say for that area. Possibly 5 to 6 inches maximums, but I imagine it might be a little bit lower in actuality. What else do we have here? Ike says, am I going to be safe to arrive in Myrtle Beach tomorrow? I would say so. The storm's southern side is very, very dry. There's hardly anything there. So Myrtle Beach will definitely be within that zone tomorrow. June Villarreal says, I'm in Northern Virginia. Should I be concerned about Hurricane Ian? Well, the tornado threat rises later on today, and you'll be getting quite a bit of rain as well. Although I wouldn't say a ridiculously high amount. Depends where exactly you are there, but I would say maybe 2 or 3 inches as a general ballpark figure as a storm total from this, and it might be over quite a large amount of time as well. So I don't think there'll be much flash flooding. Vicky says, what warnings for Virginia right now? So I don't believe there are any storm-related warnings like inland tropical storm warnings or anything like that. No, they stop well short of Virginia. But there are a few flood watches and other kinds of warnings that are active. So let me go through some of these for you. So there is coastal flood advisories for Accomack County and several other places as well. Westmoreland, Northumberland, Lancaster, Gloucester, Middlesex, Matthews and York counties all got coastal flood advisories. Anne Arundel and Calvert counties as well. And the way it's displayed, it just takes me ages to read all of the different warnings because there's loads of scrolling through and reading. But that's most of it. And for some of those flood watches, flooding caused by excessive rainfall is possible for South Central Virginia, including Brunswick, Lunenburg and Mecklenburg counties, as well as portions of Northeast North Carolina and Southeast Virginia, Bertie, Camden, Chowan, Eastern Currituck, Gates, Hartford, Northampton, Pascotank, Perkimans and Western Currituck counties in North Carolina, and in Southeast Virginia, Chesapeake, Greensville, Hampton, Poquoson, Isle of Wight, James City, Newport News, Norfolk, Portsmouth, Southampton, Suffolk, Surrey, Sussex, Virginia Beach and York, all flood watches until I think Saturday morning. Some of the more pressing warnings right now, of course we read out the hurricane warnings and the tropical storm warnings earlier. Let me just see if there's any flash flood warnings that are currently active right now, and there is one. Is it one or is it... I know there's a few actually, so we'll go from the earliest. Flash flood warning until noon Eastern time for Berkeley and Charleston counties. County officials at 9:33 a.m. reported numerous roads closed across downtown Charleston due to flooding. Result of 2 to 3 inches of rainfall that fell earlier this morning. A band of moderate to heavy rain will arrive over the area during the mid to late morning hours. This band could produce an additional 2 to 4 inches of rainfall. The arrival rain band is expected to coincide with high tide. Flash flooding is expected to develop and expand across downtown Charleston, especially near the perimeter with the Charleston Peninsula. In addition, water levels on Church Creek near West Ashley have steadily risen this morning. The arrival of the mid to late morning rain band could result in the creek to rise above flood stage. The second one Also still in the same area, Berkeley County and Charleston County. At 9:58, Doppler radar indicated bands of heavy rain in association with Hurricane Ian. A tropical rain band will continue to move inland this morning, which will produce heavy rain and near hurricane force wind gusts. Between 1 and 3 inches of rain have already fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 3 to 5 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding ongoing or expected shortly. And southeastern Georgetown County, issued at 10:21, in effect until 1:30. Emergency management reported heavy rain across the warned area. Between 2 and 4 inches have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 2 to 3 inches possible, and flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Looking back at that radar, you can see the areas that are really getting slammed right now with all of this heavy rainfall. We're particularly concerned about, clearly in those messages, the areas near the coast, all around here I would say, but particularly near Charleston and up near Georgetown. Those areas right now looks like they're getting the worst deal with flood warnings at the moment. We'll look back at some traffic cameras in the Charleston area shortly, as soon as I get back and take a look and see if there's some areas that are looking worse than others. Right now it is looking pretty wet right now in the whole region around Charleston. I'm just going to see what camera we can show next. Let's see if we can take a look at this one. So there's a view in Charleston right now on one of the roadways. Pretty poor imagery, to be honest, but you can see the situation there. And quite a few vehicles still out and about. They could get into a bit of trouble if things get worse. So drive safely and cautiously. And you know what they always say, turn around, don't drown. If you end up in any areas of flooding. But that's a view looking out from Charleston. Here's a view of what the hurricane has looked like in the last few hours. From the overnight hours into this morning, it's really not been looking very good when you look at infrared imagery, and that massive gap on the south side, dry air slots, where the storm is really struggling, and indications from some of our team members suggesting that maybe it's already turned post-tropical. If there's any confirmation of that from the National Hurricane Center, you'll hear it here first. But also suggestions that they might not make that call, even if it is true, because they don't want people to be to take it less seriously than they would if it remained a hurricane, an actual hurricane. The difference is not very much if it was a post-tropical storm by now, so I don't know what else to say about that. Here's another view from just east of Charleston right now. This is at Mount Pleasant, looking across one of the major roads, and this area is much quieter, and you can see all of those winds blowing across and some heavy rainfall there blowing along the road. So there could be chances of flash flooding in this area as well as we look forward. If we get any more news regarding flooding concerns, we'll bring it on the air. Let's see if we get some more questions. And there have been a few already since we last looked. And keep them coming in. We're here to answer them live on the air. Rosalina says, what are the threats for the Charlotte metro area? Alright, so that's way up, of course, and I still think that they could get a fair amount of rain. I can't remember what our bottom bar said for the chances of rain there. Let me just see if I can skip through it and see what it says. I can do this is great. There's Charleston and Charlotte, 3 inches expected in that area, and a 67% chance of tropical storm force winds. So you could still get some decent conditions from this storm. So make sure things on your property are fastened down, loose objects, and that things are stowed away, and 3 inches of rain. I imagine that'll be spread over quite a large amount, quite a long period as well. Those will be the maximums probably. So I don't think it's going to be too mad, except for areas that are flood prone. Josiah says, where roughly is the projected landfall location for Ian? The more we look at the centre of the storm, when we look back at the radar, it does appear that it is going to be here, that is the centre of the storm right now. And as you can see, either that or the wider area around here, but either way, it's on the very edge of that eastern side of the cone. So once again, right till the death, this storm is continuing to move east of forecast. And if it goes up that way, then that pretty much takes it squarely over Myrtle Beach. Even if it moves slightly further east, then there's really not much scope for much further eastward movement. Maybe just a little bit over, right on the border with North Carolina possibly, as the storm moves in. But we are expecting it to really make that turn towards the west shortly. It is, to its credit, still moving due north. There's been no westward movement at all. It's a storm that absolutely stubbornly does not want to go west in any way, shape or form, and has been that way since it left Cuba. So there we have it. But as you can clearly see, we are getting closer to landfall. And I just wonder how that compares to the National Hurricane Center cone from last time. They expected it at the 2 p.m. point, that it would be at that H dot there. And right now, I would say it's probably already beyond that dot. Unless what we're looking at on radar isn't the center, but I think it is. So it's going way quicker than expected, actually, if you look at that. And that would suggest a landfall to me in the next few, not very long at all, maybe an hour, not an hour, but maybe 2 or 3 hours as it gets closer to land. National Hurricane Center will update at the end of this hour, and we'll have any news that they come out with as we keep looking at this image, which I think is a decent one now, looking out of Mount Pleasant to the east of Charleston, on the other side of one of those inlets. And Charleston, a very vulnerable city in terms of its geography, when you've got 3 rivers or 4 rivers that come out at one point, with lots of wetlands along the coast. So an area that is very susceptible to issues during these events, and flash flood warnings over the whole area, as you would expect. People thanking us for our coverage during this storm. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a pleasure at all, but it's been, we appreciate it. We work very hard. We know it's a big event. We know that a lot of people want to know the latest information on the storm. They need to know. And we are always here to help. And that is the main thing that we do here with our team. And if we don't know something, we try and find out for you as soon as possible ourselves behind the scenes, to try and get every single question answered properly. Question there, is Ian a hybrid storm? You know what? Well, I think it's been a hybrid storm, and the National Hurricane Center have noted that really ever since it left the coast of Florida, actually. The Florida landfall, as bad as it was for the southwest, of course, but it really did a number on Ian in its structure, and it's barely holding on as a tropical hurricane, a tropical hurricane right now, and it could be declared post-tropical at the update. Still doesn't mean much in terms of what we're looking at on the ground right now, though. Hurricane Trav says that they live in Florence, South Carolina, and what to expect. So Florence is a little bit inland, north of Lake City. Looks like you are actually getting quite a bit of rain right now as well. So there could be a potential for some flash flooding possible, and maybe 4 or 5 inches of rain at a maximum. And Jake says, should my family in Burlington, North Carolina have any serious flooding concerns? Let me just find where that is, because I'm not familiar with Burlington. Alright, So, oh yes, it's there. So that's well inland, of course, between Raleigh, Durham, and Greensboro. So I imagine you'll be getting quite a bit of rain there as well, possibly up to around 5 inches at a maximum. Just go back to Raleigh there, that's 4 inches. Greensboro is 4 inches. And high chance of tropical storm force winds as well, due to the size of this storm. A few cars going by there as this strong wind continues, and this is going to be the trend in this area for a little while as we keep looking at what's going on in the area. Let's just cross back and show you what Myrtle Beach looks like at the moment. The view there doesn't look too bad. You can see the waves coming in the distance. I imagine that will get a little worse later on. So we'll go back to our view from here, which we'll stick with from Mount Pleasant. This is Force 13 Live. We'll continue to take questions live on the air as we approach the National Hurricane Center advisory. And what is a hybrid tropical cyclone? Question there. So basically is what it says. I mean, it's a storm that is no longer fully tropical, but hasn't completely turned extratropical. So it's in the middle ground, and sometimes it can be difficult to establish exactly where a storm is in terms of whether it's tropical or not. But it all depends on the core temperature. The core temperature has gone lower to a point where it's no longer considered fully tropical and possibly not tropical at all. And then it becomes a cold core storm where the energy distribution of it is different, where the winds spread out, the maximum winds decrease, but the amount, the aerial coverage of those winds really increase. So you get one in exchange for the other. Brandy says, I live in Rocky Mount. Am I okay? And once again, I need to go and find this. I know the name, but I can't quite remember where it is. Yes, so that is to the east of Raleigh. So yeah, you could be getting quite a bit of rainfall there as well, possibly up to 5 inches. I would say that rainfall is your biggest threat. Tropical storm force winds possible. I imagine there'll only be low tropical storm force winds, and not for a particularly long amount of time, but do prepare for tropical storm conditions. Make sure anything loose around your premises is stowed away or fastened down to avoid losing it. And if you are in a flood prone area, then you'll need to prepare for the possibility of flooding as well. Did any other storms in history become a hybrid tropical storm? Well, I'll just jump to the most prominent example. There's been many, but when we think back, Hurricane Sandy was a hybrid tropical storm ever since it made landfall in Cuba, as a matter of fact. When it left Cuba and moved over the Bahamas, that was already a hybrid hurricane / tropical storm. And Ian is basically that right now, the early stages of a Sandy, which isn't allowed to get to its late stages because of landfall. But yeah, Chris, what were you going to say on that?
I know all too well about Sandy. I was actually alive for Sandy. I was at. My brother and my dad at the time were a part of our local first aid squad, and we had no power. We were without power for 4 days, almost a week.
Wow.
So we had to go stay with them. But the damage after Sandy hit my state was unimaginable. I've been sitting and I've kind of been watching this storm and seeing this storm. This storm has a semblance and seems like Sandy. Like you said, just didn't reach that Sandy point because it made an early landfall. If it hadn't made that early landfall, we would have been seeing another Sandy.
Maybe, yeah,
impact.
maybe. Let's see if we can invite Smitty onto the air, one of our trackers, particularly well versed in the severe weather aspect, and we did touch on it earlier. What are your latest thoughts on tornado and severe weather possibilities today?
Well, oh, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes?
All right, awesome. Well, if you look at the radar for yourself, KMHX is a good one to use. You can see there are and you go in velocity, you can see there are multiple circulations across the ocean right now, multiple little supercells making their way along land, and there's a lot of areas of rotation being
Let's have a
detected by
look.
radar.
Having a
They're not
look here.
particularly strong yet, but this is just the morning round of storms, so this might be a precursor to what's to come in the afternoon.
I'm not seeing anything jumping out at me at the moment. Oh yeah, maybe one or two actually, a bit further out.
Yeah, you have to go to the radar just above that one, but it might break something, so I don't know if you want
I
to do
know.
that.
You can see one or two
But
little. I know there were some marine weather warnings just before we started the stream off North Carolina. So they are
yeah, I'll
watching
send you a
out for that.
screenshot, actually, give me a moment.
You're talking about those cells that are going to be moving into near the Outer Banks, even those ones way out there.
I'll just send you a screenshot, that'll be the best way of displaying it.
All right then.
So, you see all those little, those rotation marks?
Let's just have a look at your. Yes, yes. So it is pretty much the area that I was looking at just then.
Yeah, Outer Banks. Also, new NATO cast has come out. It's the 2020 models, so they're a bit more accurate than the 2021 ones, which go a bit crazy. They're predicting pretty high tornado probabilities for the coast, which I sort of agree with, because as these outer bands move on shore, they're probably gonna smack the coastline with a couple weak tornadoes. We don't know what the strong tornado threat's gonna be. I mean, if they can organize themselves and especially later on in the afternoon. Right now, this is just a precursor event. When the instability increases, then maybe we could see some organized tornadoes and strong tornadoes. Thanks to that dry air in the mid-levels, which I think Patrick discussed it yesterday. He pulled up a sounding.
And huge amounts of dry air on the south side of this hurricane now.
Yeah, the dry air at the mid-levels is actually going to help the tornado threat.
Mm-hmm.
It's EML present, something you usually see in the plains with tornado events. But
Yeah, I mentioned that before. SPC is on board with that thought as well, increasing the destabilization, they said.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Here's
Very
another,
interesting.
Here's another view from Mount Pleasant right now, on the eastern side of Charleston. Looking at heavy rain falling there right now and some strong winds as well. That's another live view. Let's see if we can take some calls right now. Let's bring back in Vapor, who was on our stream a few times recently in Florida. What's the latest over there from your point of view?
Hello.
Morning.
So the latest from my point of view is really it's very sunny out. Everything's really recovered over in my area. Nothing has been strong damage. I know that about half of my area, like the vicinity of my area, is out of power from just tropical storm, which is pretty crazy, honestly. But that's all I really know from my area down in Port St. Lucie.
Does anyone have any news from the worst affected areas? Any new information coming out at all?
I may have information that I've been hearing, and this is from a combination of friends of mine and some of the people that I know down there. The 911 communications have been wiped out. They're the only way to actually contact everybody is through cell phones. They're using their emergency services are using SARnet, which is like high frequency radio repeaters to communicate. The damage there is just on a scale that we have not seen in years. Like, there's certain parts of Florida that are so underwater that they're not even recognizable.
All right, let's see if we can invite Sebastian on here. Sebastian? They're around here somewhere. Hello, you're on the air.
Hi,
Hi.
I live in Greensboro area of North Carolina. I've been wondering how everything's gonna go due to just we have been getting small little thunderstorms, but the trees that they have planted in my neighborhood are like really horrible and not that good. I've been wondering what is the percent chance that a ton of those will go down?
Did you say trees?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know without seeing the trees or even making an estimate, but you will probably get a small amount of tropical storm force winds. I think they'll be on the weaker side. I reckon in the 40s, 40 mile an hour range. So it won't be the worst conditions in that area at all, but there will be quite a lot of rainfall, which could reach up to possibly 5 inches, currently indicating 4. So there could be potential for flooding, although I imagine that rain will be distributed over a long time period as the storm loses its shape when it moves inland. I can't give you an answer on how those trees will fare, but if you've ever had 40 mile an hour winds for a few hours before and they've survived, then I guess they'd survive this too.
These storms have gone through like
But the amount of rainfall will affect that as well. Because
Yeah.
if you have more rainfall, the ground is more saturated, and that could lead to more trees toppling over because the soil is just physically softer. So it's different from like just dry winds because it's wet winds.
Hope that helps. Let's see if we can talk to Juhan right now, who is in Raleigh, North Carolina, an area that is expecting 4 inches of rain when it gets closer, although the wind's probably not too crazy either, quite similar to Greensboro actually. What have you got for us right now?
Well, I'm currently getting like 20 mile per hour winds and some rain, but it doesn't look too bad right now. But it's still kind of far from here. Doesn't look too bad, but trees are getting a little pounded. Like they're moving quite a lot. But then again, the trees that I have around here are kind of old, so it's kind of expected during hurricanes.
So when we look at the projected storm track just before the NHC updates it, Raleigh isn't that far away from the storm's path. You can see it there. As a matter of fact, if the storm track moves a bit further east, you might get up on the edge of the cone. But when it gets there, those storm force winds will be weakening, and I imagine you'll probably only get in the 40s miles per hour at most. And of course, if you're in a sheltered area, maybe not as much.
I'm currently getting 20 mile per hour winds at the moment, which not bad, I guess.
And theoretically, when you look into that at the National Hurricane Center's wind field, it's a huge wind field, and you're already inside it. So, I guess you'll see wind gradually increase throughout the day, up to tropical storm strength for a time, and then start to die down. In tomorrow morning, it would be actually.
During the night, I couldn't sleep because I keep hearing things like getting thrown around over here. Like there's stuff being falling over all over the place.
Yeah, there might be another day of that. We've got the update out from the National Hurricane Center, though. Thank you for the call. And they are sticking with it being a hurricane. The storm surge warning has been discontinued south of the Savannah River. And no other changes. 85 miles per hour. They have it moving due north right now. They expect it to turn post-tropical by the next advisory and for it to weaken to 60 miles per hour in the next 12 hours, that is. It's accelerating towards the South Carolina coast. Life-threatening storm surge and damaging winds arriving soon is what they're saying. and a position estimate 32.4 north, 79.0 east, west. And I need to know this because I just need to establish whether my position estimate was correct that I read out on the air or not. Just looking now. And they actually have it quite a bit further east, do they? Oh no, they have it, yeah, in quite a similar... Yeah, they have it in pretty much the same position that I've indicated that the storm center is. So we're right on that. When we look at this imagery once again, this is the eye, and look at that. Possibly generating a little bit better there on that imagery, that little inner core. But that is the eye of the storm, and you can see compared to that last NHC forecast, it is east and actually outside of the cone. So that new cone will have a lot to say regarding a change, but we expect that it will turn slightly towards the northwest now and landfall possibly right over Myrtle Beach. And that looks like it's going to happen soon with its current speed moving at 14 miles per hour according to the NHC. I think it might be a little bit faster than that, but if it's going at 14 miles per hour, then that means landfall will occur in about 4 or 5 hours. But if it's accelerating, I think it could be a little bit sooner.
Do you know how big the wind field is of the entire storm?
Alright, so looking at their new advisory, they have the wind field extending out 240 nautical miles on the northeastern side, 130 miles southeast, 120 southwest, and 140 northwest. So still a very, very large wind field, and shortly we will have the new cone which will show that wind field. Just a note on the pressure, it fell to 980, so it's 85 miles per hour and 980 millibars at the latest update. Still a hurricane from the National Hurricane Center. Alex earlier on was speculating that it may have turned post-tropical by this point. The indications were showing that. And even if it has, it's quite possible that the National Hurricane Center have kept it a hurricane just for the sake of continuity, and because I think we all know that if they declare it post-tropical, people will stop paying attention to it as much.
Yeah.
Sad but true. I mean, what do you guys think about its structure? Do you think it's still tropical?
I mean, it definitely has some tropical characteristics, because I can definitely see some convection blowing up on either like the outer rain bands. There's some convection firing. If I turn off my radar, I'll be able to get a better look. The actual the core of the storm is like still intensifying, but it just looks like it doesn't look as like there's not as much cloud bursts or hot towers going up as a normal tropical system. That's why I think it's still a hybrid tropical system instead of a full-on tropical cyclone. But I don't think it's fully extratropical either.
This is the view in North Carolina, just over the border, near I think it was Sunset Beach, right on the border basically with North and South Carolina. So this is an area that will get some of the worst storm surge. Just switch back to earlier images. This is how it looked this morning at this location, and you can see just how much land was above the water. And actually you can't quite see it as well as you could there. Let me just tamper with that image a little bit and make it a little bit clearer. There you go. You can see that little edge of the ground there, and that bank, marshland or whatever it is, was above the water line by about, oh, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 feet. Let's fast forward to now, and there it is, almost completely full up to the top there and overflowing over those marshes right now, just about to get consumed. So that's the view there from Jinks Creek, if anyone knows it, just over the border in North Carolina. This is Force 13 Live, our coverage continuing all afternoon as this storm makes landfall. You can send your messages in to Force 13 all in text in our chat section, And you can join the phone in by joining our Discord server, discord.gg/force13, and joining our live stage. I'm just going to go away for a small minute here, so I don't know if anyone's got any information that they'd like to relay or any further observations, but the floor is yours.
All right. Kind of observation. So one of the things I've been noticing with this storm, and it's kind of something that I think everybody's been noticing, is how quickly, when this storm has intensified, how quickly it intensified. Because it started out as a low Cat 1, it started out as a Category 1 in the Gulf of Mexico, and then the next thing you know, it's a Category 4 that slammed into Florida, and it's now back up to a Category 1, back up to Category 1 status as it's getting ready to slam into South Carolina. It's very, very surprising how quickly these storms intensify nowadays.
Yeah, with those warmer ocean temps and high heat content.
You know how warm the waters are around it? Let me check.
Yeah, well, the waters are warmer because of global warming. I'm not getting
Yeah, of course. So it's around the 27 to 29, in between 27 and 31 degrees Celsius. Looks like.
Sorry, I don't speak
Yeah.
Celsius. What's that in Fahrenheit?
Oh, they don't speak Celsius? Great.
I only speak American. I
Right.
only speak Fahrenheit.
Let me translate that. I actually have no clue what that is.
And that probably triggered a lot of people in the YouTube comments.
About 84 degrees Fahrenheit.
Damn. I go
That's
swimming.
warm. That's warm.
I go swimming, man.
Alright, it's just gone 11 o'clock on the East Coast. Information from the National Hurricane Center then. Let's read out the discussion that they've come out with. So, satellite images show that Ian has redeveloped deep convection near the center with frontal features away from the core of the cyclone. Additionally, a primitive eye wall has formed around half of the circulation, and we saw that on radar there. An Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft recently found peak flight level winds of 80 knots and SFMR winds of 72. Radar data is also showing winds of up to 85 knots at 10,000 feet, with hurricane force winds now in the northeastern quadrant. These values support the initial wind speed of 75 knots, which is 85 miles per hour. NOAA buoy 41004 near the center recently reported minimum pressure of 981 with some wind, so that's why they've gone for 980. It's now moving faster to the north around 12 knots and should continue to accelerate to the north-northwest later today due to a shortwave trough over the southeastern United States. The new forecast is adjusted a bit to the east but should still lead to a landfall in South Carolina this afternoon. Little change in intensity is expected before Ian makes landfall due to competing influences of strong shear versus baroclinic forcing from the trough over it says over water waters, but I think they mean warmer waters. Ian should rapidly transition into an extratropical low tonight after landfall and dissipate by Saturday night. It should be emphasized that dangerous winds and life-threatening storm surge should rapidly increase during the next few hours in the storm surge and hurricane warning areas due to Ian moving faster towards the coast. Let's see the updated National Hurricane Center cone, and there it is, showing that hurricane force winds are about to reach the coast of South Carolina and that it will turn post-tropical quite soon after it makes landfall. So there's the 11 p.m. cone. The next dot there is 8 p.m. position, so if we try and figure out the point between, it looks like we'll be looking at landfall at about 4 or 5 p.m. which is when the National Hurricane Center's next full advisory is, every 6 hours, and they do intermediate advisories at the 3-hour points. So we'll next hear from them at 2 o'clock, unless they do a landfall statement if it happens prior to then. So that's the latest from the National Hurricane Center. Let's see if we can look back at any of the cameras in Charleston, where we believe there is a well, there's obviously flash flood warnings, but potentially flash flooding situations going on there right now. I've only got a handful of cameras in Charleston, but as far as I can see, it is raining a lot and there's strong winds, but I'm not seeing much flooding. But once again, I can't see that many different perspectives, so there may well be. Just looking at some more of these cameras. None really that are worth showing at this point, apart from the ones in Mount Pleasant, which look a little bit more blustery, of course being closer to the coast and a little bit closer to the storm as well. I guess that is to be expected. In fact, there's also a camera, is there, on the Isle of Palms, so I'm going to see if we can have a look at one of those as well, just to see what the view looks like. If it's actually a no, actually it's not a streaming camera, it's just a static image. So let's see if we can look at Sullivan's Island, which is also close to the Charleston area, beyond Mount Pleasant, towards the coast. This is the view at Sullivan's Island right now, and as you can see, quite windy there. Quite an exposed location by the looks of it on the map. And this would be quite close to the storm conditions on the east side of Charleston, but of course it looks, to this point, it really does look as though we're looking at a Myrtle Beach direct landfall. We have a few cameras over there as well. It was looking pretty innocuous recently, but let's see if we can check a new camera angle now and see if we can look at something, see if it's changed. And I'm just going to get there in a minute. It's not ready yet. But right now we're looking at Sullivan's Island. So you can see a lot of winds there. I'm not sure if the water on the side there is like a wetland area. I think it is by the looks of it. And I'm just getting some of these cameras ready from Myrtle Beach. Let's see if we can look at this one. Camera 4, showing the Seacrest Oceanfront Resort camera. And there are people out there. Why are there people out there? I don't know. But it's 85-mile-an-hour winds and 980 millibars headed straight for them. And it's going faster than first expected. So that is not a good idea. The storm could make landfall in as little as 3 hours. I mean, gee whiz. But yeah, it doesn't look too crazy there right now, to be honest. I mean, it's the untrained eye and the untrained people down there, you know. But the National Hurricane Center has made it clear that we were likely to see conditions rapidly deteriorate thanks to the storm's quicker movement. You see some of those waves and the winds blowing the tops of those white crests as they break, still venturing into the water. Crazy people. Let's see if we can take some more comments. Start your message with Force 13 all in text as we continue to watch this. There actually haven't been many questions recently. Bunmaster says, Navy and Marine family working today at Camp Lejeune, coastal side of Jacksonville, North Carolina. What effects should they expect? Alright, so Jacksonville, they'll get some fairly strong winds, of course being near the coast. Possibly strong tropical storm gusts. Winds of 45, maybe 50 miles per hour. And also over there a bit of a tornado threat as well for potentially that area, Wilmington, Jacksonville, and up to the Outer Banks. Tornado threats there. So we're still looking at Myrtle Beach there. Let's see if we can grab another camera for Myrtle Beach now. And we can't yet. Oh, let's actually get this one. Here's another view showing the other direction, looking towards, quite clearly towards the hurricane, towards the west. And this storm is getting closer and it's happening quite quickly. So I hope people are ready for this. If I just need to grab the mesoscale imagery from one of my other sources so that I can depict the storm's current position and tell you how far it is from land, because those miles are ticking down. Here we go. At present, the center of the storm is approximately, what river's that? Alright, well, let's take a look. Alright, first of all, it's around 50 miles or 51 miles from Pawleys Island. For Myrtle Beach Central, it's around 64, 65 miles. North Myrtle Beach, it's about 70 miles away. Oak Island is approximately 80 miles away. Southport at around 85. Wilmington is around 105 miles away. And from Charleston currently, it's about 80 miles away from Charleston, and making its closest pass right now to the Charleston area, and they're getting a lot of rainfall. But the worst conditions will occur in Myrtle Beach, although some parts of the Charleston area might get worse flooding because of the geography in that area, and because most of the heaviest rain is displaced to the north and west. Looking back at this camera on Sullivan's Island, which is just outside of Charleston near the coast, there's the current view, and I think it's actually just stopped. But we did see a few vehicles go down this road whilst you were looking at the radar just then, or the the Myrtle Beach camera. But I'm just still looking out for any signs of flooding in the Charleston metro, and I know there is because it's been reported, but I'm not seeing any on any of these traffic cameras which we have access to. We can't see any other cameras at the moment. Well, there's actually a viewpoint. It's not actually a streaming camera, unfortunately, but I'm looking at a few static cameras that are showing really heavy conditions on some of the roads leading out of Charleston towards the north. Goose Creek, that's looking very wet there as well. Very poor conditions, but those are only photos. Let me see if there's any more streaming cameras that look bad on Interstate 26, because that is right underneath all of the big part of the storm right now, and all the way up to Interstate 95, looking like they've got pretty bad conditions. And actually on I-95 a little bit further north too, near Somerton, it looks like it's pretty bad on radar there right now. But I'm just checking the cameras, and no, it doesn't look too crazy. But I'm just looking around all of these places. So let's make a decision on which one to take a look at next. Let's go to one that's not far out of Charleston. Damn it, that's another one that's not a streaming camera. I'll get one up here in a moment. But this is a look at the radar imagery of the storm right now, and you can see that what the National Hurricane Center described as a primitive eye wall is starting to materialize. And you can quite clearly see that with that hook feature, which almost looks like a weak tornado hook when you first look at that, but it is the eastern side of the eye wall. Most of these cameras that we're looking at have reverted to static mode for some reason. Well, we've got one that's running here. This one is near the centre of Charleston. There's another viewpoint. So this is on one of the interstate highways, 26 east. Coming into Charleston, you can see heavy rainfall there at this location. And let's see if we've got, well, we don't at the moment, but if anyone wants to call the studio, you may. You can send a message, sorry, you can join our Discord server and get on here, and you can send a message to ask a question on our YouTube chat right now. This storm is not very far from landfall and is, perhaps you can describe a hybrid storm, maybe. Ike says, what conditions are expected in North Myrtle Beach? I would say now that that area could get the strongest winds into hurricane force, and they are likely to get a substantial storm surge of up to 7 feet and heavy rainfall, although I don't think it's going to be a huge amount of rainfall on that side, but there will be periods of very heavy rainfall. Jumley is cool says, is it extratropical? Not yet. It's close, I think, and it probably won't take long after landfall for it to turn post-tropical. And how big is Ian's wind field? Well, if we scoot back over to the National Hurricane Center forecast cone, very close to landfall now, and you can see just how large that wind field is. I'm wondering if it might have actually gone down slightly looking at that, because I'm sure it extended out further east than what it shows there earlier on. But it's still near the same size, and it stretches, I mean, it covers almost the entire coast of the Carolinas, and even still into a part of Georgia. And will Connecticut get rain from Ian? Possibly. It's still quite a while away from the storm itself. But keep looking out. Looking back at this traffic camera, and perhaps we're seeing little bits of overflow, maybe on that little gap near the slip road there, perhaps. Looks a little wet there, possibly flooding. But certainly a lot of rainfall here at this location right now. We're still going to be watching Myrtle Beach very closely as we get closer to landfall. We're watching to see if that surge and how much that surge creeps in. And we expect, the National Hurricane Center supporting this view, that it will happen very quickly now that it is steaming towards landfall at a faster speed. National Hurricane Center use smooth values. I think they average out the last 6 hours or so. So I reckon it's probably moving quite a bit faster than 14 miles per hour, which is what they were saying at the moment. But let me just try and figure out, have they moved the meso? What have they done there? Alright, for some reason, some of the satellite imagery has now been knocked out. And I don't know why that is. So that's a shame. But on radar imagery, you can at least see here, this is only over a 25-minute period, how much closer it's gotten to land since then, and it has definitely started making a very last-minute northwestward turn, as you can see on that image. You can quite clearly make out the center of the storm, but we'll mark it just in case. So it starts here, and in that time it's moved now just a little bit further west, and it's curling, and perhaps we might look at something a little bit more like this now for a landfall, and then moving inland maybe, or it might just straighten out and go right into Myrtle Beach, and the less likely scenario is that it will jog back eastwards and do something like that. But then again, it is Ian, it's wanted to go east all the time, but it doesn't look like that to me. It looks like it definitely is turning inward towards that kind of scenario. And given that that's only a 25-minute period, if we were to take that, take that first dot here, second one there, ignore the phone in the background, maybe a third one here, another 25 minutes, 50 minutes, 75 minutes, so potentially within 2 hours a landfall, based on the latest radar trend. More comments. Jennifer says, can you update on Berkeley County, please, in South Carolina? I know that they were under a flash flood warning earlier on. And I'm not familiar with the counties in South Carolina, but Berkeley County, I think, is the one, or is one that is near Charleston, but I'm not sure. I'm just going to have to look that one up. But I'm sure it was under a flash flood warning earlier. Yeah, it is right next to South Carolina. Don't know how I didn't see that. So up there, it looks like right now you could, there's a flash flood warning for part of Berkeley County. So I would be very concerned about potential flash flooding going on there. Winds are getting up, probably to strong tropical storm status potentially for a time. I don't think they'll get hurricane force winds, nor will Charleston itself, but they'll probably get strong tropical storm force winds. And a comment there, why don't they call hybrid storms subtropical? Well, this one is sort of going the other way. Subtropical storms usually start out subtropical, then they turn tropical later on, but this is tropical and then it's gradually turning extratropical. There's no subtropical phase in between, it's just straight to extratropical, and it's just happening rather slowly at this point. So it's sort of a hybrid storm, but it's an unofficial term. And that's why it's not on the title. It's still a hurricane. And Junjun Villarreal said, why did Virginia declare a state of emergency? Maybe they're concerned about flooding from flash flooding and very high rainfall amounts, which could reach up to 6 inches. It could actually even possibly still get to around 10 inches near the Chesapeake Bay area. So I guess that might be why. State of emergencies are often issued to free up funds for disaster management and recovery. So I guess that's the main reason. How about Mecklenburg County, Charlotte, says Kashi. And up there we're probably looking at 3 or 4 inches of rain and weaker tropical storm force winds, probably the low tropical storm end in Charlotte. I don't think when all is said and done it's going to be a major situation there, and I imagine that the rainfall will be spread out over quite a long period of time, but you'll definitely get quite a bit of rain, around 3 inches, maybe 4. Jose says, is it normal to have cool air from light winds during the night days after a hurricane passed? That happened last night in Homestead, Florida. What do you guys think? Any comment on that?
I mean, I have cool winds at my house, so I'm gonna say, right now, for me, yes.
And that's in Port St.
'Cause they
Lucie.
usually have, yeah. That's farther up the coast, closer to the hurricane.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. We'll need one of our more expert people talking about that. But let me just check some model data and just see if I can spot any trends in airflow or...
Might be the cool, dry air wrapping around the storm now as it moves along.
Because the dry air
Yeah,
came
that's
from the
true.
north, didn't it?
Yeah, that's true. It could be just the dry air.
All right. And any new tropical storms in the Atlantic? Oh, well, there might be one coming soon. There's one that's been given a moderate chance off the coast of Africa in the next 5 days. And ensembles suggest that there could actually be two systems out of that mess. And one of them could be a weak tropical wave that enters the Caribbean, and about 30% of the model ensembles develop it. I'll just leave that one there. But the main system, that is the one that currently has a moderate chance of development, should be an out-to-sea hurricane. Maybe not a hurricane, maybe a tropical storm, but possibly a hurricane, but it should remain out to sea. Let's see what else we had there. I'm sure I saw something else. No, nothing yet, just at this time. But we're still looking at a viewpoint here from near Charleston, looking out for the potential for flash flooding. I'm just looking down the right hand side, one of those exit roads as well, you can see there. I don't think it's flooded, but it looks a little bit sloppy down there. I think that's just the road. So let's take a look and see if we can hop back over to one of the cameras at Myrtle Beach. And once we get there, we'll be able to take a look. I've not got the camera ready again. We have to fight with ads and stuff that appear on these pages before we can actually show you, because it's just annoying. But in the meantime, we're still looking at Charleston. Flash flood warnings in effect for these areas right now. And let's see if we can now go to the view from Myrtle Beach. One of the views here, the volleyball cam apparently. And you can quite clearly see those areas there. Not sure if you call them courts, I think, isn't it, in volleyball? And on the left hand side you can see the waves crashing in there. Still not too bad when you look at the view. There's no sign of very strong winds. The surge isn't up very far yet, but we are looking at that surge rising and hurricane force winds arriving very soon at this location. For those that were looking at those banks last hour, we can take a look back at those again. This is near Sunset Beach, I think it was, just over the border in North Carolina, just a few miles away from North Myrtle Beach. And you can see this marshland here that is completely covered by surge water. If we go back in time to earlier this morning, this is what it looked like earlier on. There it is. That's how it looked at about maybe 7 or 8 a.m. this morning. And let's go back to now. Yep, it is very much covered in surge that must have risen about 4 or 5 feet at this point. This area could get 7 feet of surge, so we aren't expecting to rise that much more, but we could still see another 2 feet at this location now at Sunset Beach. This is Force 13 Live. We'll have more coverage on this storm throughout the day as it makes landfall. We are expecting landfall is not far away already for those who are just checking this storm out this morning. We started quite early. I was actually hoping to start earlier today, but I was caught away doing some other things. But nonetheless, we are here to cover the landfall of this storm, and you can see the eye quite clearly on that imagery. There it is. And if you start from the beginning there, it is curling into land right now, or at least I think it is. Probably towards there if it keeps going like that. It certainly looks like the eye of the storm. I hope it's not a mesovortex, because we can't see it properly on the satellite imagery. It would be an extremely strong one if it was, but that must be the eye of the storm. Slowly getting closer towards making landfall. I really don't know what happened to that meso imagery. Maybe we will have to switch to meso 1.
We might see a tornado warning here in a second.
And where are we expecting that?
Do you know the flash flood warning in North Carolina?
Uh-oh. They're going to have both at the same time?
Well, there's not really a... Just, if you go the town of Atlantic. It's on the right of the flash flood warning. Go straight up, and then get to the top of the flash flood warning polygon. Then go left a little bit, and then you'll
I
see the
can't even see
rotation
that.
in the cell.
So it's not that special marine warning.
No, you have to switch radars if you want to see it, but you probably won't. This WSV3 is very temperamental.
It is so much. We can look at the full composite radar that shows a little bit more out there. This is the full picture with what's going on with the storm right now. We'll just take that close-up one off for a moment. And you can see in more clarity at this point exactly what's going on and just how much Charleston is getting battered by some of that rain. But further north we're looking towards a possible tornado warning, apparently. Where is it near?
It's not been issued yet, but I'm pretty sure they're going to issue it soon. I mean, I would at least. It's just north of the towns of Sea Level and Atlantic.
Sea level in Atlantic.
Is this
Yeah, you have to
over
zoom
or
in
off the
pretty much.
coast?
Is it inland?
It's off the coast. Yeah, it's inland.
I have no idea where that is.
I'll circle it, send you a screenshot.
Okay.
But there's a viewpoint right now, and looking down towards the center of the storm again, you can see quite clearly there on the full composite where that eye is, and that's got to be the eye that we were looking at just a moment ago. So let's switch back to it now in the close-up format. And is that the latest image? It doesn't look very good if it is. Yeah, that's the latest imagery. That eye feature completely dying off once again, so it was only a very transient eye that was appearing. NHC were right to call it, in their words, a primitive eye wall, as it looks like it's pretty much dissolved again. But it looks like we're seeing a significant jog westwards just before landfall now, with the storm's current location now probably around here, which takes it very close to the coast of South Carolina at this point. If I was to just do a little extrapolation to figure out exactly where this storm is compared to land and its landfall and its potential landfall location, this storm is now only 60 miles roughly from Charleston, but the more closer locations, North Santee is currently around 28 miles, I think. From the closest point on the coast, Georgetown Lighthouse is only around 23 miles from the center of the storm now. Georgetown itself a little bit more, at around, trying to convert from kilometers at the same time here, 35-ish miles. Pawleys Island is about the same. Murrells Inlet is at about 40 miles. Myrtle Beach is currently 50 miles exactly from the storm. So still 50 miles when we were looking at those Myrtle Beach webcams before the storm arrives. Well, its eye. Of course, the storm itself is arriving right now.
Yeah, that rotation got worse. I think a tornado warning is imminent.
Well, we'll find out when a tornado warning is issued to see if we're going to get our first tornado of the day. Going to see if we can find any more webcams right now in the area. But I don't think so. Where's Oak Island? Oh, that's much further towards the east there. There's a webcam there, but we've got plenty that are closer than that. This is 413 Live. We're still looking at the latest radar imagery, and we gotta keep mentioning that there's still extremely heavy rainfall occurring in the Charleston area, and flash flood warnings are currently in effect. Yeah, I don't think there's anything at Pawleys Island in terms of cameras. It's a shame Georgetown Lighthouse doesn't have one, because that really is the very closest point to the center of the storm. Anyways, we still have a few other views that look interesting, and this is one view once again from Sunset Beach and some of these wetlands about to be completely overtopped with storm surge. This is around 5 feet higher than what it was at dawn, so it's really rising at this location, and plenty of other places that we are monitoring closely. We will keep looking at Myrtle Beach with a very close eye, because we've not seen much going on with surge or anything there, but is expected to rise quickly as the storm moves in. Let's get another view from Myrtle Beach right now. This is the current look at that area. Looking westwards, you can see the waters are pushing in right to the bank or embankment or whatever it is, but there's obviously a slope from the beach up to the promenade, but you can quite clearly see the extent of the waves there. You wouldn't want to get caught out in that. Just an hour ago there were people out on the beach, and there's a little figure there on the very right hand side. I don't know if that's still someone out there. I don't think so. I think it's just a post or something. But there is the live camera from Myrtle Beach at this time. Start your comments and questions with Force 13 all in text. And we have a few more. What effects from Ian in southern Pennsylvania? Any thoughts from the team on that? Even that far north could get some significant rainfall, possibly, but I don't think we're looking at major winds.
Yeah, it's just gonna be rainfall, I think, up there. I think the most winds you can possibly get is like maybe 20-mile-an-hour winds, like tropical depression type winds.
And another comment there, why doesn't the National Hurricane Center designate subtropical hurricanes? Well, a subtropical hurricane is extremely rare, and this isn't one, I've got to keep pointing out. It's not fully tropical anymore, clearly, but it is still classified as a tropical hurricane, and it's not subtropical. It's not a step up from subtropical to tropical to subtropical to extratropical. It's usually subtropical if applicable, then tropical, and then straight to extratropical. They don't go subtropical on their way out. Having said that, there were one or two instances during Sandy's later life where it appeared that it might have been a subtropical hurricane, and that's still an intense topic of debate. That there have been one or two legitimate subtropical hurricanes in the past. I think only 2 of them were in the Atlantic, and I think 2 of them were elsewhere in the world. I think one in the late 70s, I think, was a subtropical hurricane off the US East Coast, or I think the Canadian East Coast perhaps. And I think there was another one also around that same time era. So we don't get subtropical hurricanes. They're extremely rare. There could even be an argument, and another point of debate actually in the southern hemisphere last year, Rayoni, which might have been a subtropical hurricane as well. Some people think it might have been subtropical, tropical, and extratropical. I've heard all 3. So that one's also another big topic. But this is definitely going to make landfall as a hurricane officially from the National Hurricane Center. The next update, with the rate that this storm is moving right now, it is getting really close to landfall already. Much quicker than we expected. I mean, look back at this radar. If that's still the center of the storm, or even if it's in that general area, let's just generously say that it's around here, then that right there is very, very close to landfall. Must only be approximately 20 miles. If it does go, if we are following that little eye feature, but I think it's probably just being blown away now, but if it is legitimately moving northwest just there for a jog, then you could look at very quick landfall. But I think what will happen is that we'll find that that is being blown off and the center is actually still maybe here, and then it's going to end up going probably right up near Myrtle Beach, Pawleys Island. That's still speculation at this point, but as you can see quite clearly, the storm is very close to landfall. Let's see if we can look at any more webcams near Charleston where there is flash flood concerns right now. Here's another traffic camera from the Charleston area, just around the north side. And you can see the conditions there looking very poor. Let me just see if I can grab some new information, if there is any, on any flooding, so that we can bring that to you here.
Are they going to do a 12 p.m. update?
I don't think so. I think they'll only do an update at the moment that it makes landfall, and they'll declare landfall. Alright, so just to read out some new, new and old warnings, all the current warnings that are active. At 10:04, the National Weather Service issued a flash flood warning for Berkeley County and Charleston County until 2 o'clock. At 9:58, Doppler radar indicated bands of heavy rain in association with Ian. A tropical rain band will continue to move inland this morning, which will produce heavy rain and near hurricane force wind gusts. Between 1 and 3 inches of rain have already fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 3 to 5 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding ongoing or expected to begin shortly. At 10:35, they issued a warning for Charleston and Colleton counties. Doppler radar indicating bands of heavy rain, once again pushing across southern Charleston County from late morning through early afternoon. Between 2 and 3 inches of rain have fallen this morning. The expected rainfall rate is 1 to 2 inches in 1 hour, may continue through midday. Additional rainfall amounts of 3 to 5 inches are possible across the warned area, especially near Johns Island, Ravenel, and Wadmalaw Island. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. And at 10:50, they reissued or updated the flash flood warning until 3 p.m. for Berkeley, Charleston, and Dorchester counties. Rain bands are producing heavy rain across the warned area. Several roads are now closed in Somerville. Between 2 and 3 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 3 to 5 inches possible. Flash flooding already occurring. They're actually concerned about many different areas around the area that we're looking at right now. This is Interstate 26, the 526 interchange, which is actually explicitly mentioned as an area that could flood in that advisory. Another one that was issued at 11:25 for Carteret and southeastern Craven counties in North Carolina until 2:30 p.m. Doppler radar indicating thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 4 and 6 inches of rain have fallen there, and they're expecting rain rates of 1.5 to 2.5 inches per hour. Additional rainfall amounts of 2 to 3 inches possible in the warned area. Flash flooding ongoing or expected to begin shortly. And southeastern Georgetown County, which could be the landfall area shortly, until 1:30 p.m. Emergency management reported heavy rain across that area. Between 2 and 4 inches of rain have fallen. Additional expectations of 2 to 3 possible. Flash flooding ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Those are the latest flash flood warnings in that area. And further north, oh no, that is the furthest north one, pardon me. So that is all of those warnings. Yeah, the one I read out earlier for Carteret County and southeastern Craven County. That one is the furthest north one right now. So lots of flood warnings that are currently active, along with tropical storm and hurricane warnings that are still in place for a large part of the coast of South and North Carolina. We're still looking at a view here at the Interstate 26, at the Interstate 526, which is under that flash flood warning. And as you can see, clearly heavy rainfall already occurring. Ground looks very saturated. The roads look very wet as well. Driving conditions difficult. Possibly a little puddle there as well, near one of those light towers. And vehicles generating a lot of spray. So when you're behind vehicles in spray conditions, visibility can be very difficult. And poor conditions for driving. Let's see, where are we now? If anyone wants to join our live phone-in right now, you can call us, and in our Discord server, discord.gg/force13. Just checking some other messages from various sources. So let's see now if we can cross back to Myrtle Beach once again. Here's another viewpoint looking eastwards, and this camera hasn't changed very much in a while because we were tracking Hurricane Matthew with this particular camera. I remember distinctly looking at a virtually identical location. So there's the view, and the surge still in the distance, the waves crashing along the coast. And there goes an ad, wonderful. It does that all the time. Let's cross back to another one of those cameras there. There it is. And that's the view in Myrtle Beach looking the other way, westwards, right towards the hurricane, which is getting increasingly closer to landfall. As we look back at the radar imagery, and it looks to me as though it's still hard to tell whether the eye wall is now, whether it's this, and it's, don't know why it's stalling there, whether it's this here or whether it's that. Let's see if we can get any help from velocity maybe. It's still close, but I think, that's a difficult one. And I guess we would probably place the center here in those last frames. Around about there. Maybe a little bit north of that. Nonetheless, it is close to making landfall as it gets closer. Watch out for all these bands though. All this area, that's where we might get our tornado threats as they scrape inland in these directions. As you can see, one of them is already marked with a marine weather warning. So we could see them getting closer. But for the time being, we're sticking with the closer radar on our imagery here to watch this storm make landfall, and it looks like already it's getting very close. We were earlier expecting that landfall will probably only take place at around 4, maybe 5 p.m. even this morning. Perhaps we were expecting that landfall time to be around then, but looking at this latest imagery, if it jaunts towards the west a little bit more, we could be looking at landfall by the top of the hour. Well, that's getting a little close now. Maybe around past, but still very close. And if it cycles northwards, then add another hour, maybe an hour and a half onto that perhaps. So that would still bring it to 2 o'clock, but if it does continue to jog westwards, then we could be looking at a landfall near Georgetown in the next half hour. Nonetheless, it is very close to landfall right now. And whilst we have a chance, let's look at some of the zoomed out satellite images to give you a perspective on the whole storm right now. And this is how it looks. Just caught a brief glimpse of Tropical Storm Orleen there in the eastern Pacific. And you can see on this satellite imagery that that convection almost looks like it's about to give out. And it's a very messy looking hurricane. Just take that radar overlay off for a minute. A very messy looking hurricane. And if you look at that, you might say that the center could be further south still and it might be partially exposed. It's just really hard to tell with this thing. But it sure looks to me right now, with this convection being blown away by the looks of things, and guys, turning post-tropical at this point. Don't know what you think about that, but perhaps. Whether it's made that transition or not, I would say it's still hanging on. But
I don't think that NHC is gonna make that call until after it makes landfall, though.
Oh, I agree. I agree with that. But I do expect that we might have landfall before the 2 p.m. intermediate advisory, and I think they would issue a landfall statement when that happens, but we'll obviously let you know. Going back to the one of the many live cameras that we've got, there's a view from the I-26, I-526 interchange around Charleston. And rain's still falling there. Let's see if we can speak to a caller right now. Mr. Giants in North Carolina, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hi. What are your thoughts on Ian right now as it approaches your neck of the woods?
So far, it's mostly kind of a little wind over here. Here, I was just looking at the radar over here, and I see some rain is it's mostly been rather chill.
We're struggling to hear you properly, if we're being honest here. I'm not sure if that might be a mic issue or whether you can speak more
Probably a
closely.
mic issue.
But your conditions, from what I gather, aren't too bad right now. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, that's it. It isn't too bad right now.
And where exactly are you in North Carolina?
Around the Charlotte metro area.
Yeah, so that area will get the worst conditions much later on in the day. I think overnight will probably be your worst time.
Yeah, I think so too.
So we might be looking at maybe up to 4, maybe 5 inches of rain in Charlotte at a maximum. But I would imagine the winds, well, they might get the tropical storm force for a time, but I don't think it will be too serious. Although, is your area, how are you in terms of flooding, drought? How has it been recently? Are you welcoming this rain, or is it a flood threat?
Well, nothing much really. But I do think if we do get a little bit too much, then it could be a flooding concern.
All right. Fair enough. That was Mr. Giants. Sorry we couldn't hear a lot of what you said there, but we got a few little points through. Here is once again the live view from Interstate 26 at 526, one of the many cameras that we're looking at right now. But we're still interested to see how it's going to develop in Myrtle Beach, whether we'll see some substantial surge. It could get up to 7 feet in this area and could get some very strong winds, but so look at the cameras, we're still not seeing winds that are that strong here in Myrtle Beach, and we don't really have any cameras in between. We don't really have Georgetown, which might be getting the strongest winds right now, but Charleston's certainly getting quite a bit too. The camera's actually rocking quite a bit there, or was just in those last few seconds, but I think flooding is going to be a concern here. Already is. Flash flooding already occurring, has been reported, and trees swaying there. Potentially hurricane force gusts is what they were concerned about in this particular area. Let's see if we've got any more comments. People asking if we'll be doing a tropical weather bulletin tonight. I think we will be. And that's pretty much everything right now from our comments section. But feel free to ask any kinds of comments or questions for us through our chat feature.
I saw a pretty interesting question earlier, not tagged by Force 13.
Oh,
Will Ian make a hard right turn after getting to northern North Carolina and go back out to sea?
oh man. I don't know. Well, the models, I think, have reconciled this in a way that the storm dissipates and a different low pressure forms out of its remains and heads out to sea.
Yeah, that's all I was thinking. Like, it's going to go back out to sea, but not as itself.
So
That's what I'm thinking.
what I'm hearing is Ian's going to dissipate. The remnants of it are going to go back out over to the ocean as another low, and possibly form another storm.
Oh, I don't think so. I hope not. Shall we have a look at some models then? We could see what they're all saying. I think a lot of our viewers might want to see some of that right now. So let's go and take a look at some of those computer models whilst we have one eye on Ian's progress as it gets closer and closer to landfall, indicated there on radar. So the let's go to the eastern US view.
Hey Nathan, I gotta split.
You're what?
I gotta split because I gotta
Oh, okay.
go help my dad out with some stuff.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll
See ya.
talk to you again later.
Yep.
Thanks for joining us. So this is a view right now at what the GFS model is showing. Currently, here we go. So here's the storm right now. That's actually an old run. The new run is actually just coming out. So we've got the very latest on this new run. So that's where it is at 12Z. That was 985, I think. And hurry. Oh no, that's in that scale's difference. That's around only depicting maybe 65-mile-an-hour winds there. Of course, we know it was a hurricane. And then moving inland, what happens to it next? The low pressure dies off and a new one comes out of it as it moves over the water, and it becomes a frontal system. Low pressure on that frontal system moving along, maybe another low pressure there as well. But none of that is Ian. Ian is gone from that point forward right there. ECMWF, because I swear if any of these model runs say that Ian will survive, then I think we'll all collectively scream. But there you can see nothing happening there once again, and that new low forming in that frontal system, but still a very interesting looking feature here which will produce strong winds. CMC model only goes out to 30 hours at the moment, but it looks like it's going to die off. NavGem, for what it's worth, it stays as the same low, I think, on NavGem, or maybe not actually. No. That there might actually be the remnants of Ian, though. Difficult one to call. It's a very complex situation. The icon model, there it is at landfall. Landfall there. It says 973. It won't be as strong as that. And then that does die off very quickly, and a much broader low. Once again, coming from it, and you can see there more of a nor'easter type pattern, but staying off the coast. Some of the mesoscale models, the NAM 3 kilometer, which tends to be a decent model once the storm settles down and they don't make it into a 800 and whatever millibar storm out at sea. So there it goes, weakening very quickly as it moves inland, and then its low pressure is still traceable a little bit, but off it goes. A new low pressure takes over actually offshore and then gets sucked up into this frontal system. All frontal stuff, none of that tropical. HRRR model only goes out to 18 hours. You can see a straightforward weakening trend there. And looking at that, none of that is really showing any strong sustained winds when it moves inland, but you will get some, particularly in parts of North Carolina, central North Carolina when it gets further north. But near the landfall zone, you know, you're looking at some of those strong winds there. Some really strong winds that was depicted in one of those lakes down there. And let's just check the RGEM, see what that one shows. Storm moving inland again. And does it get consumed? Yep, so nice looking little process there of that low forming and hooking out. Extratropical cyclone right there forming, but quite a powerful one on the RGEM model. So that's it really, that's your lot, and I think that confirms that Ian will not have any more chances of life after it makes landfall, so we're all extremely happy to hear that, I think. Let's cut back now to our live camera. This one at, where was it again? Sunrise Beach, Jinx Creek, which is just over the border in North Carolina, and you can see that surge continuing to rise. It's probably around 5.5 feet compared to what it was earlier on. And a surge at this location will reach its peak probably in about an hour, or maybe a little longer actually. But I think the surge, the rate of its rise is slowing down at this location.
I'm gonna be back in about 5 minutes. I'll be back.
Yep. And let's cut back to Myrtle Beach. Live view right now there. Still looking quite heavy, but we can't really see a huge amount on the coast. It's just all of that. Oh, did the camera just move? So there's another view which looks almost the same, just at a slightly different angle. Looking out towards the ocean. And you're hearing me clicking a lot right now. I'm just looking to see if there's any other cameras that we could show from the road network in the areas that are affected by flash flooding warnings. Here's a camera that we can look at actually. This is US 52 at Red Bank Road, which is north of Charleston. I think it's near or in Goose Creek. So there's a viewpoint right now from this location. Quite a few vehicles still out and about, but very heavy weather there with rainfall and maybe a little bit of standing water. It's hard to tell with the low resolution. Low light as well. See if we can just make it look a little bit more clearer with the light settings. So there you can see a live look there. Lots of rain in this area and flash flood warnings remain in effect, as well as a special marine warning right now near the start of the Outer Banks, Pamlico Sound. And they're saying that waterspouts are likely. A band of thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts was located 7 nautical miles southwest of AR 255 or 10 nautical miles east of Drum Inlet, moving northwest at 30 knots. So they're looking for the potential of waterspouts there and maybe some tornadoes when they move further inland. No new information about flash flooding yet, I don't think. Oh, there is actually. There is a new flash flood warning. Another one that's an extension actually of the flash flood warning for Berkeley County and Charleston County that was issued 9 minutes ago or 11 minutes ago until 4 p.m. At 11:42, Charleston police reported that the crosstown was closed due to flooding. In addition, numerous streets across downtown Charleston were closed due to floodwaters. This flooding was a result of 3 to 5 inches of rainfall that has fallen so far today. A band of heavy rainfall may continue to produce torrential rainfall rates over Charleston and the surrounding areas well into this afternoon. They're saying it may produce an additional 2 to 3 inches of rain. Little to no stormwater drainage will occur until the tidewaters fall later this afternoon, likely producing flash flooding across the city of Charleston. In addition, water levels on Church Creek near West Ashley continue to steadily rise. On this pace, the creek could exceed flood stage later this afternoon. So that's the latest right now from Charleston. And apparently in our chat they're commenting that the recon is suggesting a pressure of 977.6. Don't know if that's substantiated, but from what we've seen in terms of pressure falls throughout this morning, it was 984 millibars at the 8 a.m. update, went down to 980 at the 11 o'clock update, so I could buy that it might be down to 978 now. Check back with the radar and you will see that it's still difficult to establish exactly where the center is right now, although I would say it is probably around here, this edge of that wall there, if you want to call it one, which brings it very close to the coast now, and its current movement, considering that 25 minutes ago, which is the speed of this radar loop, it was probably here. So if we draw a dot there and to draw a dot here, that's 1 minute period. There's another 25, there's another, and there's another. So 1, 2, 3, 75 minutes until landfall at the current rate, or less. So that is quite soon, and quite a bit sooner than we initially thought it might be. In a moment, we're going to see if we can spot any downtown Charleston webcams. And then we'll be able to see if there's any sign of that flooding, because there have been many people or many reports suggesting that we've got flooding going on in that area. But I can't see that many at this time. But nonetheless, we're still looking at this radar imagery, and if we just pop westwards a little bit, you'll still see that there's a lot going on in Charleston. Lots of red areas that are reaching that area. And I've just gone onto the wrong webcam. But whilst we wait for any more information or questions or comments or any further callers, I mean, a lot of people I think have become fatigued, hurricane fatigue from tracking this storm. So, you know, I can understand that there's at times some lulls in what we're talking about, and not a huge amount to discuss at times. But as we continue to look at this imagery, the landfall is getting quite close, so it won't be long until we start to see the impacts start to die down as the storm makes landfall, and when it moves inland we expect that it will weaken quite quickly as it turns post-tropical. Also a lot of rainfall there in Myrtle Beach area, quite clearly see that on that radar imagery. In a minute we'll cross back to the viewpoint from Sunset Beach, which is a little bit further towards the east, but as well we'll also check back with Myrtle Beach in a moment too, just trying to figure out, well, got to mess with all of these video sources. It's quite hectic behind the scenes, but definitely seeing higher storm surges further east on Sunset Beach. But first, here's Myrtle Beach once again, live view right now. Happy to see that there isn't anyone out there. I know that last hour, or the hour before, whenever it was, we did see that there was someone or a couple of people out on the beach, into the waves even, which is not the cleverest thing that we've ever done as a species, but the waves still drawing inwards. And if you do get caught out in those waves for any reason, they can be very dangerous. They can sweep you under and out to sea. And even good swimmers and experienced swimmers can get caught. And currents can rapidly take people away or drag people down. And that's how we get the unfortunate stories that we sometimes hear about. Even with rip currents, when a storm, when a hurricane is sometimes even thousands of miles away from land, I think it was Hurricane Lorenzo in 2019 near the eastern part of the Atlantic, around 2,000 miles away from the United States East Coast, and someone drowned from rip currents that were caused by the storm. Look back at the view at Sunset Beach right now. These are wetlands, or they were, mostly submerged now. Once again, if we just cross back to how it looked a few hours ago, this was earlier this morning. This is Jinx Creek. That's how it looked this morning, probably at about 8 a.m. looking at that image. It was looking rather calm. Water slowly spewing inwards though. You already see the surge effects happening. And now cross to what it looks like now. And it is mostly submerged. Visibility's gone way down. So I think there must be a lot of rain falling in that location right now. I'm just checking radar. I think there is. It's actually very close to the radar site, this location. So this really shows you what the surge is looking like there. And I would estimate maybe 5 or 6 feet compared to what it was early this morning. So high amounts of storm surge. Just to reiterate some of the National Hurricane Center information, especially in terms of these surge expectations, but we'll come to that in a minute. Just to remind of all the warnings, a storm surge warning is in effect for Savannah River to Cape Fear, the Neuse River, and the St. Johns River, and a hurricane warning for Savannah River to Cape Fear, a tropical storm warning for the Altamaha Sound, Georgia to the Savannah River, Cape Fear to Duck, North Carolina, and Pamlico Sound. A storm surge watch for north of Cape Fear to Duck, North Carolina, Pamlico River and Cape Fear River, and a hurricane watch for east of Cape Fear to Surf City, North Carolina. A sustained wind of 62 miles per hour and a gust of 87 was recently reported at an elevated weather flow station on Winyah Bay Range in South Carolina. And in terms of storm surge, we are expecting 4 to 7 feet for the Isle of the Palms to Little River Inlet, 3 to 5 feet for Little River Inlet to Cape Fear, 2 to 4 feet for Savannah River to the Isle of the Palms, 2 to 4 feet for Cape Fear River, 2 to 4 feet also for east of Cape Fear to Duck, including Pamlico and Neuse Rivers, Flagler-Volusia County Line to Savannah River, 1 to 2 feet there, and the Albemarle Sound, 1 to 2 feet there as well. In terms of rain expectations, northeast South Carolina 4 to 8 inches with local maximums of 12, central South Carolina, North Carolina and southern Virginia 3 to 6 inches with local maximums of 8. Major to record river flooding will continue across central Florida through next week. Considerable flash and urban flooding and minor river flooding is possible across coastal and northeast South Carolina and coastal North Carolina and southeast Virginia today. Locally considerable flash urban and small stream flooding is possible today into early Saturday across portions of northwest North Carolina and southwest Virginia. Limited flooding is possible across portions of the southern mid-Atlantic this weekend. A few tornadoes are possible through this evening across eastern North Carolina, shifting northward into southeast Virginia tonight through early Saturday morning. A slight risk is in place, issued by the Storm Prediction Center, and we're particularly looking at areas further towards the east for potential tornadoes. If we look at velocity right now, as we cut back to the radar image, it's all of these areas on the eastern side that we're looking out for possible tornadoes. This whole area as bands come dragging in from the southeast. Right now there is a special marine warning here, and that is for the potential for water spouts that will be moving up there right on the Outer Banks in the Pamlico Sound. But we haven't had any tornado warnings to speak of yet. We will keep a lookout as we watch some of those cells move in. As for the center of the storm right now, radar would indicate that the center is probably here. As you follow that arc round, and maybe the other side of the eye wall there perhaps. But there isn't really an eye wall to speak of. It's a very weak structure. But when we look at that on the screen, it clearly is quite close to landfall now at this point. A landfall that is probably earlier than expected whenever it occurs. Just a little estimate here, distances from land now. It is only 15 miles from Georgetown Lighthouse, and it is approximately 25 miles from Georgetown itself, 21 miles from Pawleys Island, 26 miles from Murrells Inlet. For Myrtle Beach now, it is approximately 35 miles away. It was 50 miles about half an hour ago. And from Charleston, it's probably made its closest pass now, and it is drawing further away again at about 65 miles. At its closest, it was about nearly 60 miles away, I think it was, at its closest pass. But as it becomes increasingly difficult to track the center of the storm on radar, it is getting closer to landfall. Let's actually switch now to the other radar, which is much further up the coast, and see if we get a maybe even a better indication of where the eye of the storm is. Look at satellite there whilst we're waiting for that new radar to load in. Satellite would suggest it's a little bit further south around here, but from what we're seeing on radar, it is probably there. So bear that in mind. Here's the new radar, and that's difficult actually, because there's two areas there that look like it could be an eye. That first one that was indicated by satellite, that could be it, or it could be this arcing area here. That's actually an interesting one. Difficult to spot which one is actually the eye. Hopefully more radar will load up in a minute and then we'll be able to get a better idea. But this radar shows what's going on further north as well, as you can see a lot of these cells moving into the Outer Banks, and that's why we have a marine weather warning. We could be looking at possible waterspouts or tornadoes. Look down here, you can see a few little spots of rotation. That there particularly, that could be one. This here could be one. Looks like there might be a slight rotation there. I might just be picking that one. But these two definitely moving inland that way. We could be looking at potential waterspouts appearing there. So keep watching out, and some strong winds in that area. Apart from that though, I'm not seeing too much on this radar yet, but you'll generally see them developing from these cells that are out here moving in towards the northwest. But looking back at the radar, we've got a more of a loop now to see. It looks quite clear here that that is the eye. And if that is indeed the eye and not this, which I'm pretty sure looking at that radar that this is the eye, it is extremely close to landfall, even closer than we thought, but a little bit further south. So if that's true, then that would place the storm approximately, and it's quite difficult to establish, but I would say probably only 11 miles from Georgetown Lighthouse, and even closer to some of those marshlands along the coast there. So that area is getting very, very close to a landfall, it would seem, and it appears that the storm has had a pronounced westerly jog just before making this landfall. I don't know if the National Hurricane Center will confirm a landfall in a special advisory at some point, or whether they'll wait until the 2 p.m. intermediate, but I think there's a decent chance that they will issue a special advisory to announce landfall whenever they think it's happened. Let's see if we've got any more comments or questions right now. Start your message with Force 13 all in text if you've got any comments or questions regarding anything to do with Ian, Looks like there's a lot of spam in the chat as well. And it
I
doesn't...
just got back and I was just about to recognize that. A lot of spam in the chat when I just got back.
Well, unfortunately, not many of our moderators are around right now.
Yeah.
And once again, this is, you know, most of our team right now, I think, have hurricane fatigue. And they're just, you know, they're gone. IY999 says, do you think hurricanes will start hitting the UK in future? No, it's still too far away for... you might get a 1 in a 1,000 year hurricane, maybe. You know, possibly. But I don't think it's going to become anything like regular. And apart from that, oh, Daniel DK says, do you think there could be chances for Medicanes in the next few weeks? Now, if that sounds foreign to you, it probably is, because Medicanes occur in the Mediterranean Sea in Europe, and that's what the label that they've been coined in in recent years. Let me just quickly check 1 or 2 of the model runs, but I'm not seeing any signals suggesting a Medicane anytime soon. So my answer on that will be no.
When was the last Medicane? I don't even remember. Was it like 2 years ago?
There were 2 in 2020, and I can't remember if there was one last year, but there was definitely 2 in 2020, and what year that was everywhere. Well, there we have it. So the storm getting very close to landfall. 85 mile per hour winds sustained with higher gusts and a pressure of 980 millibars. Charleston right now is reportedly getting flooding. I've still not seen any real flooding on some of the cameras. That's not to say it isn't happening, because I'm mainly looking at the interstates and the main roads, which are, to be honest, elevated in most areas anyway. But from what I am seeing, I'm not seeing a huge amount, but there is a lot of rain falling and strong winds at times in Charleston. But we are mainly looking towards possibly some flooding there, flash flood warnings in effect. And soon we'll show you a few more cameras down there as well to see what's happening. But right now I am not seeing a huge... Well, actually on the western side I am seeing a little bit of flooding actually starting now, I think. Let me just check some other cameras before I show you that one. That one's looking interesting. But definitely a lot to look at in various different places across the Carolinas this afternoon. Just sometimes they animate and sometimes they don't, so I'm just trying to get one that's not animate but a streaming video, because, you know, looking at static imagery just doesn't cut it these days, does it? I can't get the one that I want, but I will show you this one instead. This is an image, a video right now from the west side of Charleston, Interstate 526 East at mile marker 11. So that's a view there with lots of heavy rain falling. Daniel DK says, is there any US landfall potential from something coming off of Africa? Alright, since we're getting quite a few questions about that, I'll show you what the models are showing for that in a couple of moments. And Raven says, can you bring the radar close to I-77, I-26? That would be West Columbia. Alright, we will do that in just a few moments, and we'll take a look at what it looks like there. I-77, yeah, so we'll show you the Columbia region shortly. And is it cold in central North Carolina? I think it was in the 60s this morning, if I saw correctly, but I'm not sure. but the air mass I think will be bringing in temperatures into the 70s later on from what I read. Back to the radar image, and let's take a look at the Columbia area. We'll have to switch radars for this, and be warned, this radar product is temperamental and sometimes it crashes. Oh, we gotta actually go somewhere else because there's a tornado warning right now. First tornado warning of the day for Ocean Isle Beach and Calabash. That's the red zone there. That's a tornado warning that is active right now. We'll bring it up on the graphic in just a moment. But that's just a polygon there showing the tornado warning for Sunset Beach, Carolina Shores and Calabash until 1 p.m. Tornado warning active right now. Radar indicated population of 32,000 in that tornado warning, and we do have that webcam that is underneath that tornado warning. This is how it looks at Sunset Beach right now. That is live underneath the tornado warning, and you can see that those winds are getting up quite a bit more as well. Those marshes now are pretty much completely submerged, so that is a storm surge there of probably at least 5 feet at this location. And if you keep looking out there, there may even be a sign of a tornado. So tornado warning in this location right now. That is for Ocean Isle Beach, Calabash and Sunset Beach. That's the tornado warning, the first of the day at this location. So I'm sorry for not showing that radar, but we'll bring it up to you after this tornado warning goes. But that is the live tornado warning right now. Well, we'll fit it in right now, just very quickly show you what the radar looks like in the Columbia area. Here it is. You can see there is actually a sheet of rain moving right through Columbia now, and the areas on the eastern side. So it looks like you'll be getting quite a lot of rain rates coming through there shortly along that I-77 corridor and I-20. Lots of rain there in that area as this storm pulls in. You can even see the center of the storm maybe even more clearly from this radar angle, and it looks like it is literally making landfall within possibly minutes in that area. Let's check back with that webcam. This is Sunset Beach, which is actively under a tornado warning right now, which is in effect for the next few minutes. I didn't see how long it was for. It is in effect until the end of the hour, and it was issued 5 minutes ago. A live view right now looking towards that tornado warned zone, so keep your eyes peeled on the skies there. And if we just take off that radar for a moment and change the camera settings to make the clouds a little bit clearer. There we go.
I think we might have a landfall before that tornado warning goes up.
We might. It's getting very, very close, with the storm making an unexpected northwestward jog, and a prolonged one as well, which might have just brought it into landfall. If the National Hurricane Center issue a special advisory for that landfall, we'll bring it straight to you live. But just for the moment right now, we are looking at an area that is actively under a tornado warning, which is at Sunset Beach. Keep looking out there for a possible tornado here. And that's literally right on top of a radar site as well. Although being right on top of the radar site isn't particularly helpful always, because sometimes it can be too close. But you can see that cloud mass moving onwards. Just looking for any signs of the rotation here, and I think it's, oh yes, it's just, well, I'm not sure, coming onshore, I think. That potential tornadic signature. So Ocean Isle Beach, possibly a waterspout visible that might be moving on to land. But just keep watching these clouds here. This is live from Sunset Beach, which is just west of Ocean Isle Beach and very close to this tornado warning. I imagine if there was to be a tornado on the ground, you'll end up seeing it pass in the distance on this camera in a few moments. if there is one. There's no guarantee that there is, but obviously in this area, take cover immediately for a possible tornado here. That's the first tornado warning of the day in this area. I don't know if it's the first tornado warning at all. I think it is, yeah, the first tornado warning today anywhere in the US. But this is a live look in that tornado warning right now as it draws closer, and you'll see that tornado warned storm pass from right to left on this screen, I think.
Nathan, Tim and Patrick want to be pulled up.
Oh, they're here.
Yeah, they're finally here.
Alright, we'll get them on here. So we're going to introduce two more of our members, Tim and Patrick. You're on the air as we watch this tornado warning from Sunset Beach.
Nathan. Yeah, Nathan, that is a decent strong velocity couplet just to the southeast of the radar, and I wouldn't be surprised if something's down with it.
Yeah, that's what I thought when I was looking at that. It's hard to see on that radar so close to it, but you can see what's happening. It's faulty as well, this radar, I think, with the velocity. Oh, is there even two signatures now? I can't quite tell. But just hold on here as we keep looking at this zone for this tornado warning. Right near these marshes, which are inundated in water now. They are well underneath the water line, mostly. You can just see tops of it peeking out. That storm surge at this location has probably risen about 5.5 feet since the early hours. Tim, you're on the air from North Carolina. Obviously one of our team members. What's your latest thoughts as you look at it now?
Well, Nathan, we kind of had a feeling that the model guidance and NFC forecast was going to shift a little bit further east, which it has. Here in Fayetteville, we're in between a few rain bands. We have had some gusty winds here, pushing about 30 miles an hour. Not quite tropical storm force as of yet, but so far it's been business as usual. As far as I know, all of the normal services are still up and running. Friends and family have been checking on us, making sure we're okay. So overall, it's been not too bad, but if that northward track continues, we'll probably get the worst up in this area probably about the next 5 or 6 hours.
But it appears in the last hour or two that it's taken a northwesterly jog, and it might be making landfall about now, imminently. We are still looking at this view from Sunset Beach, which is under a tornado warning, and we'll be looking towards the tornado warned storm in a moment. So keep looking out for that potential for a tornado or waterspout in this area. Take cover if you are there. This is Force 13 Live, and it looks like Hurricane Ian is going to make landfall in maybe even minutes, but probably before the 2 p.m. advisory.
Yeah, this particular tornado warning is so close to the radar. It's less than 8 miles, so it's going to be really hard for us to be able to determine a couplet or anything at as close to the radar it is. I'm looking through all tilts, and I'm not seeing anything right now unless that rotation has weakened as it's coming on shore.
Interesting. And this is the first one today, so I guess it will be curious to see exactly how this behaves when it moves over land, and it might be a sign of things to come, whatever happens. We're still looking from this camera. Anytime now is probably when the potential tornado will pass the camera. That tornado warning still in effect, and we have several flash flood warnings all around Charleston right now. And Tim, you probably know Charleston better than me, so what are you thinking about that area right now? Deep in flood warnings there.
A few coworkers that used to live down in that area. It is definitely a very historical city. There are some areas that are below sea level in a couple of these spots. So would not be surprised if the Charleston harbor area is not heavily inundated. Pretty sure the port down there is closed for the day due to the strong winds and the flooding potential. So right now, Charleston.
Look on our image right now, Tim. Is that a possible funnel over there on the left side, or is that just something else? I'm not an expert on these things. So
yeah, it's kind of hard to tell because it's in the distance, but I don't see like any base lowering there on that left side.
This area under a tornado warning right now, so we are keeping our eyes peeled for a possible tornado here at Sunset Beach. The first tornado warning of the day. We'll keep looking for it for a few more minutes or until that warning expires. But right now that warning in effect until I think it was the end of the hour, so quite a while yet. Watching a lot of clouds moving over there, and rain has actually let up at this location by the looks of things. The visibility was very poor earlier when we were looking at it, but the storm surge as well, Tim, I would estimate at least 5 feet at this location. Are you surprised?
Not at all. I mean, we knew Ian was going to re-intensify a little bit and would bring a surge threat to the area. So, no, not at all. I mean, anywhere from Bald Head Island all the way down, probably into Charleston, and maybe down to Tybee Island in Georgia. Those areas are probably going to be the heaviest hit with the storm surge threat.
That far south?
I wouldn't roll it out. I mean, you figure we got landfall probably near Pawleys Island, Murrells Inlet, Surfside Beach, and we know hurricanes can have a very strong influence on the wave action in this area. So it would not surprise me.
Looking at radar right now, it would suggest to me that the potential tornado will cross this screen in a matter of maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, and even going according to the graphics that the NHC has, Nathan, 1 to 2 feet from the Volusia County line up to the Savannah River, 2 to 4 from the Savannah River to the Isle of Palms,
Yep.
4 to 7 from the Isle of Palms to the Little River Inlet, and then 3 to 5 for the Little River Inlet or to the Cape Fear River, which that exits out at Wilmington. 2 to 4 from Cape Fear all the way up to Duck. This includes the Pimlico Sound and the Neuse River. And then 1 to 2 feet for the Albemarle Sound. So, yeah, I mean, storm surge all up and down the entire coast of the Carolinas, Georgia, and northern Florida.
Interesting looking at these clouds right now, Tim. The base is almost to the ground in the distance there. Obviously a large area, but...
Yeah, it looks like it might be, but I'm not seeing anything on radar that would lead me to think that we got something on the ground.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not seeing anything on radar either. But there's the view live from Sunset Beach. And I believe right now there's also been issued someone in the comments said there was a tornado watch that's been issued, but I'm not seeing it yet.
Let me check on that for you. And we actually, I'm looking back through some of the reports here, Nathan. We actually have had a tropical storm force wind report generated in this area. The regional airport here reporting a
Your
wind
area?
gust. Yes, wind gust of 43 miles per hour reported at the regional airport about 10 o'clock, right when our team went live.
In Fayetteville.
Yes.
All right. Marlene says that radar is looking like landfall is happening now. And I agree. I think landfall is happening now. But I think we're just going to keep looking at this tornado warning first. It's more important, in my view. But for those of you who were looking at our discussion or watching our discussion earlier, we were speculating that landfall was very close and it could be declared by the next hour from the National Hurricane Center. They may issue a special advisory, or they might wait until the 2 p.m. intermediate, depending on how they feel about the urgency. I don't know if there is a criteria for calling a landfall at the exact time versus waiting for the next advisory, but we'll see what they say and when they might say it.
Okay,
So-
Nathan, we do have a confirmation on that tornado watch. I've actually sent an image of it to you. Had to get it off of the Iowa Mesonet, but it is primarily for all of eastern North Carolina, including the Outer Banks and southwestern Virginia. This is going to stay... This will stay in effect until 10 p.m. tonight.
Lots of areas under tornado watches right now. The North Carolina counties included are Beaufort, Brunswick, Chowan, Cumberland, Duplin, Greene, Hyde, Lenoir, New Hanover, Pamlico, Perkiomen. Is it Perkiomen? Perkiomen? Sampson, Wayne, Bertie, Camden, Columbus, Currituck, Edgecombe, Halifax, Johnston, Martin, Northampton, Pasquotank, Pitt, Tyrrell, Wilson, Bladen, Carteret, Craven, Dare, Gates, Hartford, Jones, Nash, Onslow, Pender, Robeson, and Washington counties. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's pretty much the eastern part of the state. And yes, Cumberland is my home county. So yeah, I am now under a tornado watch.
You too. All right.
Yes.
And I can see it in some in some counties of Virginia as well, as you said, but I can't. I've not got the text to read them off, but some counties on the east coast of southeast part of North Carolina, of Virginia, also in that. So I reckon we might have. I just wonder whether that. I think that tornado, if it was there, will have passed this camera at this point. That tornado warning is still in effect, and I'll keep an eye on this camera in case anything changes. But now let's go back to the latest radar imagery and zoom out. This radar, I think, is in a little bit of a dead zone. So let's switch to the... what do you reckon, Tim? Columbia or... No, I don't want... Won't be the one.
Probably Columbia or Raleigh are going to be the next two closest ones. Obviously, the Wilmington radar is like right over the top of this couplet, so we're not going to get a great view on it.
All right, so this is actually covers a good view of Charleston area as well, which is getting whacked right now. If you look at this camera, this radar site, Florence as well, getting a lot of that. Sumter as well, getting really heavy rainfall there, some of the reds in that area. But the bigger question is the storm making landfall, question mark? And that is a big question. I will place the center of it now, probably here. It's hard to see on that radar, but it's getting very close to land. It could even be a little bit further in, actually. Hold on. There is cause to possibly say that the eye could be there even, and that would be inland. Let's see if we can... We'll have to check the other radar from near Jacksonville. And of course it's broken. We need to know here. We can't have the software breaking. We'll have to try again in a moment. But Columbia radar suggests that it might have made landfall here. We're about to check the one near Jacksonville. And
Looking at
satellite
the radar,
imagery would suggest it's really close, within a couple of miles maybe.
that's what I'm getting, Nathan. Just looking at the radar loop out of Charleston, I'm showing that the eye is still offshore.
Oh, I
Just
don't know. I don't know.
barely.
Look at this. This is from near Jacksonville, showing the eye in the process of making landfall right now. And I would, therefore, between those two radars, put it here, and that would be a landfall. I think I'm confident enough to declare that, Tim. And I reckon that is a landfall here that has now occurred. And where is that exactly? I think that is right on top of Georgetown Lighthouse, over some marshland just east of Georgetown. I'm not sure if that area has a name, but very close to Georgetown, just to the east. I think that is a landfall, Tim.
I'll look at a couple other radars here, see if we can.
Let's actually take that off and look at the composite radar and see what that says. It's not quite as clear, but composite suggests landfall as well, actually. A little bit further south, though. Composite suggests landfall has just occurred near, over more marshland, actually, on the border between Georgetown and Charleston County. What's that? The South Santee River. So that shows landfall right on the mouth of the South Santee River. So whether it's Georgetown Lighthouse or the South Santee River, there's a few miles between, but I'm pretty sure at this point, Tim, that this has made landfall.
I would definitely agree, Nathan. It's just trying to figure out exactly
Yeah.
where, yeah. Because the radar composite I mean, the eye is really clear within the last hour, and then it looks like it started to degrade as it moved inland. Because the radar I'm looking at looks like this did make landfall probably just east of McClellanville, at least what the Charleston radar is hinting at.
Junjun Villarreal says, do you think the invest off of Africa will form? Yes, I do. Daniel Cook says, I'm in Georgetown. We've had gusts around 90 and one recorded at 87 around 11. The river is out my back door. No doubt my stepmom's house is going to flood, he says. Probably. Storm surge will be pretty much at the top now as the storm makes landfall in that location. So definitely hunker down. NC says, will Hilton Head High... Oh dear, I can't speak. Will Hilton Head Island and Beaufort, South Carolina get any major effects?
Hilton Head... Let me see where they're...
At this point in time, I would imagine that they are going to stay
They're on the
out
south
of
side of
it.
the storm, so they are getting some impacts.
Major, though, I would say no.
No, they're probably getting some tropical storm force conditions at the very least.
Oh, why am I drawing lines? This thing's broken. Yep, so it looks pretty clear here that the storm has made landfall. It happened much more quickly than we expected. Last night and even early this morning when I was looking at it, Tim, I thought we might still be looking at a landfall not until about 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon. But here we are, not even 1 o'clock, and it looks like we've got landfall. We will wait for the National Hurricane Center to confirm. I can't imagine they'll wait another hour before calling landfall officially, although they can, but I think they'll issue an update statement.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they were doing hourly updates, but I could see them issuing
No,
something
they're
at the top of the hour. Oh, they're not issuing hourly? Wow.
No, they stopped that as soon as it left Florida, actually. Whilst
That's probably something from the NHC I would not have done. I mean, this was still a U.S. threat. I would have kept doing the hourly updates. That's just my opinion, though.
Don't know. Let's take a look at another camera here in Charleston, South Carolina. And you can see here, this is at the end of Interstate 526, is it, I think? Mile marker 10. Which I think is the end of it. which is funny. A mile marker that starts at 10. But anyway, you can see there, underneath that overpass, there is some surface water gathering. A little bit of flooding going on. This is, I assume, yep, this is well under the flash flood warning right now. So this is one viewpoint that we're looking at. I haven't seen much flooding on any of these these Charleston cameras, Tim, although that doesn't mean to say that there isn't flooding going on, because we're mainly looking at interstates and a lot of them are elevated. So we haven't had the chance to look that much at smaller roads and in the center of the city. So we've heard that several roads have been closed now due to flooding in the downtown of Charleston, and we're seeing gathering water here as well on the west side. It's very odd outlines around there as well. Is that real? Like there's like tiny little sections of neighborhoods that some of them are in Charleston County and some of them are not, all around the west side. But that's just a
as
little
big
thing
as
that I
Charleston
noticed.
is, it's very possible.
Start your message with Force 13 all in text if you want to send us any thoughts you have, or indeed any questions that we'll take live on the air. We're also running a live phone-in, which anyone can join at their request on our Discord server, discord.gg/force13. If you want to take part in any way, let us know how the conditions are at your place. If you were anywhere near the storm in Florida, of course we'll want to hear from you on that as well, but only if it's safe to do so. If you are caught in the middle of this storm right now, you probably have better priorities, but we would love to hear from anyone who is able to tell us what the conditions are in their neck of the woods, because it may also help other people who want to know more information about certain areas. But this is a live view in the western side of Charleston right now, which is beginning to flood, and when we look at the radar imagery, which I'll bring back up on the oh, look at that, a vehicle going straight through some surface water there on that off slip. So quite clearly more water there than it shows. You can barely see it there until the vehicle goes right through it like it did then. But most people driving cautiously, which is what we want to see. I've not seen, to be honest, through this whole storm, Tim, I've only seen a couple of people going a little bit fast and no one driving recklessly.
In these heavy rains, you really don't want to be driving at normal highway speeds.
Madness says, is the storm heading due west? If so, it's ignoring the cone. Well, it's jogging west. It definitely has done that. And looking at latest radar, Tim, I think it's actually jogging back north again. It's right on the coast. I don't know whether to say this is a landfall or not, but it is right on the coast, depending on which radar site you're looking at.
Yeah, I'm using Charleston, and I am running back through this loop, trying to pin it down. If
Adderite says the latest recon pass seems to have found the center still over water, though not by much, so you might want to check that out.
Yeah, I'm looking at this radar loop from Charleston, Nathan, and if I'm pinning this center down, I've got it just off the shore of Cape Island, South Carolina, near McClellanville.
Yeah.
And it's probably just like literally offshore, so another jog to the west would give it landfall. If it goes north, it's going to miss Cape Island and probably make landfall in Cane Island, just to the northeast of it. So this is in a spot where, unless this thing tries to go and pull a crazy northeast curve, which we know it's not going to do, or tries to go back east, we're looking at a landfall here shortly.
Cane Island. How ironic. Hurricane Island now, it would seem. But this storm looking like it's going to be moving, jogging northwards perhaps right now by the looks of the radar from Colombia. And landfall is imminent. That Cane Island, by the way, that one's near Georgetown, isn't it?
Cane Island is to the east of McClellanville. It's literally right next to the South Santee River.
Right. Okay, that's further south.
And just like and literally like maybe a mile and a half south of Georgetown Lighthouse. So it's right in that area.
Yeah, because Georgetown Lighthouse is quite far away from Georgetown itself.
Yeah, it is. Georgetown Lighthouse is. Let me write a quick few numbers here. About 14 miles from the town of Georgetown proper.
We saw another vehicle go through some water there. You'll see it on that slip road on the bottom of the image. And I think the vehicles do a loop around there on that junction, and they go back over the overpass on the right hand side. But that's the view there at the beginning of Interstate 526 on the west side of Charleston. Christian says, I'm just sheltering in place at home. My area is getting rain and wind. I'm still checking regularly the National Hurricane Center in case they issue a update statement, which is possible. Kate says, what do you think Charlotte, North Carolina will see in terms of impact? Now, I saw earlier, Tim, that they were going for maybe 3 or 4 inches of rain. Still a high chance of tropical storm conditions, but maybe lower end.
That seems very reasonable. I mean, Charlotte is on the western side of the state, but we've seen Ian's wind profile that it goes out almost 150 miles in all directions. So as Ian does move inland, we're going to see tropical storm force conditions all the way over into the Charlotte area, considering how far away it will be from the actual main center of Ian.
And a reminder of that National Hurricane Center forecast cone, even on their latest advisory at 11 a.m., that first S position is the 8 p.m. position. So if you sort of try and find that landfall zone in the middle of it, then it was probably still suggesting maybe around 4 p.m. And here we are at barely 1 o'clock, and we're considering whether to pull the trigger on a landfall. I think, well, I sort of already said it, but having seen more recent radar imagery, I think it is still just off the coast. Let's look back at that radar and show you what we're looking at. So it would appear, for all the world right now, that the center is at this point here, which is extremely close as it can be to making landfall. And that, as you just said there before, is just east of McClellanville, which is under a flash flood warning, and Georgetown just up there. It's mostly marshland, this area, that it will be making landfall on, and no doubt there'll be a heavy surge in that location as well.
Yeah, that area is marshland. There's a wildlife refuge there. There is Cape Roman Lighthouse, Sandy Point Beach, and Cape Island in this area. And you have a couple more coastal reserves east of McClellanville up to Cane Island, where the South Santee River empties out. So that's just a little bit of the lay of the land where we're seeing Ian make, and I would say it's an imminent landfall. There's nowhere else it can go. It's going to have to make a landfall.
Yeah. Looking back at this Charleston camera as we take some more questions. Adderite says Sunset Beach tornado warning has expired. Caleb says we're having some yard flooding and semi-full ditches in Gates / Pasquotank counties. And a few comments of thanks there as well, and that's what we're here for. It's what we do. Regular updates on all storms around the world as we see them. Wendy says that there's noticeable ponding going on atop the grass, as you can see there on this image. I wonder if we can zoom it out slightly so we can see more of that picture. You'll see every so often, the rain rate seems to be even higher now. You'll see some vehicles passing on the bottom side of the road there. There's a little pond on that side as well, actually. And they're going through water as they go by. You'll see some of them going a little bit faster than they maybe should, and they you see massive water going from either side of the car. But you can see clearly increasing amounts of ponding over that grass area underneath that highway bridge. And you'll also see on the right hand side, just near the corner of the frame, you can see wind blowing that rain along there as well. So usually when you see that, winds are getting up towards tropical storm, well, in tropical storm strength probably. There's another vehicle crashing through that water, and looks like he's just turned off the road there, I think. But that's a live view right now from Charleston, probably the best that we can get. There's another one going straight through that. And clearly it's getting a lot wetter in this area. This is Force 13 Live. We're going to be staying on the air for a while yet. I'm not sure how long we're staying today. Whether we might catch our breath and take a longer break than we have done in other days. But we're here now for the time being, and we're waiting for possibly an update statement from the National Hurricane Center where they will declare a landfall whenever they think it has actually done that. But right now it's just spinning around, pirouetting almost, and landfall must surely be a matter of minutes away near Georgetown Lighthouse is what I'm seeing. The strength of the storm is still up at around 85 miles per hour sustained with higher gusts. And it's got a pressure estimate of 980 millibars, but I believe Recon has indicated 977 or 978.
So, yeah.
So on its way to ramping up again, and there are indications this morning, Tim, that earlier on that it had possibly even turned post-tropical. But I think it fought back actually. I think it looked worse earlier on radar than it does now. I think it actually looks much better than it did earlier on radar. So I think it got its tropicality back if it ever lost it.
I can say that when we were looking at it right before we went off the air last night, the NHC actually categorized it as a hybrid cyclone, where it was tropical but had some tropical characteristics, mainly because there was no convection on the southern side. Looking at it now, no, it definitely got its full tropical characteristics back. Just looking at the imagery that we've got on it now.
And you know what it's increasingly reminding me of since the Florida landfall? Hurricane Sandy. In its earlier stages, before it got the chance to really balloon up off the east coast of the United States.
It very well could be making that transition as it's making landfall. I mean, we saw Sandy do that and become a much stronger threat, which the NHC learned from that lesson to not discontinue advisories once it made landfall.
Well, it wasn't their fault. They wanted to, but their protocol, they weren't allowed to.
Yeah, they've amended that since, and any time that is still a flooding threat, the Weather Prediction Center actually takes over the advisories once it's inland. So that is something in their protocol that they revised since Sandy. I think it was a great move that they did that.
Oh, yeah.
That way they
No-brainer.
can keep advisories going on it.
And here's a longer period. In fact, this is out of date now. Let's update that image, showing how the storm has progressed over most of today so far. And you can see there it's been fighting hard, almost losing it completely. and I thought at one point it was going to, but then getting it back a little bit just before landfall. Dangerous conditions across South and North Carolina right now. We still haven't seen that many tornado warnings, only the one so far this morning, but a tornado watch was issued earlier for most of, a large part of eastern North Carolina. And there have been plenty of flash flood warnings for this area as well, for South Carolina. Around Charleston particularly has been a major concern. Just checking some other cameras right now before I select one and that we can take a look at properly. But apart from the one that we were just looking at, I'm still not seeing any major areas of flooding. Granted, I can't see anything in the center of Charleston, but that's what I've been seeing. So let's go back to some of our other cameras, and this is a look back now at the camera at Sunset Beach, which is located just over the border in North Carolina, very close to Myrtle Beach, but right next to the border. And earlier on today, Tim, I doubt you've seen this yet, but if I was to go back through to this morning, this is 6 hours ago. What did it look like back then? There it is. And you can see all of that land and looks great. There's probably about, let's just fix that picture a little bit. It's a little bit drowned out. But changing camera settings just to enhance it so we can see everything better on each different camera view, and they're all different. So there it was earlier. So you see that right now, Tim?
I do, yes.
And let's go to the current view. All of that marshland is gone.
It's very similar to what we saw there with the Fort Myers Beach Pier, where at the start of the day we saw full beach and everything, and it was just completely inundated, and that's what we're seeing here with this camera.
That must be 6 feet there, I would say.
Easily.
We're only expecting 7 though, not like the 18 feet that we had in Florida.
Yeah. And I think I've got the Eye of Ian relocated since it kind of got off the radar. We are looking at an imminent landfall near Cane Island. I've got it 3 miles away.
We've been saying that for half an hour.
Well, it looked like it jaunted west, and now it looks like it's taking more of a northwest westerly track. So I'm definitely willing to say imminent landfall near Cane Island, South Carolina, probably in the next 20 minutes, give or take.
Oh, I don't know. It is right on the coast still right now, and I think, Tim, the more I look at this, and yeah, definitely in the last, it's trolling us. In the last half hour, it's taken a jog back towards the east, I think. Or northeast. I think it's taking a northeast jog, and it's still going northeast right now. So if it keeps going like that, it'll buy itself even more time and pass Georgetown before landfall.
Yeah, northeast. Yeah, if it stays on a northeast track. Let's see here.
Surely it can't. Please. We want this damn thing to be over with.
If it holds a true northeast path, it's gonna make landfall. If it goes more of a east-northeast, it could literally skirt the coastline and stay offshore.
But it can't do that for that. Like, surely going to turn back west soon.
It's we've seen hurricanes do crazier things, Nathan.
I know, that's why I don't like it. We'll show you some more images from Myrtle Beach shortly and see what the weather's like over there. That could be an area that gets a lot of wind from the storm. So we'll look there in just a moment. In fact, I think we're ready with one of the pictures now. There is a viewpoint from Myrtle Beach at this time. It's looking very dark and windy and rainy there. But it is still... yeah, a lot of that very dangerous seas out there that are still coming in. Let's check another viewpoint for Myrtle Beach. And there you can see the extent of the surge now. Some of it washing inland, well not inland, but in towards that path. And actually, yeah, maybe a little bit inland actually. Hard to tell there if there's a elevation difference. You can see a distant pier over there. And those waves looking quite menacing as the storm draws nearer to that area. But with the storm doing its little stall right now, right off North Santee and Cane Island, this is still about 45 or 40 miles from Myrtle Beach, and it hasn't moved very much in the last half hour.
No, it hasn't, Nathan. And yeah, it does seem like the eye or the center of Ian is just toying with us now. And we just wanted to mercifully make landfall and just get out of here.
Going back to the Charleston camera, and once again you can see those flooded areas underneath one of the overpasses, and actually if we zoom back out again you can see one or two other areas that are starting to flood over further up that field as well, so I think very quickly that whole thing will start to get flooded soon. But right now, if you're just joining us, Hurricane Ian is on the verge of landfall imminently, within minutes, we think, depending on what Ian decides it wants to do. National Hurricane Center are holding off doing any kind of update advisory right now, and it might just turn out to be the storm might stall out a little bit longer, enough until the 2 p.m. advisory comes out, and then they might declare the landfall. But we are extremely close to landfall, and it looks like that landfall will occur very close to Cane Island or near North Santee, not far from Georgetown. Seeing one or two more cars ploughing through all of that water on the bottom part of the image. Some of them taking the time, like that one. Others going rather quicker and causing a splash. If you have got any comments or questions for us live on the air, you can start your message with Force 13 all in text, and you can join our phone in. We've got lines open here on our Discord server, discord.gg/Force13 if you want to take part, or just join our community. You can talk to thousands of weather watchers and hurricane trackers in real time on there. And on the line right now we have Brian, who has returned from Charleston. We're looking at a picture on the western side of town, but what's the perspective from your place?
I would definitely say we are in the eye wall here in west of the Ashley River, inside of Interstate 526. We are about 5-10 minutes ago. We had a large bang on the sky roof, on the sky window.
Wow.
In the family room. It's definitely flooding in our backyard. The street is flooding. This is an area that the street will, the gutters will flood normally, but it's into the streets. And I mean, there's a lot of debris in the roadway. I'm not going out for another walk with the dog. It's way too dangerous. Fire and EMS has suspended all of their operations for the county due to the storm because it's so extreme right now. They have suspended all EMS, all rescue. The fire department, from what I've been told, is the only department responding to anything as of right now. And look at my barometer, pressure's down to 995. It's only down 1 bar since we last talked, but it's still coming in pretty strong. I mean, there's definitely large gusts we're getting every few minutes.
Yeah, and it's not going to go down anymore because the storm is starting to move away from you a little bit, but you are right in that big red band right now, which I guess you could sort of call, well, it's the closest thing to an eye wall that this storm has now, and you're in that, so it's battering that area.
So I have an update on departments that have ceased their operations. So the county EMS, the sheriff's office, and the Iowa Palms Fire Department. The there were some chasers that were out of pumps earlier. I'm assuming Sullivan's Island is as well. They are coastal. I'm guaranteeing Allendale Fire Department, which is that northerly county up towards Santee, that is Allendale, Clevelandville, as well as Georgetown County has most likely ceased their operations as well. I can't confirm those, but I can confirm that EMS and the Sheriff's Office have shut down completely.
Tim, your thoughts on that?
That sounds about par for the course. I mean, you're not going to see fire and EMS going out in tropical storm, borderline hurricane conditions, risking their lives. It's just too dangerous for them to do that. So they're going to wait for the backside of the storm to get out of their area. Then they'll go out, assess whether it's safe or not to go out, check the roads, make sure there's not any power lines blocking the roadways, and then they'll start resuming their emergency services after that.
And I can confirm that the flash flood warning has been continued for the area until 4 o'clock for a certain area with all this rainfall we're getting. The Target store, which I work at, still planning on opening at 5 p.m. I believe that they're going to cancel that and stay shut down for the day. I have not heard an update in the last couple of hours, but at this point, I'm assuming that the store is going to be shut down. In the last 30 minutes, we've had 3 or 4 power flashes here with underground wires, so that's a little bit concerning there, but I know we still have power, which is a good thing.
Do you know the areas that might be getting the worst flooding right now?
Downtown Charleston, North Charleston, Allendale, probably up Northern County, where the surge is, probably up towards that Santee, McClellanville, Georgetown area. I know Georgetown, they shut down the main area of town. It's underwater completely right now. The street was flooded with about a foot of water, it looked like, from images I saw, maybe 11:30.
Wow.
So it's probably worse by now.
Yeah.
I know downtown is completely underwater. The marketplace, which you've seen people kayak there in storms before. I know Reynolds Wolf is downtown. I don't know how he's faring down there. I haven't seen anything in the Weather Channel, but I'm assuming that he's underwater down there.
This is the view right now on the eastern side near Mount Pleasant. This is how it looks. It's looking on one of those roads, and you can see very blustery. I'm not seeing much flooding here, but you are starting to see leaf debris, and this camera's really rocking and rolling there with those strong winds. Unfortunately, we don't really have any of those cameras in the downtown area, and the ones that I can see are on the interstates, and they're quite elevated, aren't they? So you don't really see any flooding there. But this is the view on the east side of town. The camera's messing up a little bit at times, but...
Are you looking at the DOT cameras?
Yes.
So I want you to go to I-26 at the Ravenel Bridge in downtown, where they meet right there. There's a camera that is upside down.
Yes,
completely.
I saw that one. It was being rocked around. It's all over the place, that camera.
That is by far horrendous. I mean, I just now noticed that it's horrible out there. I mean, if you look at the Ravenel Bridge images, you can't see the bridge. You can't see the diamonds anymore. You can't see the double diamonds, and it gets cloudy, it happens, but if it's like that, with rain, that is extremely terrifying.
Anything else you'd like to tell us right now whilst we've still got you?
I'm sheltering in place, doing the best I can. Just got power for right now, got running water, which is very thankful. Still thinking about those folks down in Florida, and we're taking the worst of it right now, and I think that it should be, hopefully it'll leave us soon and you'll get started recovering. I mean, this is horrible. I wasn't here. I was born for Hugo, but my parents were here and they said it was horrendous. My father was here during the storm. It was horrendous, he says.
Yeah. Thanks very much for calling. We'll see if we can check back in with you later. Brian, stay safe and stay sheltered. Tim, any news on a potential landfall? It's looking increasingly messy. I can't work this out at all. There's potential centers that are, this could be a potential center, this could be a potential center, but this is probably the most likely center right now, which is right next to Georgetown Lighthouse. Do you think it's overland now?
Just looking at the past few frames, Nathan, yeah, Ian is definitely being a troll hurricane. It looks like it has been toying with Cane Island and started to make a jog to the east over the past couple frames.
No,
So right now,
I think it's turning
so
back
right-
north again now, but it was earlier. From what I'm seeing, Tim, I think it might actually be overland right now. Again. Second time I've said this. Right next to Georgetown Lighthouse. On the Great PD River. But it's a tough call. You could argue
is.
that the more we're seeing this, it's maybe trying to form like this kind of thing. Could be sort of an eye, I don't know. But it's a mess. But Charleston getting a lot of rain. There's another heavy spell going on at this camera. You can look at it here. Look at that. That's getting really messed up in that area. Oh, almost lost the frame completely there. So, yeah, that camera's struggling. And I think we've just lost it there as well. So, that's Charleston, the east side of town. Let's see if we can cut back to the western side again and take a look at that camera that was showing flooding beginning in parts of western side of Charleston at the start of the I-526, but I can't get it to stream video at the moment, so I guess we'll pass on that one. But Brian there was also mentioning the I-26 in the middle of Charleston and the camera that was faulty and that was flying around and upside down everywhere. I did see that camera earlier. I can't show that one right now either, unfortunately.
Yeah, just take a look at the recon, Nathan. The last four
Alright.
fixes that the recon has done had it going more of a northwesterly track on approach, and went from a northwest to a northward to a northeastward component as of their last fix.
God.
So maybe it is moving that northeastern component. I mean, it could be by Cane Island. It could be by Georgetown Lighthouse. Obviously, it's really hard to tell since its circulation's become less defined on radar in the last few frames.
Hateful storm. And a summary of the warnings right now. A storm surge warning in effect for the Savannah River to Cape Fear, the Neuse River, and the St. Johns River. A hurricane warning in effect for Savannah River to Cape Fear. Tropical storm warning for the Altamaha Sound, Georgia to Savannah River, Cape Fear to Duck, and Pamlico Sound. Storm surge watch for north of Cape Fear to Duck, Pamlico River, and Cape Fear River. And hurricane watch for east of Cape Fear to Surf City, North Carolina. That's the latest right now. We heard about the conditions in South Carolina. Let's go back to that camera near Sunset Beach. And there it is again, showing you how deep that area is now in surge. There were marshes here earlier in the day. Let's just go back again. About 6 hours ago, it looked rather like this. You can see quite a lot of marshland there that was nowhere near the water line. Several feet. At least 6 feet, I would say. 5 or 6 feet. And 6 hours later, here it is now. Completely swamped with storm surge. This is Force 13 live. Let's get some questions. PWHSK, catchy name, says the storm structure resembles a giant mesocyclone somewhat, even with a hook echo-like shape, like you'd see in a supercell. Any thoughts on this? I mean, a hurricane is an enormous hook, really, isn't it?
I mean, yeah. I mean, when you count the outflow, it has that big classic comma shape to it.
It's how the world
outflow
works.
and everything. Yeah.
Jacob wants us to look at models for the tropical wave out in Africa. We'll have a look shortly. We need to confirm landfall first, though, before we look at models again. Adderite says that recons seem to have indeed found a storm centre teetering northeast as of the last pass. Gee. And whether we can find a camera of Murrells Beach. I had to look earlier and we can't find anything south of Myrtle Beach. And nothing else just now, but this is the latest view from Sunset Beach and a few stronger winds blowing along the waters there as well. Hurricane Discussion says, looking at radar, it seems like the center is broadening out with many little circulations embedded within the larger one, and I agree. Absolutely agree with that. Ah, man, I don't know what to make of this. Now the more you look at it, it looks like this is the eye, and it looks like a proper hurricane again on radar, and the eye center would be here. And I think that might actually be right now, because we're seeing all this rotation going on around here, and this is rotating, and this is definitely rotating, and maybe this area is rotating a little bit as well. We had that probably a mesocyclone that was a center that's now moved into Georgetown as, I guess, a band. And this one here is trying to rotate on the outer edge. And that one there is trying to rotate. It's full of mesocyclones, I think, right now. It's a nightmare. But I think we've got the center there when we look at this radar here. And that would put the center right now further south. It would put the center to the southwest of McClellanville. Can't say that. McClellanville. If that's anything to go by. This has turned in an absolute nightmare to track. We've no idea which one is the true center. But when you look at the wider picture, it would look to me on radar as though the center is here, within here, somewhere around there. Let's just turn this radar off for a minute and see what satellite suggests. You can see some satellite imagery there, and that's really looking messy as well. You want to try and find rotations. You can see a rotation pulling in there, but where's it coming out? I can't see it coming out anywhere. But it's pulling in there, and that might suggest the center somewhere around here. And that keeps it very close to where we had it earlier on satellite imagery. But radar imagery would seem to suggest at this point that the storm center is quite a bit to the southwest. When you look at that at first take, then you're pretty sure that it must be within here, rather than the other position that we just marked on satellite, which is there. But radar is king over satellite, so I don't know how it's managed that, but I think somehow it's ended up here. Maybe it went into here first and has done a little loop, perhaps, to end up here, and then it might come out of it and head up that way. Maybe that's what's happened. Very, very hard to tell. Any thoughts on that, Tim?
I'm just as puzzled as you are, Nathan. We had the center pretty well figured out where it was, southwest of Georgetown, but as Ian has been on approach, it's really getting hard to pinpoint it down.
Impossible. Well, the center's definitely somewhere within there, and it's pretty much made landfall. NHC, the National Hurricane Center, have not called it a landfall yet. So I don't know what else I can tell you. Let's look at Myrtle Beach live right now. This is the view. It's getting quite windy there. Trees blowing around, the light poles rocking a little bit. Let's just see if we've still got that wide shot as well. We don't have that right now. We do have one actually. Here's another view for Myrtle Beach. The waves crashing in towards shore, but you can't see much of the land area from that point of view. And there's a lovely ad, in case you wanted to see that. Dear. Back to the live shot at Sunset Beach, where very high waters increasing with that surge, at least 6 feet probably in this area. We wait for the National Hurricane Center to issue an update statement, or probably more likely now that they will wait for their intermediate advisory to declare landfall at 2 o'clock. Last time we saw, though, it was 85 miles per hour and a pressure of 980 millibars, which was, they determined that from a weather buoy, which was near the center of the storm. It got 981 millibars with, I think, a 20-mile-an-hour wind, or 25. And Recon supported 85 miles per hour. We'll get a update on that, on what they're reporting for a landfall intensity. I imagine it will still be very much the same, although Recon reported slightly deeper pressures, possibly down as low as 976. Oh, sorry, 977. And we've got, I think, another streaming webcam. I hope so. Some of them are going between streaming and not streaming right now, but we do have a... Oh. Yes, we do have a camera here at last. This is a view from Mount Pleasant on the eastern side of Charleston once again. Similar location to the one that we were looking at earlier. We're watching this location closely because we are concerned about flooding. Let's bring you the latest updates with regards to flash flooding right now. At 1:17 p.m. the public reported heavy rain across southeastern Georgetown County. Between 3 and 5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 2 to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding ongoing or expected to begin shortly. No surprise there, being right in the middle of the storm. And south central Horry County until 3:15 p.m. Flash flood warning there. Berkeley County, Charleston and Dorchester until 4 p.m. A band of torrential rainfall from the Charleston airport along Interstate 26 to around Somerville. 4 to 6 inches of rain has been produced so far today. This band is expected to linger into the mid-afternoon, producing an additional 2 to 4 inches. Reports from the public indicate several roads from Goose Creek to Ladson were reported flooded. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. So that's further north. We'll check that area out and see if we can see any significant flooding that's going on over there. So that's further north near the airport. And I'm just going to see what I can see on some of these cameras. If I spot anything interesting, I will put it on the main screen. What is that? That looks like flooding, but it's a still image. I can't tell. On the interstate, but a lot of water, no doubt. Whether it's actual flooding or not, I can't quite tell. And then Goose Creek, I think we've actually lost all cameras in Goose Creek. We had 3, and we've lost all of them. So that's bad news. So let's show you a viewpoint from near Goose Creek on Interstate 26. Here it is. Not the best video quality there, but an area that is receiving a lot of rain as well. mile marker 208. Probably under that flash flood warning. Should be. Should also point out that high wind warnings have been issued for parts of Virginia, including downtown Norfolk. So high wind warnings issued there now, ahead of this storm and its influence. But where Tim is right now in Fayetteville, tropical storm warning. And what can you report from your place?
It's actually quite calm now, Nathan. Winds are probably 20 miles an hour at the surface. We actually had a few gusts earlier that were probably about 30 or 35 miles an hour. Rain has tapered off recently, so I think we are in between a couple of the rain bands once again. And just looking at some of the reports coming in, there are a ton of reports coming in across North Carolina. Most of these have been recently. 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts reported at the Johnston Regional Airport just south of Raleigh. 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts reported at the Clinton-Sampson County Airport. 41 being reported at the Harnett Regional Jet Airport. 55-mile-per-hour wind gusts reported at the Cumberland County Regional Airport. 37-mile-per-hour sustained wind with it, so that's borderline tropical storm. Wind gust of 50 miles per hour reported in Lumberton. 44 being reported at the McCall Army Airfield in Scotland. 40 being reported at the Richmond County Airport. And going further down into South Carolina, let me see if we can find some of the wind reports here. Not seeing too much for wind reports. The pier at Pawleys Island has completely collapsed due to Ian. We saw that pretty close to similar to what we saw down in Fort Myers. And okay, this was as of about 3-4 hours ago, but Mesonet reporting in Charleston a wind gust of 92 miles per hour.
Wow. Bloody hell.
Yep, that is right in Charleston Harbor, too.
Ike says significant storm surge flowing onto the beach in Myrtle Beach. We saw a video of that earlier. We'll bring one of those camera feeds back shortly. The one I'm looking for. And let's see if we can bring it. Look how windy it is at this location, by the way. Which is just north of Charleston as well. But near the airport. But let's see if we can look at, I think it's this camera. There's Myrtle Beach right now. And that surge will continue to increase for a little bit longer as this storm makes landfall to the west. Still a question of whether it has made landfall or not. I think it has, and I think it is getting clearer that that bigger eye that's clearing out is actually the landfall, is actually the center of the storm. But it is still right along the coast. NHC will probably declare landfall at the 2 p.m. advisory, and that will be happening fairly shortly. But that's your view from Myrtle Beach, looking out towards the northeast. So that's away from the storm, but you can still see all of that wave action, sometimes surging beyond the, don't know if you want to call them dunes or little hills there, and towards the built up area. So substantial waves there, a distant pier that you can see over there that's getting harangued by a wave there right now. And an interesting view. Let's get some more comments. Toloco says this is a bad situation for coastal South Carolina. The rain band to the west dumped a ton of rain inland. They're at high tide and a storm surge is just going to squeeze all that water.
Nathan, we do have some news coming in from my location. Some locations now starting to lose power due to the tropical storm force winds impacting the city.
In Fayetteville?
Yes.
Oh dear. We might lose you then.
Let's hope not.
Check back this radar right now and you can see some of these areas around the eye. I mean, is it an eye? It probably isn't really a full eye, but it is an eye of sorts. And it looks like this little area here is probably the center. And if that's true, that means it is still right in the same place it was before. I give up with this. And that would put it right next to... I can't even remember where that is anymore. By my reckoning, the center of the storm should be over marshlands. I don't even think there's a name. There's a lighthouse there, actually. Don't know what lighthouse it is, but there's a lighthouse there.
Yeah, that would be the Cape Roman Lighthouse, basically Cape Island and the Cape Romaine National Wildlife Refuge. So we're basically looking at that same area we were looking at earlier, Nathan, with what we thought was the center of Ian.
Gee. So, what can we do? We're just continuing to look at all of this visual. This is a very windy area here near Charleston Airport. Ike saying, when should the storm surge start receding in Myrtle Beach? After landfall. It could still go up slightly after landfall. But I would reckon maybe, 3 hours, Tim? It might start to decrease.
It's going to take a little bit more than that. You figure storm surge is like a river flooding. It's going to have to crest, and then it'll start slowly receding.
Well, National Hurricane Center will update in a short while their 2 p.m. advisory. I'm sure they will declare a landfall at this point. I don't know if they might chicken out slightly and say is making rather than has made, but I think they'll say that it has made landfall. And we just lost that last camera as well. Here's another one, and this area does look very wet. Another view from the north part of Charleston along US 52, and you can see it's raining heavily here. So we're watching this storm enter slow motion. It feels it was moving very quickly towards the coast, and then it's hanging about right along the shoreline and giving everyone to run around and try and figure out whether it's making landfall or not. It might have done a tight loop, and it might have ended up just making a landfall again. I don't know. What we do know is that there is a lot of rain falling in the Charleston area and along Interstate 26, which is causing substantial flooding right now. Although we haven't seen very much of it on the road cams, we have been told by viewers and obviously flash flood warnings and the authorities suggesting that there have been significant flooding reports so far. And those are likely to increase for a little while throughout this afternoon.
Yeah, we do have some of those numbers in for some of the storm totals, Nathan. Charleston itself, as of 7:45 this morning, has, and depending what part of Charleston you look at, some have gotten a little under 6 inches up to almost 7 and 8, but the further south into Charleston proper you go. Folly Beach has accrued 9 1/4. Solomon's Island on the east side of Charleston, 5.5. Isle of Palms, 5.2 inches. Carolina Bay, about 5 1/3. Kiwa Island, southwest of Charleston, has had 4 inches. And then we got a few areas further inland up towards Ladson, about 5.7 inches. Lincolnville, about almost 5. Somerville, almost 5. Ridgeville, 3.5 inches. So a lot of these areas are really getting hammered with that heavy rain. Not as much rain as we saw down in Florida, Nathan, but still a very considerable amount for this area.
We're now joined by Patrick. Welcome back to the stream. What are your thoughts about whether the storm has made landfall or not?
I don't think the storm has made landfall, but however, I actually am going to break in and say that we most likely have a very strong waterspout just to the south of Emerald Isle, southeast Emerald Isle. There's a very, very strong couplet down there, and I would not be surprised if a waterspout is down there in that region on that special marine warning. There's definitely a waterspout down. There's definitely a waterspout down by Velocity. There's no doubt in my mind.
Oh, wow. Yeah, just taking a look at what Patrick's alluding to. Yeah, this is definitely a very strong couplet, Nathan. Gate to gate would suggest 120 miles per hour. So,
Did you say 120?
That's what I'm getting, yeah.
Holy moly.
Is that way east?
So,
is
yeah. It's over water right now, but if I am in
Is it
Emerald
the special
Isle,
marine warning? Is it that one?
I
Yes,
actually
it is.
got 170 gate to gate between two neighboring pixels, which would suggest that we have a very strong circulation over the water right now, which is most likely producing a waterspout, potentially even a strong one. So, if this thing maintains itself as it goes on the shore, I mean, it is a little bit of ways out from the shore. It's about, if it maintains itself for about good 10 miles, to be honest, we might get a tornado warning on Might.
This is moving very quick, Patrick. Just looking at that special marine warning, this is moving at 45 knots over the water.
Which would
So,
be 5 miles
if
an hour.
you are in Indian Beach, Emerald Isle, you guys have about 10 minutes before this is going to be on you, and this is a pretty prominent couplet.
Well, I do have some somewhat good news. The couplet appears to be it's still there, but it appears to be occluding or weakening. But very, very decent structure though. So I would not be surprised if they put a tornado warning on it. And Tim, do you notice that streak coming from the near the hook off the reflectivity? Do you notice that? What's going on there?
Let me take a look.
Looks like a yeah, we might have a triple body scatter spike ongoing with that.
What the hell is one of those?
Basically, where a storm is so strong, it basically produces an echo on radar in the form of like a streak coming off the radar, off the storm. So could be a TBSS, but this thing has no hail, so it probably isn't. But definitely, the storm is very powerful. And couplet is still very decent. So if you are in Emerald Isle, Indian Beach, if you're in those general areas, I would consider getting to your shelter place here, as this is about maybe 5 to 10 minutes away from the coast. And if this thing maintains...
Nathan, if you stop your radar, you can actually point out the actual part of the cell on your radar.
Yeah,
because it's actually separated from the actual part of the storm there,
which is probably due to radar proximity though. So it could actually be with the storm. However, it is so close to the Newport radar that it's making it look like it's a separate part, but still very impressive presentation.
Yep, it is that area that Nathan has circled there. That is the water spout that is moving onshore towards Emerald Isle. You guys have probably about 10 to 12 minutes to be getting to shelter before this comes on shore and becomes an actual full-blown tornado warning.
Update on gate to gate. We're looking at about 110 miles an hour on the delta velocity. Excuse me, so we're looking at about 130 gate to gate with about 110 to 140 delta velocity, which is insane. And we might get a tornado warning here shortly. There is also another storm that I'm actually really concerned about as well that could move on shore. Tim, do you see that to the way southeast? Do you see that little hook echo right there? That little curvature right there? It's going to be
Yes.
southeast from Morehead City. That one I'm watching as well. There's actually multiple of them that have these little curvatures that I'm really concerned about, but the obvious one that we're going to be watching is this one that's coming on shore that might receive a tornado warning.
And this is what we normally keep an eye on away from the center of the storm. Obviously, the center of Ian, we are obviously keeping an eye on for landfall and the impacts there. But it is the outer bands that we really keep an eye on for these spin-ups as they come on shore. And just taking a look further out over the South Atlantic, we're getting a lot of these stuff starting to train in. Looks like we have another outer band coming through my area. We actually just had some thunder that just kind of boomed through the neighborhood here.
Wow.
We're looking at about, oh wow, that couplet strengthened. Now we're looking at about, I'm going to say 165 gate to gate between neighboring pixels. And also, I have received a tweet to confirm that farther outer portions of Pawleys Island Pier has collapsed due to the 15 to 20 foot surge in waves. Not surge, but waves.
Damn.
Yep, I'll put the tweet in call chat. But tornado warning is pretty much imminent unless if this thing pulls a miracle and dies or loses its structure or occludes and then recycles over land, but still, I mean, very impressive storm. And we do have a tornado watch in effect. Actually, they just, before you move on, Nathan, they did update the special marine warning. It does remain in effect. And they do mention that a severe thunderstorm that is capable of producing waterspouts is located over AR 330 or 8 nautical miles southwest of AR 315, moving northwest at 45 knots. Tornado watch remains in effect. Waterspout possible. And I can't tell if the couplet has died or is it so close to the radar that it's making the couplet look very weird. I can't tell. I cannot tell.
I think it's still there.
Yeah, I definitely think it's still there. We'll have to wait and see what the National Weather Service in Newport decides to do.
And the other cell you pointed out is starting to look better as well.
Oh, yeah. That is going to get a special marine warning soon as well. That is... Actually, that's looking more impressive than the cell to its northwest. Clear inflow slot. You have a decent area of rotation. It's not as tight as it should be, but definitely a very decent area of rotation. That might get a special marine warning as well. I'm trying to look and see if there's any other cells that catch my eye. It's good if there isn't, but I mean, let's see. While you go ahead and discuss, we're going to talk about Nathan
There's
real
a
quick.
couple that might look interesting off the northern outer banks, but anyway, looking back at this imagery, this is from Jacksonville's perspective of the storm, and there's no sign of being able to figure out where the eye is there. Let's go back to the Columbia radar and see if we can... Oh, of course it's broken. Yeah, that tends to happen quite a lot here. So we'll come back to that in a moment and take a look back at the Sunset Beach camera.
Hey, Nathan.
Yeah.
According based off of radar, we are calling landfall. I'm calling it right now. Hurricane Ian has made landfall on the South Carolina coast. per radar, so I am calling it right now. Landfall has occurred and is occurring at this time.
According to
Where are
who?
you?
According to
seeing it right
radar.
now?
According to radar.
But according to who?
According to me, my
You.
radar. I'm noting an observation.
All right. But
The
I mean, I called it earlier on behalf of my team, but then I guess I retracted that because it hadn't. But I don't know what our team have said about it.
I'm just noting based off of what I'm seeing off the Columbia radar. It appears that the center is currently making landfall. You can see clearly the large, whatchamacallit, eye wall per se, currently on top of the shore. We'll have to see if that gets confirmed or not, but based off of what I've been seeing, I think this thing is starting to make landfall.
I think it's moving off land.
Moving off land?
For what oh dear. I hate this.
This is weird, kind of, but I mean, based off of what I'm seeing, I think this thing is already making landfall, just from what I've been seeing.
From what I can deduce, I reckon the storm went in here and did a very tight loop and is now over here, I think, looking at that imagery. Put a dot there, and I think it might do a loop round and go that way. That's what my thoughts are.
It's going to keep on looping and looping, but honestly, I think it's already made official landfall. We'll have to wait for it to confirm, though, obviously, but yeah.
National Hurricane Center will update in a little while, in just a few minutes, on whether we do have an official landfall. But until then, there is no confirmation of that from at least the National Hurricane Center. But as far as I can see, I reckon it did make landfall earlier, and I think it's done a tight anticyclonic loop, and I reckon it's going in again shortly.
I wasn't here for the earlier landfall, so apologies here, but for my first time noticing this is my first observation of a landfall.
It's such a mess. I'm hating this.
To be honest with you, there's an argument to support that it's extratropical because it doesn't contain the well-defined structure you see. And SBC has been explicitly noting that this storm has developed and maintained hybrid or extratropical circumstances. I don't understand why NHC has gone extratropical because it's lacking. Honestly, it's a very impressive storm, but it's lacking the true tropical characteristics. It just looks like an extratropical low pressure system, honestly.
I disagree. I think it looks like a hurricane. I think that was right earlier, but I think it's come back.
Don't tell me it has come back, because if it did come back, then oh boy. And also to note that waterspout possible has made it on to Emerald Isle and Indian Beach. I would expect National Weather Service to issue a tornado warning any minute now. Unless if it has died. I can't tell because it's so close to the radar and there's making a lot of noise. But, I mean, currently from radar, it appears that the waterspout / possible tornado is located just due east of Emerald Isle. And then we'll be moving back into the water and then moving officially on shore within the next couple of minutes. So I would expect they may put a tornado warning on this, but we'll have to wait and see.
This is our live coverage on Hurricane Ian, about to make, well, we think, its final landfall of its miserable life in South Carolina. Not far east of Charleston, which has been impacted by a lot of heavy rainfall this morning and afternoon, and is getting flooding at this time. Lots of flash flooding occurring. Further east, strong winds as well, and there were high gusts in Charleston as well, but Myrtle Beach getting a lot of the wind and the surge right now, I imagine. We had a few webcams looking at it earlier. In fact, we can cross back there now. Very moody looking scene there. From this camera, showing how the waves have crashed over those small dunes several times, and there's another one, and all of the water just seeping through over the top of that. So dangerous conditions potentially in that area, and I think you can see some of those lots in the back or have been infiltrated as well. So the surge is well in there, possibly up to 7 feet, as we saw on the other camera a moment ago, which was showing Sunset Beach, where earlier you could see the marshes and about 4 or 5 feet of clearance. And they've been completely overtopped throughout the course of this morning into the early hours of this afternoon. National Hurricane Center are taking their sweet time with the Hurricane Ian update. They're waiting until the very last second. Would that possibly be due to recon? Are they still in there?
Last recon that I saw might have left. I think another one was getting ready to go in. Unless
maybe
they're doing this.
Yeah, we're doing what we're doing.
Yeah, unless they're doing the same thing we are, which is
The update is out.
AF304 has.
Center of Ian is about to make landfall. They are not calling landfall. Life-threatening storm surge, damaging winds and flash flooding lashing the Carolinas at 2 p.m. 85-mile-an-hour winds, pressure 977. No changes in the warnings. A weather flow station at Morris Island Lighthouse recently reported sustained winds of 75 miles per hour with a gust to 82. And based on dropzone data, estimated pressure now is 977. So no landfall confirmed yet. It is still on the way. And this dreadful storm is dragging it out just a little bit longer.
Okay, so it actually intensified in terms of pressure. Okay.
That's right,
Yeah.
and we were expecting that when we first heard that data from Recon, but it surely won't get much more than that.
That I kind of want to argue with the NHC, but I don't want to do that at the same time because.
Over what?
I mean, according to radar, clearly it has potentially made a landfall, or it's just about to. But I mean, I guess the NHC is still not calling this landfall yet, and I mean, I actually see now why, because the center is only about 10 to 15 miles off the coast. But honestly, I think it's a just imminent landfall, but we'll have to wait and see for NHC to confirm it, and they honestly could confirm it within the next hour or basically whenever. They probably will issue a special advisory to confirm the landfall, so we will be waiting on that when that comes out. That storm that I mentioned that is actually heading for the coast, or heading for the coastline, I believe it's on the Outer Banks, if I'm not wrong, that curvature I was pointing out, that might actually prompt a special marine warning / tornado warning for, as that couplet's actually getting pretty good on radar. You can see clearly southeast of Harker's Island, there is a definite couplet there, so they might put a warning out on this. I'm actually surprised why they haven't done it already, to be honest. I don't know why. Oh.
Well, there we are. Right
just
now,
take a look back at the radar imagery, Nathan. I can see why the NHC also didn't call it.
Oh, yeah.
The center is literally toying with the Cape Roman Lighthouse, Sandy Point Beach, just south of McClellanville.
how annoying is that? But I do reckon, Tim, that earlier on when we were watching that, I'll just draw it again, I reckon the track did something like this, and I reckon it did execute a tight anticyclonic loop over this area and is now back out here. Probably the center is there. What do you think of that?
I was rerunning the loops back and forth, and yeah, I would agree. Right there, that little yellow is pretty much where the center of Ian is currently at. Literally just offshore, southeast of McClellanville, probably near Cape Island.
That's certainly what I think has happened here. I don't know if we'll ever find out conclusively. I reckon it did make a landfall right here, which is, I think, the mouth of the South Santee River, actually. and that it left south of McClellanville, and now its current position here, and probably shifting back into land again shortly. Nonetheless, it doesn't really make much difference. The heavy rainfall is still occurring in Charleston. When you look at this, look at those amounts of red that are still occurring over that area. I've been trying to get some more images from that zone recently, but it's becoming quite hard to get stable moving images. Indeed, quite a few cameras have actually gone down now. Just checking Interstate 26, and a lot of those have gone down. So that's a concern. Just checking downtown again, and we're not getting much luck with those ones either. Very poor conditions from the ones that I can see. Visibility is low with the driving rain, and strong winds in some parts as well. I guess we'll go back to this camera, which is on the the western side of Charleston. This is at the beginning of Interstate 526, and every so often you'll see vehicles steaming through that slip road on the bottom left hand side as they get onto the on-ramp for the I-526, and that particular slip there is slippy, and quite a bit of floodwater in there by the looks of things when you see people go through there fast. There's a big wave that results from it. But that's our live view from Charleston as we continue to watch the center of the storm do a little dance around the coast of near the South Santee River mouth and near Georgetown Lighthouse and McClellanville. Just want to point out there's a particularly sharp area of showers right now along Route 176 near Holly Hill and along part of Interstate 95 just north of Vance. Looks pretty heavy over there right now.
Nathan, I have received a tweet unfortunately confirming that the death toll in Florida due to Hurricane Ian has risen to 21 fatalities. We are now at 23 total deaths from this storm, 2 in Cuba, 21 in Florida, and that number is likely to rise over the next coming hours or days. And that cell that I was talking about that's about to move along the shore, the shore east of Harker's Island, it looks like it's trying to recycle here. I don't know if it is, but it could be recycling, because I'm seeing a bit of a red surge on the inflow, so we could be seeing a recycling storm here move on shore, so we're going to have to watch that storm very carefully. There is just a bunch of showers that could materialize into supercells and produce tornadoes, and it just blows my mind how much showers we have right now that could go tornadic in a couple of minutes or hours, depending on how. I mean, there is a decently sized warm sector over eastern North Carolina, so anything that gets into the warm sector is there's a basically more than 50% chance of them going to be producing a tornado if they enter that warm sector. So gotta watch these beams off the coast and see if they do anything, because they definitely catch my eye. But yeah.
Storm structure looking increasingly elongated and stretched out as it gradually turns northwards again. But you can see the wide eye area, and on the left side, the western side, all of that heavy rainfall still. Myrtle Beach just about to possibly get the worst part of the storm in a moment. Tim, I'm going to throw it to you for a few minutes here whilst you tell us the latest information around your neck of the woods and perhaps what you've heard in these areas closer to the storm.
All right, thanks, Nathan. As we continue our coverage here, 13, you can see Ian there in the center of the screen delivering heavy rain, strong winds across the South Carolina area. Right now, locally, we are in between a few rain bands. Thankfully, nothing's been too bad in and around the Fayetteville, North Carolina area. A few power outages at the time. Just to recap what we do have for watches and warnings, as we do have a fair amount of them. Storm surge warning is still in effect from the Savannah River up to the Cape Fear in North Carolina, the Neuse River in North Carolina, and the St. Johns River in Florida. Hurricane warning still remains in effect from the Savannah River up to the Cape Fear in North Carolina. A tropical storm warning is still in effect from the Altahama Sound in Georgia up to the Savannah River, Cape Fear up to Duck, North Carolina, and for Pimlico Sound. Storm surge watch north of Cape Fear to Duck, the Pimlico River, and the Cape Fear River. And a hurricane watch is still in effect east of the Cape Fear River up to Surf City, North Carolina. So that is some of the warnings we do have ongoing at this time. If you guys do have any questions for our team, you can type it all at Force13 all in text. Our team will answer as many questions as we can, and we are taking your questions here on air with our tropical stage phone-in format on our Discord server. If you do want to join that, you can go to discord.gg/Force13. Make sure to accept our rules, open up go to the few chat lines that you would want to go to, and you will see our tropical stage in our Discord call.
All right, we're looking back at Charleston here on the live webcam, and you can see that we're still looking at some flooded areas there and still lots of rain falling. This is a live view right now, and I honestly thought that the NHC would say landfall at 2 p.m. and now we're being led along for even longer amount of time before they call a landfall, and surely they'll have to push out an update statement now because landfall is surely going to happen this hour. It is still earlier than initially expected, by the way. We were expecting that landfall would occur possibly at around 4 or 5 o'clock. Even as late as 10, 11 a.m. this morning we were expecting that might be the case, and then we thought, well, at 1 o'clock it was just off the coast, about as close as it is now, even. And I reckon it's done a loop around. It made a brief landfall, but I guess that's something we'll have to review after the fact. The National Hurricane Center have not called a landfall, and at the moment they're right, because it is still, or perhaps back offshore, just by a few miles. It is now just passing Georgetown Lighthouse to the east, and it looks like landfall might end up just a little bit further north now. In fact, if we go and look at this map again, if we zoom into some of these locations, so once again I expect that the storm first came in and made landfall around here, and then did a loop around off the bottom of your screen, and now back up, and it's probably currently here. And then I imagine it might do a little bit of a loopy around, and then northeastward perhaps by that point, towards landfall just north of Georgetown, or perhaps a little bit further up near Murrells Inlet, or maybe if it just goes completely north and really annoys us, it'll end up towards Myrtle Beach.
Nathan?
Go.
We do have a water spout report from 1 mile north of Indian Beach, North Carolina. Public has reported water spout in Bogue Sound near Broad Creek at 1:57 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So this is from the cell that we were watching with that very strong couplet earlier. So our thoughts and instances were right. There was a definite water spout on that cell. And it does appear that cell is actually recycling at this time. You can see it has a hooking feature once again, so that could be recycling down there. Watch that for further progress. And that cell near Harker's Island, I don't know why they haven't issued a tornado warning on that one.
That one is, that one is definitely tornado warning worthy. I'd put out a tornado warning if I was National Weather Service on that one near Harker's Island.
Yeah, we've been a little bit absent on calls recently, and I guess people at this point sort of, know what's going on. So I wonder if Tim and Patrick, we might want to move to one of our usual live spots so you can show your screens. Do you want to do that?
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, just give me 2 minutes and I'll have everything set up.
So we're going to change rooms here as we look at the storm once again and the view out there in Charleston on the western side, and still pools of water there with the rain still falling. To be honest though, it doesn't look quite as flooded as it did earlier, especially at the bottom area, which I find quite interesting. I can't imagine that the water level is letting up as it's still raining there, but who knows. Nonetheless, you're still watching Force 13 live. The storm has 85 mile an hour winds and a pressure of 977 millibars indicated by the latest recon pass, and we expect landfall imminently, as we've been saying for nearly for over an hour now. We have thought that landfall was imminent, but Ian has decided to show us another little trick and do, I think, an anticyclonic loop, a very tight one. And I reckon it initially made landfall, a slight landfall, over the marshes near McClellanville, and did a tight loop around there near the South Santee River mouth, and then back over water again. And at this point, probably just about 5 or 10 miles east of Georgetown Light. From there, who knows where it might make landfall. It might end up at Pawleys Island. It might go a little further north at Murrells Inlet. Or it might just trigger us completely and go north-northeast all the way to Myrtle Beach. Either way, the worst effects are pretty much realized in all of those locations, and a small change in the track probably won't mean very much. We'll get a view back in Myrtle Beach shortly, that camera that we've been watching recently, and we'll also check in with the view at Sunset Beach, which I find an ironic name considering that you probably won't see a sunset there. But
hello, Nathan.
Yes?
I just wanted to say hello.
Oh, sorry.
Hello, I'm here now.
And
I have my stream up.
Let's go back to Sunset Beach, and take a look at the view here once again. And here is what it looks like. And once again, you can see just how much that tide has gone up here. The storm surge effect is very much ongoing, with some strong winds here, as you can see, blowing across the water. Let's just remind people what it looked like 7 hours ago when the sun was rising. This was the view, and you can see all of those marshes there, well above the water. The water direction was being dictated by the ground there, but even so, it was still flowing in from the sea, rather than usual, which would be out to the sea. And compare that to now, and it is much, much higher, probably in the order of 6 or 6.5 feet. And the water is completely dominating this area and blowing along with those very strong winds, and probably heavy rainfall there in that location too. So that's the view right now.
If you want to go to my stream here, we are definitely looking at tornado warning imminent here. I will pull up Epic Pen so I can circle the rotation
Hold on a minute.
spot when I get.
I've just got a black screen, which I will fix here. There we go. So this is what we're looking at, a cell there near Davis.
Yep, this is where your rotation spot's going to be, right here. If we go back on we go back on a scan, it did look a bit stronger right over here. No CC drop, but still very decent couplet. I would honestly expect they put a tornado warning. Right here is going to be where your rotation spot is. As you can see, rotation is starting to get a little bit more interesting on that cell. So might get a tornado warning here for this cell. Let's take a look at the wide shot from the KMH radar. You can actually see that our cell that produced the water spout here is
Nathan, we have breaking news.
Oh, what's the breaking news?
National Hurricane Center has agreed with our assessment. They have declared landfall near Georgetown, South Carolina.
Landfall. There we go.
And I'm not sure I agree that it has now.
Oh no!
Well, you look at it on the radar imagery, and it looks to me as though the center now is probably here, which is just off Georgetown. Whatever, we'll take it. Landfall declared by the National Hurricane Center. Actually, they're saying that it's surface observations, so that trumps radar, I suppose. So we'll run with that. Surface observations indicate that the center of Ian made landfall at 2:05 near Georgetown, South Carolina, with maximum sustained winds of 85 miles an hour and an estimated minimum central pressure of 977. So that's a landfall update from the National Hurricane Center. Despite the radar appearance, looks like the surface observations have a landfall. So whilst it's not over, that's another big milestone towards the end of this terrible storm, as it has been for so many parts of the Western Atlantic, not just the US, of course, but in Western Cuba. It was the cause of the whole island losing power. I don't know what the status is on that, but of course its worst impacts will be remembered in the southwestern region of Florida, where it made landfall as a powerful Category 4. So that's most likely the final landfall for Hurricane Ian, with winds near 85 miles per hour sustained.
And Nathan, we actually have a really good shot here. If you want an idea of how rough these waters are, we do have a live shot of the Frying Pan Shoals tower cam. Most viewers will remember this camera during Hurricane Florence, with the flag being on there getting torn up. And yeah, that flag right now really getting battered. And you can see the wave action there off of this camera. This is 33 miles off the coast of Bald Head Island, south of that area in North Carolina. And that's just how rough some of the waves are.
I think they've put solar panels up there since our last look at it.
I think they have, yes.
I think we took a brief look at this camera during Dorian as well.
We did, but the challenge with Dorian was it was passing through this area at night. Here we have a clear view during the day, and yeah, that flag already pretty well ripped up. I mean, this is not like what we saw during Florence, where it got the full brunt of Florence's fury at 90 miles per hour. This is easily getting tropical storm force conditions, but you can just see how rough the waters are off the coast of North Carolina. And this is what we're seeing along the South Carolina coastline as well.
So we're watching Hurricane Ian, which according to the National Hurricane Center and surface observations has made landfall near Georgetown, South Carolina. Here's a viewpoint here, further east, near sunset, oh dear, I get mixed up with it now horribly. Sunset Beach in North Carolina, just over the border from South Carolina, about 5 or 10 miles east of North Myrtle Beach. And massive storm surge in this location, probably just above 6 feet. I did also promise that we would look back at Myrtle Beach a moment ago, and here is the view looking eastwards towards one of those piers. I don't know if that's the main pier or if there's more than one in Myrtle Beach, but that's the view there, and you can see those waves crashing and clear evidence that the waves have overtopped those small dunes on numerous occasions. And there's one or two more waves on the way. Surge, I imagine, will reach its worst point in Myrtle Beach in a couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours maybe. Tim thinks it might be a bit more than that yet though, so we'll just have to see how that turns out. But clearly poor conditions here, the storm drawing just a little bit closer as it starts to now move inland, we think, unless Ian decides to do something stupid and move east again, which would bring it back out over water and the nightmare would be never ending. But hopefully that is that with landfalls.
Still monitoring this cell northwest of Davis. It's looking a bit disheveled on radar because of how close proximity it is to the actual radar site itself. But I mean, you can see clearly there's a hooking feature a bit. You can see right here is where you're.
Just a minute before you go there, I'm just looking at something that's floating in the water. There's some kind of debris there. I just wanted to point that out.
Debris.
Yeah, on the surf cam at Myrtle Beach. Something's in the water there that was floating along. Not sure what it was, but it's gone off the shot now. So let's go back to your screen, Patrick. Show us what you got.
All right, so these are going to be the two areas I'm watching. I'm watching right here. Actually, I was watching over near Marymount, but that appears to have flowed out. But looking at the Morehead City radar, the only cell I'm really watching is the. Oh wait, yep. Look at this one right here. Is this? Oh yep, right here. Near Marysville, that looks like a couplet that is forming to the southeast of Pollocksville. No CC drop, but rotation's trying to pick up there. We got a little bit of a couplet going, so I'd say if you're in Pollocksville, I would say watch out for the storm as it could be trying to rotate here and potentially produce a tornado, given the environment it is. Doesn't look too impressive right now. New scan actually looks like it just died a bit, but still definitely something interesting to look at. There's many of these cells that we have currently that look interesting, especially this one down here near Davis that's the one I'm watching. You can kind of see it looking like it's trying to wrap around here. This is the cell to watch. Most likely, this is going to be the cell to watch here. As it on velocity, it looks like it is trying to wrap up here. You can see the greens going towards the radar. You can see the reds going away the radar. And generally, we're going to be looking around this general area right here is where we're going to be seeing the rotation. Well, obviously, it's not this large, but unfortunately, actually, no, I'll just circle it right here. Yeah, just basically around this area, we're going to be looking for possible rotation, and it definitely looks like it's trying to start that.
Let's look back at the radar imagery of this storm right now, and you can see that we are still at a bit of a loss as to what's going on. If you were to take one look at it and look at that big green area there, you might argue that the center is moving off back towards the northeast. However, if NHC, they got surface observations suggesting the eye has passed over here, and maybe that might be a circulation that might be ejected from the storm center perhaps, and maybe we could make a case that that's the bigger eye, and well, NEC had the center there. I don't know, it's really confusing what's going on with this storm, but if they were going off this, then that's still moving northeast, so I don't know.
Yeah, things.
Whilst we wait for something else, we'll look back at this surge camera showing from Sunset Beach, just over the border in North Carolina, what it looks like. Jinx Creek, if anyone knows it. Looking outwards there, massively high, the surge there. Potentially 6 or more feet compared to earlier this morning. I'm sure those who know the area might see that this area is well above where it usually is. This is Force 13 Live. We will probably stay on the air until the 5 p.m. advisory today, and then that will probably be it for our long form coverage on this storm. We might do another live event or two tomorrow, but for the main event of this storm, it will start to wind down starting this evening. Just for my information, Tim, are you still running the automated stream on the US channel as well?
We are, Nathan. Actually, we've got radar, we've got satellite imagery, we have the watches and warnings issued by the National Weather Service. And since we're getting such a good view out of Frying Pan Shoals, we're going to have that live webcam up just so people can see just how rough it is in and around the area.
Cool. So when we finish broadcasting here and go off the air at about just after 5 o'clock, then it will send you on a redirect over to that stream, and you'll be able to take a look at the live, all that Tim said just then, in real time, 24/7, as the storm continues to push inland. Interesting coloration on this camera now. It looks like they might have entered a little bit of a gap here, because it looks like the weather's getting a bit better. But looking back at the radar, what on earth is going on? It would appear now that what was left of this makeshift eye wall, you could call it, or large eye, this area here is a blockage or a weak point that's about to detach, and so you'll have whatever this is wide open again. I don't know, you can see rotation here even. You can see rotation there. You can see, obviously, this one, which I think is the main one, personally. But it could even be this one, which is right over Georgetown right now. That could even be a circulation or vortex. This could be one. This could be one. There could be 7 vortices in this storm right now. It's just an absolute mess. Maybe if you zoom out, we might get a bit of a better idea as to, or a clearer head as to what this storm is doing. Just to remind you though, the National Hurricane Center has declared landfall here in Georgetown, near Georgetown at the lighthouse, I think it was.
I believe so. And Nathan, if you once you're done with explaining what you're going to explain, if you want to go back to my screen, that rotation near Merrimon is getting a bit more impressive here. I'm seeing an increase in reds and greens. Looks like circulation might be trying to tighten up here and consolidate itself to the southeast of Merrimon. So if we see tight circulations, those are going to be the ones to get the tornado warnings. And this one is looking like it is trying its absolute hardest to go very tornadic here. You can see it on the radar.
A moment of lovely. Thank you very much for your support today and your comment. Saying once again, thanks for being here for another day. And of course we have to cover this storm. It's really important that we do for everyone who is in the path of the storm, but we don't want to have to say in future that, that Ian storm, we didn't cover it in the end. I mean, how sad would that be? We're covering this. It's a very important storm landfall, and it is still dangerous. We are still looking at your screen there, Patrick, so we did see the end of what you were talking about there, that current cell. Just remind us where that is in a broader picture.
Yeah, so this is, okay, I don't know what's going on with the reflectivity signature, because it looks the par, but it doesn't on velocity, but clearly right here you see this rotation trying its absolute hardest to put a tight circulation down. We're looking at to the southeast of Merrimon here. You can see Merrimon here. It's to the northwest of sea level. It's just to the far northeast of Morehead City, which is where the National Weather Service forecast office is. And you can see this rotation here is trying its absolute hardest to put a tight circulation down. Looking at normalized rotation here, looks like we are having a little bit of a couplet right here, but not of much. No CC drop, obviously. Definitely no CC drop, as it's not currently tight circulation, but definitely a interesting cell to look at. On reflectivity, actually looks the greatest here, but definitely interesting cells to watch here. This is the cell to watch, as this is in my opinion, the first candidate to issue a tornado warning. Looking at other cells here, I mean, the Pollexville cell has kind of gotten tore apart a bit. That cell has no worries, but it's this Marimon cell here that I'm watching very closely to see if this thing can actually consolidate and put a tight circulation, which would basically, based on the track, would potentially go straight over Marimon or just to the north and east of Marimon. So if you're in Marimon, I would consider starting to seek shelter if you're in the Marimon area, because based off of what I'm noticing, this could wrap a tight circulation around and potentially put down a tornado soon. So if you're in Marimon, I'd give you at least, based on proximity and speed, I'd give you at least maybe 8 minutes or so to find safe shelter, even though the National Weather Service, that's the IM bot, even though the National Weather Service has not confirmed this as a radar indicated tornado warning, I'm indicating that it could get it anytime soon. So yeah. Also, we just received a flash flood warning down here in South Carolina for Georgetown County.
Yes, again.
Right down there, you see the multitude of flash flood warnings. You see multitudes of tropical storm force wind reports all the way up to near Charlotte and near Thomasville. So probably due to Ian's massive wind field, but definitely interesting to see that. Rotation is, I mean, that's a bit too much opacity, but new updated scan here. I mean, it's trying its absolute hardest right here. You can see the reds are increasing in intensity, but the greens are starting to back off, which is a bit. It's good that is dying a little bit, but I mean, this thing, given the environment, could honestly, it's either recycling now or it's trying its hardest.
We'll keep watching. Let's go back to the current view from Sunset Beach right now, and you'll still notice, well, the conditions have gotten worse again, more blowing winds here. Just a point that you'll want to look and see the water flow there. The flow has definitely slowed down a lot, and at some point when the surge reaches its absolute maximum, it'll sort of stop and it will just be pretty stagnant, and then it will start flowing out again. That could take quite a few hours though. Special marine warning?
Yep, this is going to be for south of Currituck Beach, light North Carolina to Oregon Inlet, North Carolina out 20 nautical miles, and waters from Currituck Beach, light to Oregon Inlet, North Carolina to 20 to 40 nautical miles with the water spout possible tag. I am seeing the rotation here. It does look decent. My GR2 is not responding, so I wouldn't go to my stream, but you can see a interesting rotation area just to the. Unfortunately, GR2 has crashed, so I'm gonna have to close that real quick. But that new special marine warning is in place until 3:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, so for about an hour, just shy of an hour, and the waterspout tag is on it with 40 knot winds as well possible, if not expected. So new special marine warning there from the National Weather Service in Newport.
Let's go to Myrtle Beach right now and take a look at what it's looking like here, and you can see those waves getting higher and higher. I think there's just someone moving off the frame there. They shouldn't be out. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, just take a look at the couplet that's under that special marine warning. I am getting gate to gate at 78 miles per hour, so this could be another strong couplet with the water spout moving towards maybe the Kill Devil Hills, Kitty Hawk, Southern Shores area, as obviously these outer bands are rotating to the northwest. So if you're in Nag's Head, Kill Devil Hills, Kitty Hawk, Southern Shores, maybe up towards Duck and Corolla, you need to be keeping an eye on this cell as it does move towards the northwest into your area.
We're now joined by David. Welcome on the air.
It's good to be here, and we have landfall, what, a couple of hours to go?
Or no, minutes. Well,
minutes.
I mean, possibly an hour ago, but the National Hurricane Center declared it official at 2:15.
Nathan.
Well, 2:05 actually. They made the statement at 2:15, saying that it was at 2:05.
85 miles per hour, 140 kilometers an hour, and central pressure line is 77. And it's moving, what is it, north at 15 miles per hour. At minimum central pressure, as mentioned, 977. So it's moving north, which means it's going
Well, we don't know
up
what it's
along the
doing.
coast.
We don't know where the eye is or what's going on with this storm. Let's check another radar update. What I thought might have been the eye, but also could be a vortex that might be being ejected from the center. Looks like it. I still can't tell if that is or not, whether it might be. Or whether in fact we've got multiple different centers here. There's another one. That must be a center there. And this must be a center here on the right hand side. And this possibly being one even down there, maybe one there, maybe one here, maybe one there, and that we get the center point somewhere within all this. But let's just simplify it to those two, which look to be the dominant ones. So perhaps by drawing a point in between all of that, maybe that is the current position of the storm right now, and that earlier it came in from there and it did a little loop over here, and that's pretty much what it did. Crazy turn of event in the last hour or two, but maybe it is going to be doing this now, like I always call it a telephone cord, going along and up like that with all those loops. And sometimes you see storms end up doing that. They are called, oh, I forget the name, something like tidal wobbles. I forget that word, but
yeah, I think it's called trochial oscillation. I think is the term that they use for it.
The joint.
A lot of that happening right now, I think. Yeah.
I was just going to say, that terminology, the joint typhoon, what he said, you said, probably recently, one of the systems. So it's one word that occasionally pops up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it certainly does.
So, Nathan, with Ian, how far off the coast was it? Do we
When?
know over the last 24, 30 hours?
At its largest extent off the coast?
Yeah, well, didn't Ian track over it onto the Atlantic?
Sure.
And so how far off the coast was the centre? I'll put it that way.
I don't know.
All right, we'll come back to that one.
Maybe 200 miles?
Oh, that's a fair bit. So it had a bit of time to deepen.
Certainly, yeah. And it did that.
But no one could take their eyes off this creature. Okay, we've got another landfall. And considering the destruction that has been generated, but I'll be waiting to see what the models are indicating, whether it's going to do crazy things. And again,
someone was asking about the models earlier, and we'll show them shortly. Someone was asking more about the African wave that's entering the Atlantic and its future. So we will show that in a few minutes. In the meantime, any news on those cells right now? Oh, Patrick's gone. But Tim?
Right now, not really. I mean, we're still keeping an eye on the one that is just to the east of Nag's Head. That is the one that is prompting the special marine warning for that area. And we might have another one just to the east of Kill Devil Hills that's starting to show maybe some brief area of rotation associated with it. But the one that is definitely prompting the special marine warning is the one that is off the coast near Nag's Head, Manteo, Wanchis. And that is what we're going to be keeping an eye on for that area. Other than that, mainly your run-of-the-mill outer bands bringing heavy rain, gusty winds in. We may have, and I gotta look at it here because I just see this one's tagged. We actually have a decent little couplet just to the north of Urquhart on the Outer Banks. This is not being tagged as a tornado or special marine warning, but it has been tagged on a radar as a possible tornado vortex, so we'll keep an eye on that one. That one could be getting up towards the Swan Quarter area here shortly.
All right.
But overall, just your standard run-of-the-mill hurricane outer bands bringing heavy rain, strong winds into the eastern part of North Carolina. This area is under a tornado watch until 10 p.m. tonight. Obviously, due to the tornado threat of the outer bands, and some areas could get in excess of 2 to 4, maybe 4 to 6 inches of rain locally, depending on where you're at.
Let's get some comments. Junjun Villarreal says, any chance of it regenerating off the East Coast? We'll check models in a minute, but the answer is no. How long until Hurricane Ian 100% dies? I'm waiting for that moment as well. Probably 36 hours or so. Mr. Cheesy Time says, reckon Ian going to get retired? I'll say. Usually we don't speculate, but I think it's quite clear.
Yeah, we won't know until the National Hurricane Center Committee gets with the World Meteorological Organization, which will be April of next year. But based on the damages that we've seen out of Cuba, out of Florida, and what we may see out of South Carolina, there is a pretty good chance that they will petition the WMO to have Ian's name retired. It could be either done by the U.S. or Cuba at this point.
Another comment, since hurricanes gain strength from warm water, is the cold air from the north because of fall forcing Hurricane Ian to stay on the water longer? No, I don't think it's going to be that. I think it's just a wobble and the storm really throwing a wobbly before landfall, mainly because it's a appalling structure, I suppose, where we've got multiple centers of circulation right now.
It looks shocking to its east.
Oh, yeah, there's nothing much over there.
It's mainly, north through west.
Let's check some models then. So here is the full Atlantic Ocean. You can obviously see Ian making landfall round about now, and then dying off very quickly. It's gone by the 36-hour mark. And then what happens? Well, we get two areas of interest, if you ask me. One of them is a little wave there as it approaches the Windward Islands, and this one here, which of course becomes a tropical storm and possibly stronger. There it is in the 980s, general movement straight north, and then it curves. Oh dear, it's gone quite a lot west there. Oh my goodness, what's happening in the long range? Right, this is long range and it probably won't happen, but there's three systems, and there's a category 2 from the initial storm on the African coast there, going right off northeast. Those other two systems, one remains weak over the Caribbean, and the other one first started near the Dominican Republic and then launches itself past Bermuda. That's very long range, but certainly the initial part might get an interesting track out of this next storm. But I would watch potentially this wave, because later on down the line it could become something. Maybe I think earlier the ensembles were going for 30% of them becoming something, but we'll check them in a moment.
Tornado warning, Nathan.
There's a tornado warning.
Nathan. Tornado warning, Nathan. Yes, this is going to be for the cell near Oriental, I believe. Yep, that is going to be for Beaufort and Pamlico counties, South Central Beaufort and Central Pamlico County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Whartonsville, or 16 miles west of Cedar Island, moving northwest at 45 miles per hour. Some cities in this tornado warning include Florence, Edward, Royal, Whartonsville, Bonnerton, South Creek, Maribel, North Carolina Pamlico, Merritt, Aurora Ferry Terminal, Aurora, Stonewall, Vandermeer, and Messick. Take cover now. If on or near Bay River, get away from the water and move to safe shelter immediately. And that is that is with the Oriental cell, Nathan. Yes.
Just less than 5,000 in this tornado warning that's valid until 3:30 p.m. Those places there underneath the warning. No hail expected. Radar indicated tornado. Take cover now.
Yeah,
Mike,
that particular rotation, Nathan, is just coming on shore just south of Florence.
Mike Matt says, can we do an update on the Charlotte, North Carolina area?
We could take a look at the Charlotte area right quick as soon as I can get my radar to cooperate here. As overall, right now, Charlotte is on the extreme edge of the rain line that is coming from Ian. Considering how far they are away from the center, Charlotte is approximately 155 miles, and we know Ian has a very pronounced tropical storm force wind field. So I wouldn't be surprised if Charlotte is not getting, with the rain and the wind, tropical storm force conditions, even though they are so far inland at this time.
Well then, if there's any more information, please let me know. But in the meantime, let's go back to the models and the ECMWF, which is showing this from Ian. Of course, making landfall quickly and then moving off partly its remnants there, but not fully. A long, big frontal system. This only goes out to 90 hours, which is short of 4 days. Eventually that other system starts to form. CMC during this time, well, let's have a look. What's left of Ian? There's another low pressure system, a trough that moves along through the Bahamas and joins up with the remnants of Ian and becomes one big massive happy trough that moves off. And actually, look at that, there's a low pressure system that does form there in the end. That could even have tropical characteristics, but I highly doubt that will happen. This is the CMC model, which is not very good for that. But there is that other system forming, the one that we've been talking about, and continuing to stay out to sea. Also that other system, a weak, brief tropical disturbance there near Nicaragua. The ICON model then, looking out towards 180 hours, you'll see also develops that system, but that's not tropical in that particular scenario, and a northward movement for this storm again, and a westward turn eventually, but it will stay north. It won't do a Florence. And let's just, well, we're not going to get mesoscales, are we, for that area? Let's check the GEFS. This is the ensembles. So watch closely with this. What you want to look out for is all of the red markers. Those are all the ensemble members predicting low pressure systems, and conversely all those blue markers showing high pressure systems. And there's loads of different ensembles having loads of different systems at different times, so you can see, but what you get the higher colors is the more consensus that there is. So you can see there's two areas here that come from this, and on the western side, one of them, that weak tropical wave, I want to see what happens with that one. But from the initial storm, most of them, in fact all of them, stay out to sea. Out of that wave though, a few of the, in fact look at that, a lot of the ensembles are generating a substantial tropical cyclone in the western Caribbean, and some of them make it into the Gulf of Mexico, although most of them go and impact Central America. Out of that tropical storm in near Africa though, I think all of them there except one, all except one, stay out to sea. And the odd one out is this one, which is a 975 low there and stays at that way until hitting New England as probably a Category 1 hurricane. But that is very far out in the forecast. So that's a little idea on what we might see in the next 2 weeks. Two potential hurricane threats. Although the eastern one shouldn't be a threat, but it could be, it probably will be a hurricane. And the one to the west is not set in stone by any means, but could be a Caribbean threat with a small chance of entering the Gulf with maybe 2 or 3 ensembles. So that's your model outlook.
currently looking at the Florence tornado warning in North Carolina here. Definitely looks still that we have a broad area of rotation just to the south of Florence. I'm also watching this cell near Swan Quarter, just to southeast, that could also get a tornado warning here. And just basically these two cells right here near Swan Quarter and Florence I'm monitoring here. Tornado warning still remains in effect. No update has been provided yet. However, if you're in Florence, if you're in Vandermeer, and if you are in Aurora, you need to be in your safe place. If you are in Bay, Borough, and Stonewall, you're on the bare edge of this polygon, so I would say take your shelter. Stonewall actually gets cut 50 through the polygon, so you're basically in the polygon, so I would take shelter. But if you're in Florence, you have just less than a few minutes to take your shelter place, as this rotation is right on top of you at this time.
I still don't know where the center of this storm is.
Me neither, Nathan. We all don't.
Keep looking at this radar and you might think that it still is this potential circulation here, or indeed that other circulation there, or you might want to pick the center of the eye feature, which might be around there, or you might want to pick the center of those two stronger centers, which would be there. It looks like a noughts and crosses game there, but that is really what we're dealing with right now, and I can't get rid of. There we go. So it's a mess, but I think our best guess right now is that the eye is, or the center of the storm is probably right next to Georgetown, maybe here just to the northeast by a few miles, but a real mess of a storm, and I am absolutely hating tracking this right now.
Tim, do you mind identifying something for me? What's going on with the tornado warning? I'm not so sure. I'm checking CC, and I think this is radar interference. Oh yeah, never mind. I thought that was maybe a CC drop, but it appears that it is radar interference. But that rotation is starting to trying to get tight here. It is directly over Florence right now. So if you're in Florence, your time is out. You should have been already in your safe place. The next cities in the line of this is going to be Vandermeer and Messick. And then if you're in the polygon itself, you need to be taking shelter now. You need to already be in your safe place. This tornado warning goes for the next, just checking my watch here, about the next 45 minutes or so. Rotation is trying to get a bit more impressive on radar here near Florence. So stay covered now if you're in the tornado warning, and that cell near Swan Quarter now has got a decent couplet as well. That might get a tornado warning here. It is been in a radar interference area, so that it definitely looks like a couplet there. So I'd be watching out if you're just to the southeast of Swan Quarter. I believe this is in the Pamilico Sound right now. So this could probably go on land and get a tornado warning here soon. If you're in Fairfield, I would watch this cell as well. But our main focus is on this tornado warning near Florence, North Carolina. Not South Carolina, for not to get confused here. Yeah, take cover now if you're in the tornado warning, and look out if you're in Fairfield for the cell near Swan Quarter. That's also looking like it looks actually more impressive than the cell to its west, so definitely interesting situation ongoing.
Sunset Beach right now looking like this, with the surge still pouring in, possibly around 6.5 feet at this point. But I also wanted to show you this graphic, which shows the rain totals in some of these areas in the last 24 hours. So Folly Beach there, around about 9 inches. Charleston Metro around 6 or 7 inches. West Charleston a little bit higher at 7.5 inches. And the northern area around the airport 6 inches. Goose Creek around 5. And looking through those northern areas here, 5, 6 maybe. Holly Hill at 4, Ridgeville at 4, St. George at 3. This is in the last 24 hours. Look at this area as well, Georgetown area, 5 inches, maybe 6 in some of those areas near the landfall zone, 7 or 8 inches. Surfside Beach around 5, a little bit further south, a little bit higher. And also look at the amount of rain that's fallen over the eastern part of North Carolina as well. Large rain amounts. Myrtle Beach around 5 inches. Carolina Beach at around 4.9 inches there. 5 inland in some locations up towards Wilmington. And then look out even further where those tornado warnings are right now. The Outer Banks and the Pamlico Sound. Actually over 6 inches in some of those locations. And 5s and 4s. So lots of rain that's been along the coast, but you can clearly see how the hurricane has tracked in the last 24 hours and its attached front. Does that cover the whole country? Yeah.
Yeah, Nathan, that swan quarter cell is getting a bit more impressive by the minute here. Rotation does appear to be now decently strong. I'm getting about a 65 gate to gate, which is decent for a cell. So I would expect them to put a tornado warning here very shortly for the cell that is just to the south of Fairfield, to the southeast of Swan Quarter. If you actually take a look at it on your radar screen yourself, you can definitely see that area of rotation is getting a bit more stronger. The rotation actually that prompted the tornado warning actually has broadened out a lot, so that is actually good. And it appears that it could be going outflow dominant here. Let's see where the surge of red is. It could be recycling. I don't know if it is. It definitely could. That's Swan Quarter cell, Nathan. Yeah, that definitely could get a tornado warning here pretty imminently. Definite couplet. Reflectivity looks impressive as well. Not seeing too much on CC. Yeah, we definitely have a couplet trying to form, so definitely tornado warning worthy for the next few minutes here, and we'll see what the National Weather Service does.
This is Force 13 Live. We're here for another 2 hours covering the latest on Hurricane Ian, which made landfall officially from the National Hurricane Center when they issued their update at 2:15. And as I look at this image, this information, have they retracted the update statement? The National Hurricane Center appear to have retracted the update statement calling landfall. If that's true, I've never seen anything like that.
Nathan, you are right.
Oh my god.
They have retracted the so it appears that National Hurricane Center is now retracting their landfall statement, which I find absolutely I find remarkable. I've never seen them done that in my history of tracking tropical cyclones.
Me neither. Maybe it might be a glitch and it might have just disappeared for a minute, but as far as I can tell here, National Hurricane Center have retracted their landfall statement. Oh my lord.
I don't know why. I think... Can we confirm on radar that we have a landfall?
Let's check again with the close-up radar imagery and see what we've got right now from the Columbia radar. What a mess. Oh dear. Where's the center in that? Good luck finding it. David?
I'm just wondering whether a reason for, if that is the case, they in 2 minds where the center is.
That's from what we see on the National Hurricane Center website. Apparently people are saying that they still have it on social media though, so...
Yeah, you do, Nathan. I'm checking their National Hurricane Center's Twitter platform. They still do have... It's 42 minutes ago that they made landfall.
Your signal's getting poor. Are you struggling over there?
No, I just had my microphone pulled away there. But yeah, it's on social. Still has it as landfall near Georgetown as of 2:05 p.m. Eastern Time.
But if you turn radar off, it's looking increasingly like the center right now is along the coast, actually. On satellite, it looks like it's here, probably, in the latest frame. And radar, when we look back at the radar imagery, suggests that perhaps it is here, but it could also be here. Oh my goodness, what a mess. This used to be a center, but it isn't anymore. This used to be a smaller one. This used to be a smaller one. How are you supposed to make a call out of that?
I think they actually
We
nailed it,
don't
Nathan, because
know.
I've been using the Wilmington radar velocity to kind of keep an eye on it. Looks like the center has actually gone a little bit northeast.
Yep.
Probably towards like North Litchfield Beach and Murray's Inlet. So it's actually kind of taking a little bit of a northeast jog.
I think
over
it's
the last
off the coast
15
again.
minutes.
I think it's right off Pawleys Island here. Ah, goodness me.
This thing is literally wonky right now.
I mean, it is blowing apart when you look at the radar imagery progressively. It looks like
Oh, yeah,
Charleston
absolutely.
is not getting so much rain anymore, which would be good news. Let's see if we can
North-
spot. Hmm?
North Myrtle Beach, ASOS has reported a tropical storm at 2:53 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, sustained winds of 33 and gusts of 54.
Here's a camera at Murrell's Inlet right now. This is one of the viewpoints on the road. Can't really see much there, although it does look fairly calm. So I guess that's an indication that it is in what you might want to call an eye. Not much of one, mind. I'll see if I can find some more cameras around Myrtle Beach area. For some reason it never occurred to me to look at the traffic cameras in Myrtle Beach. So I'll see what I can find over there, if there's anything of note to show. Well, I can show you this, and I can tell you definitely that this is a slick roadway. Look at that, it's got a full reflection of the trees and everything. And ghost cars as well. Looks like that camera's struggling a little bit. But you can see the picture there, that is near Myrtle Beach. Getting a lot of rainfall, and the road there with a full reflection. So slippy conditions, I imagine, is what's going on right there. As we try and make head or tail of what the storm is doing, and indeed what the National Hurricane Center is doing, because we think, at least on their website, which is #1 for official, I mean, over their Twitter account, you'd believe their website probably, then no updates. I mean, the update statement has been retracted. David, your thoughts?
I'm just wondering where the circulation centre is, and looking at the rain bands, it's still extremely dark red. The yellow's on the western side, the northwestern side.
Yes, that is still where the worst rain conditions are occurring. Let's see if we can spot any cameras around there, because some of them are near Columbia as well. So let's check if we can take a look at Interstate 77 anywhere for potential bad conditions. Just looking on that map, it's probably going to be near the I-20 junction that would have the worst conditions actually. So not seeing much there, so let's take a look further east on I-20 and see if we can spot some bad conditions that we can show you live. But I'm just looking through a lot of them. I mean, it's wet, but I'm not seeing too much bad going on. Orangeburg as well, not far away from the worst conditions of the storm too. That red band right now very much is the worst of the storm. I-95 getting a bit of it as well near Santee. Just wonder how the river might look there actually. Let's check some more visuals. I'm just checking loads in the background, but I'm not seeing too much to really look at that's exceptional. And I imagine Charleston, the waters are, yeah, I can see definitely in Charleston the waters are receding in terms of any flooding there. At least non-surge flooding, but maybe surge flooding as well, but I can't see, I've not been able to see any cameras that have been impacted by surge. Sullivan's Island looks okay as far as I can see. So I'm just having a general look round. But I'm not seeing too much terrible conditions going on. But now we are still trying to figure out exactly what the centre of this storm is doing. But it looks to me as though it is right here and possibly headed towards a Myrtle Beach landfall now. But then you look at this, perhaps another circulation opening up there. So maybe if you extrapolate all of that, try and find the common ground on where the centre is when you see all of that rotating. This is banding around a centre. This is banding around a centre. But where is the centre? Somewhere within here, and I'd imagine maybe around here. It's just a mad drawing, really, though. We've got no idea.
The tornado warning. The following counties have been canceled. Pamlico County has been canceled. Central Pamlico County has been taken out of the warning. However, if you are in, if I am correct, South Central Beaufort County, take your tornado precautions still, as the tornado warning still remains in effect for that general area. Rotation doesn't look too ridiculous on radar, but tornado warning still remains in effect. And scratch I say that. As I say that, the rotation has blown up again, Nathan.
Oh dear.
Or actually just intensified dramatically. Retract what I just said. That is a extremely strong couplet right there. Wow. I'm getting about 90 gate to gate. Okay, that changed. Oh right.
Yeah,
that
90. Yeah, 92 is what I'm getting, Patrick, and that rotation is just north of Messick. Most of this area is.
Oh yeah, definitely
farmland.
not strong. Oh yeah. Enrock confirms it as well. Wow. This is definitely producing a tornado at this time. There's no doubt in my mind.
And yeah, velocity is blowing up. I'm getting gate to gate of 141. So yeah, if you are, this is mainly rural areas, but if you are near Aurora or any areas southwest of Pimlico Beach in this area, you need to be getting shelter now.
Normalized rotation is going up to yellow now, Tim. Sorry to interrupt again.
Not a problem. Possible tornado ongoing north of Messick in eastern North Carolina. This is near the Pimlico Sound area.
We've got a bit of breaking news here. We have lost all cameras in Myrtle Beach.
Oh, wow.
So I imagine that perhaps there might be a power outage there.
Yeah, going back to that tornado warning rotation, I actually, Tim, by chance, where'd you get 141 from? I definitely agree with you, but I don't see where you got the 141. I do see 90 and at least maybe 100.
Using Morehead City, I've got 115.2 in one pixel, 26.8 adjacent to that pixel, giving me 142 on the nose.
I don't have an updated frame. I don't think so. I will maybe switch to my radar scope here and check. But if this does not have a tornado on the ground now, it's gonna have one eventually. That normalized rotation just spiked it to the yellows, Nathan. So that's definitely indicative of a powerful tornado. When you start to get normalized rotation into the yellows, that's usually when you see CC drops. And I'm gonna go grab my radar. Actually, I'm getting the newest scan right now. Maybe I will see the velocity scan that Tim was talking about in a second.
Yeah, no CC associated where that strong velocity couplet is at currently, but this is definitely very strong. It looks like it's settled
Tim,
down a little bit.
Are you able to show us that on your screen?
Yeah.
Because to be honest, we're not really looking at your webcam very much, so you may as well show us your radar.
Let me rack this this radar loop up and kind of can show this. We'll back up one frame here. This was at 309, and this is where we're seeing the strong area of rotation there. The velocities they're indicating maybe 142 in a couple spots there, but as we go to the next scan, it has weakened a little bit from that spot. But still, I am still getting at least 82 in this area. So, for the viewers that aren't familiar with velocity Doppler part of the radar, greens are ones that are going away from the radar, reds is what's going towards the radar, and usually we like to look in this area where we see the greens and reds bump together right in that area, and if we're going to see any tornado, it's going to be right in this area where we see the greens and reds come together.
Yeah, new scan. I'm getting about 60 and 28, so it's about 88 gates a gate. I'm also seeing two areas where the rotate the velocities are so strong that they're actually not even giving me the number on the velocity. So it's probably where it indicated that there could be some range folding ongoing. I don't see range folding, but I still have the hence to say that we could see a tornado drop from this. So this went from it dying kind of to now blowing up to now on a more reasonable level.
And there's another look of it on the GR2 radar, Nathan. You can see the greens there indicating a very prominent rotation just to the east of Aurora. That's why we still do have this tornado warning in effect. This is rural areas, but it doesn't matter. Treat this as if this is on the ground and ongoing. If you're in the area of Aurora and areas north of that.
I would expect the reason why we have this we don't have a CC drop is because it's over rural areas, but honestly I think new mesoscale discussion has come out regarding Tornado
Yes.
Watch 548. I am waiting to pull that up
So
here.
check.
Tornado threat has shifted north across eastern North Carolina. Primary tornado threat should be north of Morehead City, where the more favorable wind profile and deeper convection is located at. And this is north of Morehead City, so I believe this is with the cell that is currently tornado warned, Nathan, if I'm not mistaken, and Tim.
Wow.
Might be, and just look at where that rotation is at. This rotation is rain wrapped. So
It
if
is
you're in
rain
Aurora, looking to the northeast, you're not going to see this
Oh,
rotation.
it just spiked again. It just spiked again. Normalized rotation is now at 1.64 in the yellows.
So
it just got stronger again.
That's the current tornado warning right now. Let me just give you an update on what's happened recently. This is the terrible looking radar of the storm right now. It has got so many mesovortices I've lost count. But from what we believe, we think that the storm moved in from the south, made a landfall. Where was it? Let's restart that. Made landfall around here, and then did a very tight anticyclonic loop possibly over this area, and then moved out over here. At this point, NHC confirmed a landfall here, so perhaps it moved this way, but then as the storm looks like it's moved up this way here, at this point the National Hurricane Center appears to have retracted their landfall statement, which I've never seen before. And then now as it moves onwards a little bit to here, which looks like that's where it is, Myrtle Beach appears to have lost power, or at least we've lost all communications with the 4 or 5 different webcams that we have there, and it looks like landfall might be coming up pretty much directly over Myrtle Beach in probably a few minutes.
Yeah, Tim, if you look at your GR2 here, normalized rotation on the right side of the couplet is just spiked yet again. Now I'm getting about 71 on top of 26, so we're looking at just right around 100 gate to gate. I honestly say that given the fact that we have this strong of a velocity signature at this close proximity to the radar, we actually measured the beam height here real quick. We're looking at about, let's say, We're looking at about 2,300 feet up from the Moorhead radar, and this is what we're getting this far up with this close to the ground with no CC drop. I am inclined to say that we might have a tornado on the ground to the east of Aurora. So,
Oh dear.
there is no confirmation on it on CC yet, but based off of velocity and normalized rotation, this thing honestly could be on the ground right now. We'll have to wait for CC to confirm that, or National Weather Service itself to confirm that. But Tim, I'm inclined to agree that we have a tornado on the ground here.
Yeah, I'm still taking a look at everything. I'm going up through a couple different tilts in the atmosphere right now. And nothing really indicative yet that we have a tornado on the ground. Not seeing CC to support it just yet. But this is definitely something that we are keeping an eye on. And once it does cross the Pimlico Sound, because that's where it's going to cross after it gets past this area. If you're up in the town of Bath, Pinetown, maybe up towards Jamesville, you guys need to be watching this cell, as once it crosses the Pimlico Sound, it's going to be in your area probably in the next. Let's see here. We got a time frame on it. Bath, it's going to be in that area in about the next 4 or 5 minutes. Should be up by Pinetown at 3:36. Jamesville at right about 4 o'clock. So, if you guys are in these areas, you need to be considering your tornado precautions and getting those in effect, as this cell will be moving your direction.
110 gate, Tim. And Nathan, 110 gate to gate as well. Definitely strong rotation.
Still looking at radar imagery right now, and I think more convincingly it is following that track that we thought it might have been, and it looks like it's going to make landfall near Murrells Inlet within just a couple of minutes here. So either first or perhaps second landfall in the Carolinas. Very difficult how we've the storm's terrible structure has made tracking it here extremely difficult. I believe it may have made a tight anticyclonic loop, making landfall near the South Santee River and then moving along the coast near Georgetown, and perhaps its final landfall here between Murrells Inlet and Myrtle Beach. Any news on that warning?
Still ongoing till 3:30 p.m. Looks like the rotation is just now to the northeast of Aurora, getting ready to cross the Pimlico Sound.
All right. Just going to look for another camera in the area, one that's closer to the center of the storm, which is quite close.
We're looking at about 107 gauge on that tornado warning. Very strong rotation, though, nevertheless.
I'm still seeing electronic signs on the outskirts of Myrtle Beach that have power. So I don't know if there is a power outage there or whether it's a very localized one, but we might know a little bit later on. Here's another view from the south side of Myrtle Beach. Before we were looking at the northern side. You've seen this one before, but this is probably the closest decent camera we have to the center of the storm right now. This is, if it had an eye, this storm, then it would be in it. This is probably only about 4 or 5 miles away from the very center point of the storm that we think it is, just about to make landfall.
Do tornado warning, Nathan.
It's an extension.
Yeah, it is an extension of the original tornado warning that we were looking at. This is for Central Beaufort County until 3:45 p.m. That cell is now located over Aurora Ferry Terminal, 16 miles southeast of River Road, moving northwest at 35. It is still radar indicated. So, yeah, if you are now in the town of Bath, you need to get into your tornado shelter now. You are under a tornado warning.
Tim, we're getting about 125 gate to gate.
We'll see what that looks like on the latest scan here on mine.
Joshua has a question. Was Hurricane Ian worse than Hurricane Andrew in Florida? That's a tough question. It's a really tough question. I think Andrew might still be worse because of the higher population that was in the immediate part of the storm. But it's a close one. Looking back at Myrtle Beach right now, I'll keep trying those webcams to see if they're back online, but lots of different webcams from different sources are all offline in Myrtle Beach at the moment, and it doesn't look like there's any sign of coming back yet either. So I reckon it's a power outage, but we don't know for sure. But obviously it would make sense if it is indeed a power outage in Myrtle Beach, particularly along the beachfront, because that's the area that's been most affected. Although actually I think, I can't tell if that's current. I think that might not be current. I thought one had come back then.
Nathan, that rotation has completely died.
Oh, in the tornado warning.
Yeah, it blew it completely blew itself up with the rotation. It's basically dead.
It's dying. It's dying due to the fact that it's going over the Pimlico Sound, so that water interaction is going to disrupt it.
Yeah, I mean it could recycle. It definitely can recycle, but for the time being, the rotation is basically dead at this time. But if you are still in Bath, I would still take your precautions. You are in the dead center of that tornado warning, and Bath's really the only city in this tornado warning. So if you're just in Bath, take your tornado precautions for the time being until this tornado warning gets expired.
Yeah, and there's the rotation in question we've been tracking, Nathan, as it does start to go over the Pimlico Sound. It is still southeast of Bath, so definitely still stay in your tornado safety areas, as even though this is over water right now, it could still get back over land and could try to get back together.
Speaking of rotations, I think it's time to declare a second landfall here, just north of Murrells Inlet at Surfside Beach. Probable landfall location here, and possibly a second landfall depending on what's happened with this storm and its dreadful circulation mind games that it's been playing. But it looks like it possibly that landfall has happened near Surfside Beach, just south of Myrtle Beach. I reckon that is a landfall, and look at how disjointed the storm is now getting just on radar. It's really getting disfigured and really a mess, and hopefully that's a sign that it's gonna completely loosen up and unravel and just fall apart extremely quickly after it moves inland.
Nathan, where are we? Just the weather prediction centers put out a mesoscale precipitation discussion advisory, and the western flank of Hurricane Ian will continue to produce prolonged periods of heavy rainfall over South Carolina, western North Carolina for several more hours, potentially resulting in additional areas of flash flooding tonight. Hurricane Ian made landfall near Georgetown, South Carolina this afternoon. Its western flank continues to generate moderate to heavy rainfall. 850 millibar winds over the Atlantic are 60 to 65 knots, intersecting the coastal front, pushing inland across eastern North Carolina. As Ian continues its extratropical transition, it is resulting in the WCB wrapping around Ian, and pivoting over central South Carolina, resulting in a strengthening 700 millibar front over central South Carolina and into west central North Carolina. This is well shown on the SPC WAP meso-analysis. The continuous 850 millibar moisture transported to the northwest side of Ian, where robust synoptic scale ascent is present beneath the right entrance region of a 250 millibar jet streak, will continue to support periods of heavy rainfall over South Carolina, western North Carolina, and Ian, according to the discussion I have, Ian moving northwest. And the rain, the heavy rain will also shift northwest.
Yeah, eventually, but at the moment it's still not happening. It's still moving probably due north again now, after pulling one of its tricks, I reckon. I don't know, it's hard to say. I mean, you could still make the argument that the centre of the storm is further west. When we look at this view here, you see all of that rotation further west. It could be, oops, it could be here, or it could be here, or anywhere in between, or maybe it's just an extremely elongated circulation now, and it's just falling apart. But we've marked a second landfall here, just south of Myrtle Beach, moving inland now definitively, and we'll see what the National Hurricane Center say. Now, I heard in your wording there that from that discussion that they were saying that it has made landfall, so maybe that is still the official line, only that we can't see it on the National Hurricane Center's website when they issued that update statement, and it's gone. So I mean, it is a retraction, but whether that's an official retraction, who knows. But we'll see what they say, either at another update statement perhaps, or maybe they'll have a new advice, or maybe we'll wait until the 5 p.m. advisory to find out what's happened. Current time 3:30 p.m. Eastern. At 2:05 National Hurricane Center, well, at 2:15 they put out an advisory saying that at 2:05 it made landfall near Georgetown, and then I don't know, maybe half an hour ago that statement disappeared from their website. First time I've ever seen that, and we assumed that they might have retracted that statement as the storm center appeared to possibly move back over water again, and now it appears definitively that it might have made landfall near Surfside Beach, I think it is, just south of Myrtle Beach.
Yeah, Nathan, that rotation that is prompting the tornado warning is getting a bit more defined again. Actually, never mind. For last scan, it did look like it was trying to go again, but it has once again died off. It's probably over Pimlico Sound right now, so once it gets back onto land near Bath, it should, well, hopefully not, but given the environment that we currently have, the storm could, or most likely will, try and recycle and could put down a tornado here. And just based on velocity alone, I think we definitely had at least a brief spin up given the velocity. There was no CC drop to confirm that though. However, I had a heads to say that it was definitely on the ground. But this rotation is currently crossing over sound at this time. Hence why the rotation is shoveled on radar. But once that does pass over local sound and back on shore, it should begin to ramp up yet again.
So there we are. Let's take some comments. How many eyes does the creature have? Says Vapor.
Creature? Are we talking about Ian?
Yes. Well, it's got one, but it had plenty mesovortices inside there, I'm pretty sure. Just crazy. Mike Matt says, Ian a tropical storm, or is it still a category 1? It's definitely still at category 1 strength. How strong is the tornado? Well, there isn't one right now, but there is a rotation. And is the death toll based on how many bodies are found, or are they also factoring in witness deaths? Because I've seen news interviews of people who saw people die from the hurricane. Well, I'm pretty sure they officially, they only make it official when they've actually confirmed it.
Nathan, unfortunately, sorry to cut you off, but to recount back what you're saying, unfortunately, the death toll has now risen to 34, with 30 confirmed fatalities in the United States, including 4 from Cuba. So now 2 more deaths are being confirmed from Cuba. So Ian's death toll is now up to 34.
Once again, let me draw what I think happened with this storm as it approached land. That it was wobbling around here, and I think it probably made a very tight anticyclonic loop, and then it probably moved along the coast here and continued up to its current position now near Myrtle Beach and moving inland, and that it probably made landfall just around there, a second landfall, and is now continuing inland. That's my thoughts on the storm, but definitely looks like it's made landfall now, and it continues to move inland and is completely detaching from some of its older bands, still the stronger bands, and those in the center might find that the rainfall is actually not as bad as it would be further towards the west in that western band. Of course, this is only partial scan of that radar, to be honest, so this area over here might actually be pretty bad. But let me just actually switch to the whole national radar so that we can get a non-biased view of it. There we go. So this imagery, let's just wait for it to catch up if it decides it wants to. It's slowly getting there. And it's got a little bit. So there's the landfall zone there. Some pretty nasty rain moving through the Myrtle Beach area though. And as you can see, those cells on the northeastern side, some of those producing tornado warnings, and on the western side a huge bulk of rain moving through the Interstate 26 through Orangeburg, Columbia, and then along Interstate 77 up to Charlotte. So serious rainfall amounts. Looks like they just passed through Charlotte actually. So I'll see if we can get some webcams there. David.
We might see more flash warnings being issued during the night. And when's the last time that area saw a tropical cyclone?
Which area?
South Carolina, North Carolina.
Tornado
I think South Carolina
Dorian.
had Danny. I think, yeah, South Carolina had Danny.
Isaias.
Yeah, South Carolina had Danny, and then I think Isaias would have been through, and then Dorian previous to that.
What about Matthew?
That too.
Now you're getting back to 2016. I mean, if you want to go over the last 6 or 7 years, we've had Matthew, we've had Florence, we've had Isaias, we've had Dorian, Charleston proper would have had Danny last year, or this year, one of the two.
And I see
I believe they had Bonnie as well from this. No, they didn't have Bonnie. They had Danny. Yeah, Bonnie was somewhere else.
And I see you've got the webcam showing on the US channel of Matthew out on the platform.
Yeah, that is Frying Pan Shoals. That was our go-to during Florence.
Yes, the whipping of the flag.
Yeah, that flag on Frying Pan already pretty well battered. We were showing that earlier on the main channel, but that shot is over on the US.
Yeah, conditions near Charlotte looking pretty bad, very rainy, lots of rain falling there, so difficult driving conditions again. There's also lots of areas along I-26 near Columbia that's getting a lot of precipitation, and I'm seeing lots of emergency vehicles in some places. I wonder if that might be an accident or something, but something's going on. Go ahead.
Tornado warning cancelled, Nathan.
Well, that's some good news there. We always like to hear about cancellations.
I can see why that rotation has completely fell apart.
So we're
I
watching
am
this.
noticing another cell of like a tornado warning. Sorry again, but might be seeing another. So like a tornado warning here near west of Kilkenny, or Kilkenny. Kilkenny is the city that this possible rotation, this new rotation actually is. New cell, just to the west of Kilkenny, North Carolina.
Right now, there's not a huge amount to talk about. It looks like the center of the storm has made landfall again. After earlier we declared a potential first landfall now as we see it, and a potential second landfall. Not heard anything from the National Hurricane Center apart from that 2:15 update statement that they made, which they then removed from their website. Whether that update still stands or not, we don't really know. That update proclaimed landfall at Georgetown, but at this moment we don't know if that still stands or not. But they haven't yet made a statement about any further landfalls, so I guess we will assume now that they are staying with that statement. But from as far as we can see, it probably made a second landfall right around here, just south of Myrtle Beach, after it was hugging the coast for a while, after it previously made a first landfall further south. Ridiculous storm to try and forecast and predict. It's been taking us for a ride all the way, but finally it is running out of places to run as it makes landfall in South Carolina, and it will very soon start rapidly weakening and die off completely. Good riddance. But for the meantime, we are still having to track it closely to watch for any further movements as it moves inland. Our coverage continues until the 5 p.m. Advisory, when they will issue their suite of products, their next round from the National Hurricane Center, and we'll bring all of that information to you live as it happens. But in the meantime, our main operations right now are watching this storm move inland and seeing some of those tornado warnings that we've received so far. Have any of them looked, I know we were talking earlier, but how many do you think have actually touched the ground, do you think?
Based off of race presentations, I would say at least one.
Okay.
Yeah, at least one. And yeah, conditions deteriorated here briefly, Nathan. We had a strong gust. I would say at least tropical storm force winds that just went through the area and was strong enough that it actually caused a brief power outage. So,
Yikes.
yeah, we've lost the U.S. stream. We're going to try to get that back up and going here shortly, but winds are easily gusting in some instances 25, 35 miles an hour, even tropical storm force.
You're going to need my help with that?
Let me get my studio back up and running, and I'll send you a message behind the scenes if I do need some assistance on that.
Oh, good luck there.
North Carolina Emergency Management have put out a posting 4 minutes ago. Total power outages as of 3:30 p.m. 76,384. The majority of the outages are in Robson County, Wake County, Johnson County. So 76,000 without electricity.
We actually believe that that number is a little bit higher at 82,000, and in South Carolina right now we're hearing reports of 210,000 power outages, including at Myrtle Beach, which we've been watching, and all those cameras are out right now. But the worst county at the moment is Georgetown, which is about 30% out. Charleston County is approximately 25% out. Berkeley County is at around 25% out. Williamsburg is at around 25% out. Horry County is currently around 20% out. Marion, that's around 10%. Dillon at around 10%. Orangeburg is around 15% out. And Lee County, that's South Carolina, not Florida, is around 15% out as well. For those wondering about Florida power outages, there are still 1.8 million out right now, and some of the worst places in terms of proportion. Hardy County is still 99% out of 9,500 people. Highlands County is around 90% out. Charlotte County is still around 80% out. Lee County down there is still approximately 80% out. DeSoto County is around 70% out. Sarasota is at around 60% out. Manatee County is at around 40% out. Polk County at around 40%. Okeechobee County is roughly 30% out. Volusia County is over 50% out. Seminole County is at around 35 to 40% out, and Flagler is at around 35% out as well. So those are the counties in Florida with power outages. Georgia has got off very lightly from this storm when it could have been different, particularly when you look at some of those old forecasts. So far in Georgia, power outages across the whole state only at around 0.5%. So right now we are looking back at the radar imagery of this storm, which has clearly made landfall by anyone's estimate at this point, I'm sure. And we await any further news from the National Hurricane Center. They'll be updating for sure their full advisory at 5 p.m. And Tim is showing us some live views outside his place. What's going on, Tim?
Yeah, Nathan, this is a live shot from just a couple miles west of downtown Fayetteville. You can see some of the stronger winds being blown through the trees here at my headquarters. We do have some debris down here in the streets, and the winds are pretty gusty. You can see it's whipping this willow tree around on the northeastern side of my property pretty intense. You can see some winds in some of the branches in the distance, whipping them around. Winds are easily 25, 35 miles an hour, probably gusts and tropical storm force in a few instances. Right now, the rain has tapered off, but I know looking at your radar, Nathan, we have another band get ready to come in.
Yep, there is another significant... Yeah, this storm could actually pass very close to you now, the center. It is still going east of forecast again, for those who are wondering, by the way, when we look back at the radar.
Winds are picking up here, Nathan. We're probably getting 30, 40 mile an hour winds right now.
Maybe. I'm not sure, though. I'm not seeing a huge amount of... Well, yeah, there's a little bit of swaying there. Tim, if you can turn yourself down a little bit. We're sort of bleeding here. We've had to turn down your audio a bit.
There we go.
But there's the view
But
now.
Nathan, this is what we're experiencing almost 100 miles away from the center of Ian right now. Tropical storm force conditions being felt in this area.
And that again is Fayetteville in North Carolina. The current view from Tim's place. Live coverage continues here until 5, and then we will throw it back to our radar stream, assuming that it's still running, and then we will probably have some more video updates on this storm as it continues inland. Let's see if we've got any comments and questions right now. Start your message with Force 13 all in text and it will light up for us. In fact, we haven't had any recently, but I'm sure some people may have some later on. We're not showing you the Sunset Beach webcam anymore because the rain has something's happened there. It looks like it's either fogged up or it's gone out of focus, so there's really nothing that we can really see on that image. So that's another camera that sort of bites the dust, even though it's still running. What was that?
Tim's back, Nathan.
Yep, so Tim back in his desk position, I assume.
Yes, back at the studio desk. We're waiting for the studio to boot back up, so I figured why not step outside, give the viewers a brief taste of what's going on in this area.
Let's go back to Myrtle Beach. This is the view right now, and from what I can see, looks like it's well underneath the... I would say this location right now is ground zero at the moment, even though it doesn't look particularly crazy. But that looks like it's in the very center of the hurricane right now. And of course it wouldn't look crazy if you're in the center of the hurricane. It is dull and cloudy, and that's because, you know, it's not a proper eye anymore. But you can see in the distance the tree lines, the trees over there. Not much breeze. Still a little bit there actually, but at times it is quite still, and that's very close to the center of the storm at this time. Vapor says, should we nickname this storm the East Storm because it keeps going east of the cone? I think we might have to. It is still going east of the cone, and right now, as far as I can see, it's at least halfway across and possibly to the edge of the cone, depending on which you go by. But I think the center of the storm, if we look at this image right now, is probably exactly here. Just northeast of Myrtle Beach right now and moving inland. I think that's our latest fix.
Nathan, the National Weather Service has a new SPC outlook.
Tell us about it.
Slight risk for... day one outlook, slight
So they've
risk
kept it
over
as a slight risk.
extreme. Yep, northeast South Carolina, eastern North Carolina, and southeast Virginia.
Yep, so that's continuing. Is it Patrick still a 5% for tornadoes?
I'm checking that right now, Nathan. Let me see. And yep, still 5% tornado risk from what I've been seeing.
So far, do you feel that this has gone to plan in terms of tornado activity? Are we expecting a lot more in the evening hours?
I'm gonna be honestly real with you. I'm surprised we've had this lull of activity, based off the fact that we were expecting a more substantial tornado threat given that open warm sector. But I mean, let's just hope that we don't see any more tornadoes. But given the fact that, and I apologize, I have some sniffles here on my end, but based off of what I've been seeing right now, I mean, we are definitely below average of what we were expecting to see. Although we did see at least one tornado touchdown earlier, or at least we fought based on velocity, but I would expect the threat to increase, but I mean, given the way it's right now, it looks like it actually could be lulling for the time being.
Gee. We're still looking out, just in case the National Hurricane Center put out any surprise updates, but no word from them at the moment. We're still really confused about what happened earlier when they issued an update statement proclaiming landfall at 2:15 on Georgetown, and then sometime in the last hour, maybe around 3 o'clock, it disappeared from their website, and I've never seen anything like that before and can only assume that it was actually retracted, but we're not sure.
Nathan,
After that,
Town Hall.
Go on, you'd already started there. My pause was too long.
Porty's Island.
Yep.
What location would that be?
So that will have just passed the eye of the storm now.
It's being reported storm surge overtaking town hall in Porty's Island. PD is reporting catastrophic flooding on 700 block.
Mm.
So town hall in Porty's Island. Gee, the storm surge.
So that's quite serious, just a little bit south of Myrtle Beach there.
And I'll just retweeted on the main account. So it's not good news. Storm surge, major flooding.
Ah, there was an image of that as well. We'll go and grab that image so that we can show everyone what's going on over there. But in the meantime, we'll just take a look at that radar still. But yeah, there is an image of this, so I'm sure people locally will want to see this. Let me just get this ready. Alright, so we've got some news here. And I think this was mentioned earlier, and I'm just looking across the wires and looking at tweets and things. So first of all, there's this. That's not Myrtle Beach anymore, but it's not far away. The end of Pawleys Island Pier collapsed around 2 hours ago. And that's what was left of the pier, and it was floating southwards. You may remember earlier on, we were looking at some stuff from Myrtle Beach, and on the camera we could see something floating in the water, but we don't think it was a pier, but something was floating into the water. Let me see if there's any more stuff that we can show you. That wasn't what we had, but a lot of storm surge over that entire area. That's definitely occurring right now. Here is another one right now regarding the storm surge. This is in the last hour. View of storm surge coming in to residences. As you can see there, getting the boats ready. So storm surge getting quite severe in the Pawleys Island, Pawleys Beach area. Pawleys Island. So there's a lot going on right now in this entire area. Here's a, let's see if we can get another view here. Once again, Pawleys Island. Lots of surge coming in here and literally being part of the sea as we watch back through some of these videos. Can't imagine that makes for good driving conditions along there, but this is what it looks like along the coast right now, with that surge just completely blowing in over that area. And this is probably in the last hour. So that is the Pawleys Island area. Which is continuing to get storm surge impacts.
And Nathan, just back to the SPC, tornadoes remain a possibility through the evening hours, and transient supercell structures continue to be noted in radar data across eastern North Carolina. A few tornado warnings have been issued the past couple of hours, and the tornado threat will continue to the northeast of the center of the storm, mainly across eastern North Carolina into the far southwest VA. And Tornado Watch 548 remains in effect until 10 p.m.
Yep, so there's some more shots from Pawleys Island right now. Recent images from their police department. The waters are beginning to recede, actually, is the latest information from them. So those images were probably a few hours ago now. But there's a shot from around an hour ago. Still a great amount of debris blocking the roadway. Extended cleanup and causeways will be closed until all hazards mitigated. That's a photograph there from around an hour ago, showing the extent of the flooding. Let's see if we can look at another video now as well. It's not very good quality, but I suppose it might show you parts of the scene, and lots and lots of surge there. Poor filming conditions, clearly.
National Weather Service, heavy rain spreading north ahead of Hurricane Ian will continue to favour concerns for seeing flash of flooding. Urban areas will be the greatest risk.
So lots going on in Pawleys Island there, with serious issues with storm surge, which has arrived and possibly receding again. I wonder what it's looking like on Myrtle Beach roundabout now. I don't think we have access to the cameras over there still, because we think the power's out. We can't access any of the cameras, so it would seem as though the power is out. The closest we can get to the Myrtle Beach area is one of the feeds, the traffic cameras, and there is the view again from Myrtle Beach. Not very far away at all from the coast, and the storm, probably the center of the storm, probably moved directly over this location a little while ago. As the clock ticks over to 4 p.m, at least on this camera, so the camera's about half a minute behind. But this is the current view, and the camera's a little bit dodgy there with all of that.
Yes.
But I mean, at least we have one to look at during this storm. There's plenty of locations that we have seen throughout today. Pretty crazy imagery that we saw just a few moments ago.
Hey Nathan.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put this tweet here in the call chat, or at the call chat, because we're not even in the stage. I'll put it in the live output room.
That's the one.
If you want to take a look at this one, here are some similarities between Charlie and Ian. You can see some clear similarities on this tweet.
Huh. Well, I think that might be stretching a bit, you know. Is that really what Ian looks like? Oh my word. On that second image. I think that's a stretch, if I'm being honest. Oh, uncanny similarity with landfall locations. Oh, I'm sorry. Not the actual appearance at landfall, but the landfall locations. Okay, I can buy that. Yeah. Yeah, very similar landfall locations. Looking back at the camera at Myrtle Beach, and you can clearly see pools of water on the right hand side and the left as well in those little ditches. So lots of rain in this area that's still falling, but it is now on the back side of the storm, and the front side of the storm is still moving through large parts of South Carolina, getting lots of heavy rainfall in the Columbia and Charlotte areas, which I imagine might be causing some flash flooding, and up towards the North Carolina region, Raleigh, the eastern part of North Carolina, getting some of those gnarly cells that are moving through, with perhaps a little bit more continuous stuff for Raleigh right now. But a real mess of a storm causing a real mess of affairs in these parts of the southeastern United States. Dangerous conditions still occurring. This storm with possibly winds of 85 miles per hour and a central pressure of 977 millibars. And as we saw, a very large storm surge of probably 7 feet, which is certainly enough to inundate coastal areas and residences and all kinds of problems. We're less than an hour away from the National Hurricane Center's next full update, their 5 p.m. advisory, which is one of the big ones that they do every 6 hours. And at that point we will finish our coverage and return to the automated stream on the Force 13 US channel. We hope this coverage has been useful. Subscribe to the channel if you have found it so, and share our content. We hope to reach as many people as we can with our hopefully useful coverage. I mean, a lot of people say so, but we cover these events as they happen, as necessary, and certainly is necessary in a situation like this. So we'll be staying here until that new update. Diogenes the Cynic says, or Diogenes perhaps, could the remnants of the eye spawn multiple tornadoes? Well, I don't think it would be the remnants of the eye. It's still going to be the bands, the outer bands, although so far it has trended on the quieter side than what has been expected by certainly many parts of our team. And if you have any further questions, start your message with Force 13 all in text. So, we're still watching this storm as the eye continues to move inland, probably making a second landfall just south of Myrtle Beach after making a first landfall somewhere near Georgetown. I don't think that's what the NHC line will be, although who knows with reanalysis, and it's certainly been a very difficult one to track in those final hours leading up until the landfall. But nonetheless, it has happened, and the storm is now moving inland, and hopefully we'll see rapid degeneration of the storm. But so far, not much has changed. The southern side remains very weak, so the backside of the storm will hopefully not be too difficult for people to go through. But the surge is going to be the largest impact, and we don't know what's happening at Myrtle Beach right now. The power appears to be out. Tim, any updates from your neck of the woods?
Right now, Nathan, the winds have died down. Right now, it's just heavy rain at the moment. We do have what looks like another rain band getting ready to come into the area, so we'll have to see just how rough it gets. Just stepping out there when the studio went down here in this neck of the woods, just feeling that wind. It was really strong to the point where just trying to keep the storm door from getting out of my hand was a little bit of a challenge.
And what kinds of temperatures are you having now?
It is 60 degrees right now.
Just 60 degrees.
Yes.
So that shows you how the storm's influence is not particularly warm.
Not in this area now.
We're still looking at radar imagery right now. I've just had to go away from the stream for a short moment there, and I'm coming back now. So if there was any more comments, I did know that one came in. Let's just get that here. Any effects of this storm or depression? Are they going to reach Toronto? Way up there? I don't think so. It's all going to be shunted off eastwards, I think. So I'm not really sure which area to look at next now, because there's lots of different areas that are being affected by the storm in different ways. You've got the surge areas. You've of course got a lot of that heavy rainfall that's still occurring further west. I guess, I mean, when you look at this near Columbia right now, there's more extremely heavy rainfall there, it would seem. So let's see if we can grab a camera just east of Columbia and see what might be happening in this area. In fact, there is an incident on the northern Interstate 20 near Columbia right now. So let's see what's going on here. This is a live shot on the northern side of Columbia. Something's happened there, and traffic has had to be siphoned through a gap. So there's definitely been an incident there. That's an Interstate 20 near Columbia. We aren't really traffic reporters, but I guess we could talk about that. But you can see once again the heavy rain still falling in this area, and it looks like just coming in from the eastern side there's going to be a bulk of red moving through, so we're getting lots of rain rates and potential for flash flooding maybe in some areas around here. So we'll keep looking at this for a while. Northern side, Interstate 20 at mile marker 68. Any news on potential tornadic activities right now, team?
From what I'm looking at, one cell that is catching my eye. Actually, there really isn't anything that's catching my eye right now, which is, yeah. Fortunately, this is great, as we're not seeing a lot of tornado activity. However, there's a cell up northeast of Pike Road. This is actually a city Pike Road that is starting to catch my eye a little bit. There seems to be a little bit of rotation up there, but nothing too crazy at the moment. But we'll have to see what happens with that.
Whatever happened in the traffic there appears to have sorted itself out very quickly. I didn't even see what happened, but it looks like everything's running again normally now. I wish they were like that here in the UK. Accidents take like 10 years to clean up. Anyway, looking back at this road camera, heavy rainfall still occurring here, and still the possibility for flooding possibly. Well, let's see if we do have any more latest flood warnings and flash flood warnings in these regions. Let me get the latest info. There are 2 that are still in effect, which is good news because it used to be a lot more. Northeastern Georgetown County until 5:30 p.m. Thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 4 and 6 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 2 to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding ongoing or expected to begin shortly. And at 3:48, not long ago, flash flood warning remains in effect until 5 p.m. this afternoon for Berkeley and Charleston counties. Social media reports and videos indicate that water was entering a home near the intersection of President and Line Street. Another business may have water entering it from doorway facing President Street. Cameras just turned around there. Charleston police reports that numerous roads across downtown Charleston remain closed due to flooding. At 3:35 p.m., the stage on Church Creek near West Ashley was 6.11 feet and slowly rising. Flood stage is 5.5. At 5.5 feet, Church Creek floods portions of Winner's Circle and floodwaters approached the Crosstown Creek. This flooding occurred after 5 to 8 inches of rain fell across the area with the passage of Hurricane Ian. So that's the latest in flash flood warnings right now. And some regular flood warnings here. The Great PD River at PD affecting Florence and Marion counties, and Black Creek at Quinby affecting Florence and Darlington counties. Minor flooding is forecast in those 2 places. And just looking at Trent River at Pollexville, affecting Jones County. Minor flooding is occurring. They're currently at 4.6 feet, and the flood stage is at 4.0. And actually, just some flood history on that one. That crest compares to a previous crest of 4.4 feet on October 28th, 2012, which is a suspicious date because that's when Sandy was passing by.
We also have 2 flash flood warnings in effect for. Actually, we actually have 1 flash flood warning in effect in North Carolina and Virginia as well.
Oh, could you read that for us?
Of course. So the flash flood warning in North Carolina is for West Central Camden County in northeastern North Carolina, Chowan County in northeastern North Carolina, Pasquotank County in northeastern North Carolina, Perkins County in northeastern North Carolina until 5:45. 2:45. Doppler radar and automated rain gauges indicated heavy rain falling across the warned area. Between 2 and 4 inches of rain have fallen, and an additional amount of 1 to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. The rainfall rate is 1 to 1.5 inches in 1 hour. And then the second flash flood warning in Virginia. The flash flood warning is canceled for the city of Portsmouth. However, a flash flood warning remains in effect until 5:30 p.m. this afternoon for southeastern York County and the central city of Chesapeake, the city of Hampton, the city of Newport News, the city of Norfolk, the city of Pocosin, the east central city of Suffolk, and the city of Virginia Beach. Doppler radar and automated rain gauges indicated that heavy rain was falling across the warned area. Between 1.5 and 3 inches of rain have fallen. The expected rainfall rate is 1 to 1.5 inches in 1 hour. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing and are expected to begin shortly.
So we're still looking at this camera on Interstate 20 westbound at mile marker 68. There was an accident or something that happened there that slowed the traffic down. Heavy rainfall also occurring in this area right now. Let's look back at the radar, and more imagery suggesting that could it be that the center is actually rotating somewhere else again? Is this the center right now, or is it still up here? Still big question marks about where the center of this storm is, although all indications do at least show that it is now absolutely inland. But still moving northwards near Myrtle Beach, exiting that area now slowly but surely. But still you can see associated with that storm on the other sides, lots and lots of rainfall for the Interstate 77 corridor, and a huge amount along parts of I-20 and I-26. What was that?
My wife's in the background. She just actually had to go out. The winds are getting intense enough here, Nathan, that my wife actually just had to go out and put a chain and padlock on our gate for our property. The winds are actually intense enough. It blew that gate open.
Well, that will happen in strong winds.
Yeah, my slippers are scissors, isn't it?
Let's see if we've got some more comments from viewers right now, and there are a few. So, Mimi Memes says, what are your thoughts on the invest over in the Eastern Atlantic? We did look at it for a time, a little while back, and suggesting that it might end up being... Alright, you're going to have to turn that down, Tim. 2 different systems, possibly. One of them entering the Gulf, not the Gulf, but the Caribbean Sea, and perhaps 30% of models develop, or maybe more than that now. Quite a few model ensembles developing it. And a small chance that it enters the Gulf of Mexico, so that could be something to watch next week. But also a likely hurricane that will form in the Eastern Atlantic from the current system. And that will end up moving north at first and then turn west and then possibly north again, but I'm pretty sure that one will stay out to sea. So That's some good news. Lava Command says northern rain bands are hitting Washington, D.C. It's a huge storm. And when you look at it, they definitely are. Northern bands are hitting the Washington, D.C., Baltimore metro areas. Not as strong, nowhere near, but still being felt in those areas to an extent. And some of the bands now even entering the southernmost part of Pennsylvania as well. But the main part of the storm is what we're still watching here, the storm having made landfall just south of Myrtle Beach not long ago, and now moving well inland. Fayetteville, where Tim is underneath a significant red patch right now, and they may also get another big hit in maybe, how long might that be? Maybe 2 hours time. So that will be something for Tim to watch out for. Maybe he'll take some raw video for us, and we might see that coming up on the channel at some point. But
if that band comes through this area, Nathan, trust and believe we will have on the ground views of the strongest winds for this area.
I wonder how strong they will be if the storm was to move near your place, because we've seen those Myrtle Beach cams, and I never saw winds that went really strong. You know, I never saw hurricane winds, and I don't think I really saw more than 50-mile-an-hour winds either, so you might get 50, but I don't know where all the hurricane winds are right now that they're supposed to be occurring.
Maybe on the western side still, probably Columbia and Charlotte probably getting the worst of this right now.
Well, we're looking at Columbia right now. I mean, those hurricane force winds won't be that far out. If they are on the western side, it would have been right at the landfall zone, because we looked at Charleston and they were getting maybe 60-mile-an-hour winds at most. It was breezy, but I wasn't seeing anything really bad. But Charleston was at the most around 55 miles away from the storm before the storm got further away again. But interesting nonetheless. It'll be the points in between, and we didn't have cameras for those areas. And Georgetown particularly probably got hurricane force winds. Juhun says, I just heard hail around me. Do you think it was from Ian? I can't remember where he is. Was he in Raleigh? He was on some
I think he's in Raleigh. Yeah, they might be getting some slight hail with these stronger bands that are coming through. I mean, right now we're not seeing any hail markers on probably any of our radars, but some small pea-size hail can't be ruled out.
Yeah, interesting. And Jones says that they're near Columbia and all they're getting is very light wind and rain. And Erica there just saying Charlotte is 24-mile-an-hour wind. And Lava Command says 911 call center in Norfolk reporting most of downtown flooded due to coastal surge and rainfall and flooding. So let me see if I can find any views from Norfolk, Virginia, which I assume it is. I'll have a little look and see what I can find. So certainly a wide-ranging event. Any thoughts on that, Tim? Looks like he's gone away for a moment. Is David here?
Tornado warning.
A tornado warning?
Yep, tornado warning, Nathan.
Uh-oh. Where's this?
Gotta find it here, actually. For Craven and Jones counties until 4:45. This was actually in effect. Yep, this has just been issued by the National Weather Service in Newport. New tornado warning. If you're in Cove City, Fort Barnwell. The polygon ain't showing on my end, which is a bit weird, but oh, actually, I know why, because it's blended in with my color table. That's great. But new tornado warning 4. Let me pull it up.
northeastern Jones County, and northwestern Craven County, capable of producing a tornado
Yeah, I see
near
it.
Tuscarora or 9 miles west of Newbern, moving northwest of 45. Taking a look at the current rotation here. Decent. Oh, wow. We have a decently strong
Can you
couplet,
show us?
and that might be a debris drop, actually. It's a weak one. It's faint, but that might be a debris drop there. So you take a look right here. You have your reflectivity here. Oh, actually, it is over clear air, so I'm not 100% sure. You're right here. Oh, yeah, right here you have your rotation spot. We're getting about a. Oh, wow, we're getting about 130 gate to gate. Wow. That. If this lines up with the next skid, we might get a tornado here, Nathan. Look at this velocity couplet right here. About 130 gate to gate.
That looks pretty bad. I'm just looking into the person who was talking about Norfolk. Right now, I am not seeing much to be worried about, but once again, I am only looking at highway cameras, and that might not tell the whole story, but no, I've finished looking there, so I don't know what. But yeah, there could be some coastal flooding going on. There are coastal flood advisories, of course, in that area as well. So let's take a look now at the latest radar. Once again, you can see the wider picture. Still on the western flanks of this storm, we are looking at some very high rain rates still, and another line approaching Columbia. Let's see if we can spot something else that's happened on the road here. I think there might have been possibly a road closure or something going on, but this is Columbia again right now. No, there's still traffic on the other side, but was suggesting to me that there was an incident here somewhere. But nonetheless, you can see right now this area is underneath that heavy rain band. Interstate 20, still some vehicles going rather fast there. I would advise caution underneath some of these very dark bands that are occurring east of Columbia now on Interstate 20 at mile marker 77.5. National Hurricane Center will update soon on Hurricane Ian, and we'll give you the latest information on its wind speed and its forecast and any changes. Of course, now that it has made landfall, there's not a huge amount to talk about with regards forecasting the storm now. But we'll get their information and then we'll finish up our full coverage for today. We will probably have a tropical weather bulletin later on tonight, and we are likely to have another video update on Ian probably later in the evening, and more updates continue tomorrow as we keep watching this situation. We certainly weren't initially expecting this to be a hurricane landfall for the second time, but it has achieved that. It was an 85 mile per hour landfall, no less, as well, with a pressure of 977 millibars. We'll get their latest update in sometime in the next half hour. Usually they can be quite early with their updates, but sometimes they prolong it a little bit, the wait. Of course, the deadline is the top of the hour, but we have come to expect them to be early at times, and we'll see what happens today. But right now we're looking at the live webcam from Columbia along Interstate 20. If anyone's got any comments or questions for us right now, it's a good time to go ahead. Moment of Lovely says that they're out for today, that they're leaving, rather, and to have a good weekend. Well, thank you. And center shows to be slight northwest of Myrtle Beach, around 20 miles out, and I would probably agree with that. I think you're right.
To the tornado warning, Nathan. Jones County has been canceled, but Craven County continues. Severe thunderstorm capable pursuit tornado is located still near Tuscarora, 14 miles northwest of Newbern, moving northwest of 45. Looking at rotation right now, it does appear to have gone a little bit unclear on radar. Looking at about 117 which is actually decent, strong, decent normalized rotation. So definitely still have a
a worthy tornado warning. If you are in the tornado warning, take shelter now. I shall read some cities here in the polygon. If you're in Cove City, you are in Dover, I would say you're basically right outside the polygons. I would say take shelter. If you're in Fort Barnwell, you need to be you need to be going to your place. I'll actually read off the National Weather Service text here really quick. Let me pull up National Weather Service text here. Okay, so a tornado warning remains in effect until 4:45 p.m. for northwestern Craven County. Hazard is a tornado, and some cities in the path of this tornado include Fort Barnwell, Jasper, Tuscarora, Dover, and Cove City. Take cover now. Move to a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you're outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. This is a rain-wrapped circulation, so it may be hard to see the tornado. Do not wait to see or hear it. Be covered now. Looking at latest new scan came in, and looking a bit less defined. However, my color table's a bit weird, so unfortunately that's an issue, but still decent rotation with us. So if you're within this tornado warning, take shelter now.
So that's a live tornado warning, and that is current on the eastern side of the storm at this time. This is Force 13's live coverage coming up to 4:30. We're on the air for another half hour or so before we finish up and link to the US stream, which is currently active, I think, and showing the latest information on radar and satellite and some webcam imagery as well, which will be running throughout the day beyond our stream here. Of course, you can also join our community Discord server, discord.gg/force13, for more discussion with over 4,500 community members, storm trackers and weather watchers all around the world. But in the meantime, we are still looking at Hurricane Ian as it continues to annoy us as it moves inland. After earlier being very uncertain about where it wanted to actually make landfall, whether it was in Georgetown or whether it was in Surfside Beach or both. It possibly moved back out over the water for a brief spell, as it appeared to be doing tight anticyclonic loops. Or maybe we didn't just have the center picked out properly, and perhaps it was a little bit more straightforward than that. I guess we'll only find out in the post-analysis what exactly happened when the storm was making landfall. Lava Command says, Fire Rescue 2 miles southwest of Charleston Airport are reporting that floodwaters got inside buildings in Greenwood at Ashley Apartment Complex. Let's look back at the live webcam on the eastern side of Columbia, which is underneath some heavy rain right now. They're in the red zone according to my radar here. So it looks like heavy rain rates at this location and difficult travel conditions.
Alrighty, Nathan, I am going to be heading up for the evening. Thanks for the wonderful stream, and good luck for the rest of the 30 minutes, and we'll talk soon.
As always, thanks for joining us, Patrick.
No problemo. Out.
David or Tim, any more information at your end here?
Actually, yeah, Nathan, we are starting to get a few more tropical storm wind reports in and around the North Carolina area. A lot of them being primarily trees being down across the Southern Pines, Sanford, up into the Raleigh area. We do actually have a couple wind reports, 46-mile-per-hour wind report at the Wayne Executive Jet Airport in Wayne, North Carolina. And the Fayetteville Regional Airport reporting a 56-mile-per-hour wind gust.
Wow.
About 30 minutes ago. That might have been part of the line that came through that knocked power out here at the studio for a short bit.
How long was it? A couple of minutes?
It went out for a few seconds, but obviously, having to bring the studio back up and
Yeah,
running
of
and getting
course.
everything back in place takes a few minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. From what we're seeing though right now, Tim, the storm, the center of the storm, wherever it is, somewhere northwest of Myrtle Beach, that is still on the eastern side of the cone. It's just not going to quit, is it? It keeps going east every single time.
What's got me worried, Nathan, is last check from where the center is at, it is only 70 miles from my location. So we could see the conditions deteriorate a little bit more around this area if it maintains its northward track.
I do wonder what intensity it will be now that it has made landfall. I'm sure they'll take it down a notch. I'm not sure what the winds they're going to go for are. I think some of that wind at 85 miles per hour would have been brought on by its relatively fast movement as it was moving up towards land, but it's slowed down a lot as it's made landfall here, and so perhaps those strongest winds have gone down a little, and of course the impact when a storm does make landfall, those winds drop very quickly.
Just taking a look at the velocities off the Wilmington radar, I am not getting anything over hurricane force. So they might drop this considerably. Probably, I can see 65 miles an hour being fairly reasonable right now for an intensity estimate.
From 85, I don't think they will. I think they will keep it a hurricane. I think they'll keep 75 miles an hour or even 80 at landfall. That's just what my thought is about National Hurricane Center. Whether that's going to be a right call or not, we'll see. But if what you're saying about radar is correct, then perhaps it'll be interesting to see what actual observations, surface observations they get as well, because they always come out with some winds there. And we know that earlier on, from the NHC update from 2 p.m., they had sustained winds at Morris Island Lighthouse at 75 miles per hour with a gust to 82. So, I don't know. They think it will weaken rapidly after landfall, and landfall has occurred, so I think they'll drop it slightly, but I think they will keep it as a hurricane.
Well,
David,
we'll know
any
here in
thoughts?
about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just listening to what you just said, Nathan, the tornado risk continues. We might see new flash flooding warnings issued during the night. So we wait till the next lot of advices from the NHC, but I'm supportive of remaining hurricane status.
I've just noticed something as well. While we were all getting in a tizzy over this storm making landfall or not, we actually missed the International Space Station flying over it. Never mind, David.
I did think of that, but I just haven't got around to checking.
All right. Waldy says a tree has fallen outside my front door. So that's an interesting moment there for you, I'm sure. B Bunker says status of tornado warning for Cove County. It, I think, is still active. Yes, it is still active, that tornado warning right now. I assume that's the one we were looking at just before. And Juan says, I'm getting 28 mile an hour winds and a little bit of hail. I think that was in Raleigh. And Lava Command says 1 mile north-northwest of Jacksonville in Onslow County. Spotter reports large tree down on Gum Branch Road.
That's probably a local report there. Just taking a look back over the ISS footage. Just
I didn't know you
right
could.
quick. Yeah, I'm looking back through one of the live streams that normally carries it. Just trying to see just how good of a look the ISS got of it.
It's probably about 3 hours ago. We're still looking at the view here in the eastern part of Columbia, South Carolina. We've chosen this location right now because it's underneath some red bands on the radar, so extremely heavy rain amounts likely in this area. But I guess now we'll switch to somewhere else because of course those red areas near the center of the storm, which are probably stronger winds, are approaching Interstate 95. So let's have a look and see if there's any cameras along that stretch of the I-95. Getting up towards Fayetteville now, which is where Tim is. Is that... I don't have North Carolina cameras though, unfortunately. I've only got South Carolina. There's one right near the border on Interstate 95, so I guess we'll look at this one for a while. So this is a view of I-95 at mile marker 197, which puts this camera where exactly? I think it's near Dillon. 197. Must be right on the border near. So there we are. A view looking on Interstate 95 near Dillon County, certainly in South Carolina, right next to the border with North Carolina, and this area should be getting some strong winds. They're about to enter a big red area of very heavy rainfall on the radar. Michael says, what impacts from Ian in New York City? Probably not much. Light to moderate winds, but that will probably occur from the storm's remnants rather than the storm itself. So it's going to be nothing special in your area, I wouldn't think. And rainfall amounts aren't going to be too crazy either, I don't think, up there. It's a bit glitchy, this camera, but you get the general idea. Interstate 95, getting quite a bit of rainfall. And we are hearing from National Weather Service Wakefield of widespread street flooding in Norfolk this afternoon, Norfolk, Virginia, due to heavy rain and higher than normal tides.
Apparently Myrtle Beach has been hit hard with the storm surge, and
seems so.
So did Port Garden City.
I don't know where that is.
Him?
One more time with them, trying to see if I can find some traffic cameras here for Nathan.
Looks like we have a camera back here for Myrtle Beach, if it's a current one. I'm not sure if it is, but let's just have a look. This is Myrtle Beach. That does look recent. I don't know if the camera's been forcefully turned away from the coast or whether it was done intentionally. But there's a view out of Myrtle Beach with the... oh, it's turned back again. So the surge continuing there at that location. I don't know if that is still live or not, or whether it was the moments before the cameras went down. But certainly this is what it has looked like at some point, if not currently. But it's difficult to gauge whether it's live or not. It's just very hard to tell. But I think Myrtle Beach... no, I still can't tell whether it's going to be getting clearer skies now or in a little while. But this is what it certainly did look like at some point, with those waves crashing over those small sand dunes and really causing a mess along the beachfront there. I reckon that probably isn't current. I think that was earlier. So looking back at Interstate 95, well, that camera's broken as well, actually. So I guess we'll just jump straight back to the radar picture. And I'm sure a lot of people want to see this view anyway. And this is a live look at what's going on in this area. Let me try and see if there's any more cameras in the Columbia area that look interesting. Let's show you a camera from the west side once again of Colombia, and we're looking at this view here. On the right hand side, I'm not sure if that's flooded water or if it's a roadway. I guess we'll only find out if there's a car on it, but fast road there with 4 lanes either side. In fact, I think the opposite carriageway has 5 lanes there, so vehicles moving quite speedily along. But this area's had a lot of rainfall and some more on the way, so I think care should be taken. This is Interstate 126, one of the inward bound highways straight into town from the western side. So that's another viewpoint looking at some of that heavy rainfall. We have the National Hurricane Center update, and they have declared Ian a post-tropical cyclone. So no longer a tropical hurricane, but still has winds of 70 miles per hour, which is tropical storm force, nearly hurricane force, and a pressure of 982. The storm surge warning has been discontinued from south of the South Santee River. The entire hurricane warning and watch areas have been discontinued. The tropical storm warning has been discontinued from Savannah River to Altamaha Sound, and the tropical storm warning has been issued from Edisto Beach to Cape Fear, North Carolina. So to reiterate there, a storm surge warning now in effect for South Santee River to Cape Fear and the Neuse River in North Carolina. A tropical storm warning for Edisto Beach to Duck, North Carolina and Pamlico Sound, and the storm surge watch for north of Cape Fear to Duck, Pamlico River and Cape Fear River. They are expecting the storm to rapidly weaken, but the breaking news at this time is that Ian has become a post-tropical storm, but the dangerous storm surge, flash flooding and high wind threat continues. A weather flow station at Oak Island recently reported sustained winds of 54 miles per hour with a gust to 78. And now we expect further storm surges of in Cape Fear River 2 to 4 feet, South Santee River to Duck, including Pamlico and Neuse Rivers 2 to 4 feet, and the Albemarle Sound 1 to 2 feet. Rainfall in the northeast South Carolina 4 to 8 inches with local maximums of 12. Central South Carolina, North Carolina and Southern Virginia 3 to 6 inches with local maximums of 8. And elsewhere in Virginia, portions of West Virginia, Washington DC and Maryland 1 to 3 inches and local maximums of 5. So still some high rainfall amounts expected in those areas. So the breaking news right now is that this storm has turned post-tropical and is no longer a tropical hurricane. We are extremely thankful for that. I'm losing my voice here. The National Hurricane Center are still issuing advisories though, and they will have another intermediate advisory at 8 p.m. and a full advisory at 11. I imagine by the 11 p.m. advisory they might stop or pass it over to the Weather Prediction Center maybe, but we'll see what happens. Let's see if we've got a cone update. Might take a little while for... Oh no, it is already updated there, showing post-tropical cyclone Ian with winds of 70 miles per hour, moving north at 15, and those tropical storm warnings that remain in effect for a large area there. Comment from the team.
I curious on the track of the former hurricane. I thought it might have veered back out. So
No, don't say that.
I'm just thinking of the models, and at this point in time, it's what, northward track or slightly to the northwest, but the threat is still there.
Of course, it is still east of the forecast track from the last forecast, so it is still trending east quite a bit, but I think it is actually now moving north again, and hopefully for the final time this will trend back towards the northwest. But crikey, it's taken us for a ride, hasn't it?
It has, and it's been a heartbreaking few days, and the storm surge, the winds, the massive damage, and there'll be discussion whether Ian did reach Category 5, but that'll be something we wait to see, but it's still not good. The tornado threat,
which appears to be less than what it was expected to be so far.
do you think we might see the tornado watch cancelled?
Oh no, I don't. They're not going to do that. Discussion from the National Hurricane Center. Deep convection has ceased now that Ian has lost its energy source from the Atlantic Ocean and the circulation has wrapped into cooler surface air. Thus, Ian has transitioned into an extratropical low. The initial wind speed is set to 60 knots or 70 miles per hour based on elevated hurricane force winds still being observed on radar offshore of eastern South Carolina. So they went with what you were observing there, Tim. Ian continues to move faster to the north, around 13 knots, and should turn to the north-northwest later today due to a short-wave trough over the southeastern United States. Ian should rapidly weaken in the cool air mass and dissipate by early Sunday over western North Carolina or Virginia. No significant changes were made to the track or intensity forecast. It should be emphasized that just because Ian has become a post-tropical cyclone that the danger is not over, which is what we keep banging on about. Dangerous storm surge, flash flooding and high winds are still in the forecast from this cyclone. So the key messages: the danger of life-threatening storm surge this evening along the coast of the Carolinas within the storm surge warning areas. Tropical storm force winds are expected along the coast of South Carolina and southeastern North Carolina within the warning area through early Saturday, and ongoing major to record river flooding will continue through next week across portions of central Florida. Considerable flooding expected today across portions of coastal and northeast South Carolina, coastal North Carolina and southeast Virginia. Locally considerable flooding is possible across portions of northwest North Carolina and southern Virginia today into early Saturday. And with that, we are pretty much almost finished with this storm, certainly finished in terms of forecasting it, but just a reminder that this storm is still going to be very dangerous as it moves inland over the next few hours. Tim, I'm sure, is preparing for some of those inner bands that he is about to receive, roughly 65 miles from the center of Ian. But it is now a post-tropical storm, extratropical. We're so happy to say those words, but it is still powerful with sustained winds of 70 miles per hour, which can still cause, big problems. Central pressure 982, and tropical storm warnings still in effect for large areas of the Carolinas. Fairly shortly, at the end of the hour, we will be going off the air and we will cross our stream over to the automated feed on the Force 13 US channel, where you can continue to track the storm in real time, pretty much for as long as it's traceable, I would imagine. So you can watch that stream 24/7, always on the US channel. From us, though, we will produce a tropical weather bulletin tonight with more information on Ian, and probably a storm update as well in the short format that we produce on the Force 13 channel in our usually between sometimes 5 minutes, sometimes up to about 10 or 12 minute videos. Much shorter form, which some people prefer over our longer form live streams. And by tomorrow we will probably still be doing 1 or 2 more updates on the storm and its flooding and of course its impacts further south in Florida, in the aftermath, which is still only just beginning down there, where in some places there are still areas that have 99% power outages, and in the populated areas of Fort Myers and Port Charlotte, they're still around 90% out in those areas right now. We're still looking at a live view from Columbia, South Carolina, looking just west of the city on Interstate 126. Some vehicles going rather fast there. I wouldn't recommend that in those conditions, despite there being a 4-lane empty piece of road. You could have 8 lanes. If you lose control on that slick surface, then you'll be careering into a wall, no doubt.
Yes.
We'll be here for a few more minutes to see if we can take any more comments and questions. Paul Treelower says, thanks for your coverage from Beaufort, South Carolina. Big help. That's the kind of things we love to hear. Not because it's necessarily positive, but because we know that we've done a good job with our coverage. So we like to hear things like that. We hope we've been useful in some way or shape or form. And no doubt there's going to be more fallout from this storm as we go through its extratropical phase. And no doubt we'll be producing a animated track of this storm a little bit after the event when it's completely died off. Subscribe to the channel, Force 13, for more updates on all storms around the world. Our attention next will probably shift to Tropical Storm Orlene, which has winds of at least 60 miles per hour in the eastern Pacific Ocean and is expected to become a hurricane and could impact, it's actually 65 miles per hour now, and could impact the coast of Mexico as a hurricane. In fact, we've got news here which has just been issued as well. The government of Mexico has issued a hurricane watch for La Isla Maria and a tropical storm watch for the coast of mainland Mexico from Manzanillo to San Blas. So those are warnings that are currently in effect, watches that are currently in effect right now ahead of Tropical Storm Orlene, which could be a landfall threat as a hurricane for the western coast of Mexico. They are expecting a hurricane over the Isla Maria and then a tropical storm landfall further north. So more information on that will obviously come up in Force 13 updates on our channel. And you can follow our social media outlets as well. We're on Facebook and Twitter, and you can join our community on Discord, discord.gg/Force13, to communicate with other weather trackers from around the world. We want to make this as big as we can, really, covering cyclones around the world. We'd love to have other contributors on board. So if you feel you have what it takes to be part of our team, please send us a message and get in touch. You can either send us an email or you can contact me personally on Discord. I am Foycaster, my username on there, and you can send over a message. I know that there have been a lot of messages that have been waiting for response during this storm, but obviously I've been unable to take them just because of how busy we have been. But we will, or I will, get onto a lot of those messages. I think there's at least 25 waiting, but I will speedily get onto that as soon as our coverage finishes on Ian. A few more comments to take here. Lots of nice comments, which we really appreciate. Ike says, will power be mostly restored in coastal South Carolina by tomorrow morning? Tim, in your possibly limited experience down there, but what are your thoughts on that?
It really depends on how quick the electric co-ops get down to that area. Obviously, a lot of the co-ops went down to Florida. I'm pretty sure there's still a few co-ops in the South Carolina area that did not mobilize because they had a feeling that they would have to take care of their area first. So might be a day or two before they get power back there. And you want to talk about this network being busy, Nathan.
Yeah.
Since the start of September, we've had Fiona, Noru, Ian, and now Orlene. This has been a very busy time for the Force 13 family of networks, and sometimes it is a blast to cover, and then when we see the aftermath, it just breaks our heart, but this is the business that we do.
Yeah, Michael says, what are the chances that Ian reforms? Very little. I'd be worried if it was even 1%, because you know what Ian is like. But hopefully that is a 0%, absolutely. And I'm not sure what that name is, but DNGR WLLRBNSN, it must mean something.
Yeah, it's that would be Danger Will Robinson.
You see, I'm not quite there with it. Watched us for the last 2 hours and really enjoyed the coverage and wants to know if we are Brits or Aussies. Well, we currently have me and David. I'm currently in the UK and David is in Australia. That's just our team tonight. But on other occasions, to be honest, we are actually mainly American on our team. But we have several people from other parts of the world. We have a few in Hong Kong. We have Australia. We have the Philippines. We have both coasts of the United States, east and west. And we have other people dotted about in lesser known areas. Central
We're
America,
a global community,
Europe.
Nathan.
We are.
That's what
yeah,
we are. We're
that's
a
what we
global
like.
community.
And just some other comments. Junjun Villarreal says, I have hurricane fatigue right now, so I'm going to rest now. Tell me about it. I mean, we've been here for, I've lost track of how many days we've been here doing many different hours of live coverage. Just today we've been here for 7 hours, and our longest stint was during the Florida landfall, I think, where we were live for 13 hours. Yesterday we were on for, I forget now, I think we were on from 5 till 11, so 6 hours. No, it was the other way around. I forget. I think we were on from 11 till 5 yesterday. So we've been here for many hours every day following this storm.
And that's just Ian alone. That's not counting the coverage
And that was on the back of Noru and the back of Fiona. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, our team is pretty well exhausted. That's why it is only Nathan, David, and myself giving you this coverage. Our team is exhausted.
I know that, yeah. Juan says, my power is now flickering. So that's in Raleigh, I think, still. And Tropical Storm Altony Bron there. How big is post-tropical Ian? So let me just get you that information before we go. The tropical storm wind field right now is 180 nautical miles northeast, 130 southeast, 100 southwest, and 60 northwest. And that wind field will rapidly shrink throughout the course of this evening. Jacob says, excellent coverage, wrote it out with you guys in Orlando, unbelievable devastation here, but we make a serious impact in terms of looking after people and keeping us in the loop. We appreciate that comment, absolutely. So, thank you, I guess. But in the meantime, we still have a lot of work to do with tracking this storm and what's left of it. It will weaken now rapidly. Just another comment there, did it make landfall tropical? I think National Hurricane Center will say yes on that, and yes to both landfalls by my reckoning, to be honest. But as of right now, Ian is post-tropical, and it will die off slowly but surely. It will feel slow, but it'll actually be rapid, really, in scientific terms. But by tomorrow night, hopefully Ian will be completely out. That's it from me and my team. My name was last hour was Nathan Foy for the last 7 hours of coverage, and I was joined by Tim and David, and at various points Patrick, and one or two others who were in and out. But from here, that is all, and we'll now shoot you over to the US coverage, US automated stream 24/7, which will continue to pour over extratropical storm Ian. And adios and good riddance to it, and thanks for watching. Good night.